I'm sorry,
the fuck
but you
is
have
wrong
problems.
with you people?
You have problems
He's
with me
talking again.
interrupting you.
All
But
right,
when
I'm going to
you
go and have some
interrupt
lunch.
me, it's
I'm
okay.
surrounded by absolute idiots who can't keep their mouth closed for 5 seconds. I'm just pointing out that
I'm
you
not
can
gonna
clutter
keep my
radius.
mouth
You don't
closed.
measure it.
Not good.
You need to sort your microphone out as well, dude. What the fuck's wrong with you people?
Yeah. He's going to keep his mouth shut now. Holy shit, man.
Dude, they drove their clown car off the edge of flat Earth.
Good morning, Jedi. Or should I say good afternoon?
Hi.
Yeah, I couldn't get him to, like, hold on to anything.
One of the most frustrating things for me is when the person that I'm speaking to actually stumbles because they're talking across a logical form that they have started to understand, but they just keep talking through it as soon as I start talking, trying to point out to them that they've discovered they're on the right track, but they have to keep talking, and then they end up talking further away from the point and I get lost. You were almost there, Sunshine, but you kept talking, didn't you?
I mean, he was spot on. You know, you have to imagine it's an idea, right? You have to hold this idea that the Earth is a sphere, and then from there you can start imagining how everything would work around that sphere.
Bingo.
And you can make inferences based off of mathematical calculations, and when those don't work, then you can make another mathematical equation for the things that don't work.
It's just unfortunate. Aristophanes was the perfect example there. He had an idea that the Earth was already a sphere, and because he used the mathematics to figure out the circumference, he did so with the measurement of 2 shadow lengths and the acquisition of an angle calculation. Yeah, you were almost there, Sunshine. He had the idea and begged the question. Anyway, lots of fun for everybody. I hope everybody is doing well today. Having a fantastic, was it August? What is the date today? It's the 18th. It's going to be my birthday in 9 days. Bloody hell.
Oh, shit.
Oh, another trip around the sun?
Another trip around the sun, mate. Woohoo! Scream if you want to go faster.
You must be a newborn then.
Sorry, guys. It looks like I destroyed the chat for you. I do apologise.
I was his first thing that he came at me with was, "What do you think about the Antarctic sun?" I'm like, "Well, we measure the surface of the Earth to be flat, so I don't know what the Antarctic sun really has to do with anything." I asked him, I said, "Does the sun set on a flat Earth, or is it always above the flat Earth?" And he just avoided that completely. And so I started asking him questions about the globe, and he's like, "You got to concede that the Earth isn't flat first." Like, I'm willing to. Hey, let's go. The Earth isn't flat. The Earth is a globe. Now let's go measure it. Oh my gosh, that's what I want you to do. I want you to concede. And then shortly after, you jumped in.
Sorry, dude.
You're all good. You're not offending me, man. Matter of fact, I like when you fucking tongue with these people with their English.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Sometimes I come into a room and say to myself, I'll listen for 10, 15, 20 minutes before I say something. But somebody says something and it triggers me and I can't help myself. I am sorry.
I do the same thing. I try to listen for as long as I can without saying anything, and then I'm like, "Oh, hey," they say something. I'm like, "Nah, I gotta jump in."
Oh dear. Let's have a look through the channel, see if there's any names that I don't recognise. Ting Ting. I don't recognise your name. Hello, Ting Ting. Welcome. Has anybody spoken to Ting Ting yet?
Yeah.
Well, if you've got any questions or you want to speak, Ting Ting, please mute your microphone and say hello. Otherwise, it's just a massive sausage party with a load of flat earthers.
I did get to talk to F.E. Batman for a little while. That was cool.
Oh, did you? How's he? I haven't spoken to him for ages.
Yeah, he unfortunately he lost his home a while back in a large fire, and
Oh, for
but
fuck's
him
sake.
and his family are doing well, and they're out on a larger property now, building a new living environment for him and his family and children. So
Oh, fantastic, man. That's good news.
they unfortunately left with just the clothes on their back, though.
Oh, wow. Well, prayers and thoughts to him and his family, then.
Yeah. Yep. I've got these new supplements that I'm trying to. So I took my first wormwood, black walnut husk, and clove. And then I'm like, shit, what kind of diet do I need to be eating while I'm on this? And I looked it up and I was like, well, I can't have lunch today. Can't drink my caffeine. Can't have any fun today.
Oh, some new people have joined the chat. What's up, Luffy? What's up, Mackie? Good to see you all. Hope you're doing well today. We're talking about the Earth and what it is and what it isn't. If you've got any questions or things you want to ask, please unmute yourself. We'd love to have a conversation.
I think Luffy was having issues with their mic. There was like an echo coming from their microphone.
Oh, I hope you sorted that out, Luffy. If you have, we'd like to have a conversation. Same to you, Mackie. If you want to unmute yourself, please feel free to do so. Obviously, the
Hey, you
shout
know
goes
what
back
though?
out to Ting Ting as well.
You've gotten better, honestly, Jedi. At you're just like, you know what? I'm not gonna let this bother me anymore. I know some things you're just like, I'm just trying to have a conversation, but honestly, you've gotten a lot better at letting it go. I'm happy for you, man.
Thanks, man. I'm glad it's noticed as well.
Well, it's hell on the blood pressure, man.
Yeah, appreciate it, dude. Thank you.
Hey, Jedi, you still there?
Yeah, man. What's up?
So I finally found out where the Batman comes from with Happy Batman.
Did you figure out it was about table tennis?
Yeah, that's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, isn't it? He could see it right in his PFP as well.
You know what? I don't think I ever saw the table tennis in the PSP. Oh, he went to bed. Never mind. He's not here no more. The Batman logo kind of looks like a paddle, so
Yeah, it does a little bit, yeah.
I kind of imagine that. Oh, okay, that's where the Batman logo is. But super cool for him that he's got a hobby.
So he's talking. Matter if I talk about how satellites prove the Earth is a globe?
Sorry, you said that really, really fast. What did you say?
That's my fault. I said, since nobody is talking, do you mind if I talk about how satellites prove the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, cool. Please do.
So we're going to talk specifically about some geostationary satellites. So what we do is for services like DirecTV, we shoot these satellites about 22,000 miles out into space. And we get them into this geostationary orbit where they basically orbit at the same speed as the Earth's Earth, spinning. And we keep them in that space up there using Hall effect thrusters, which are ion thrusters, which don't work in the vacuum of space, but whatever, fuck you. And then when they're affected by solar wind and gravity from other things and they blow around and stuff like that, we adjust them with that. But over time, their orbits degrade and we have to kind of just let them float out there into space. So we're basically sending a never-ending stream of space trash out there costing trillions of dollars. I mean, that's not that aren't able to be repaired or anything. It's not cost effective to a corporation that wants to maximize its stock dividends and its profits. But whatever. Again, and that's what we do. And then we send the signals all the way out there, and then they bounce back to these little dishes sitting on top of everybody's house, and that's how you get DirecTV. And I know flat earthers think like, oh, it's just a balloon a few thousand miles away that's sitting right up there that we can repair and replace at any time, and it's super cheap, and everybody just doop, and it doesn't have to go through the vacuum of space and have all those variables and come back to us so we have clear signals. But they're stupid. I mean, that just completely doesn't make sense. So these idiots don't believe our story, and that makes them conspiracy theorists and retards. And yeah, that's how we do things.
It's pretty good still, man.
You look into it, dude. I have to lampoon it sometimes because, like, the absurdity of what they expect us to believe, it's offensive to me as a person.
It's like the blind hubris of the whole thing. Just complete.
You sounded like Josh. Sorry.
Yeah,
no.
Josh Ingersoll.
Yeah, that's what it reminded me of when he was talking.
Like, I'm just reading the study now. They have set up where these biologists, working for National Park System, supposedly experts, doctors, multiple degrees, decided that they were going to take care of abandoned grizzly bear cubs. Cubs that were orphaned for one reason or another. So they had 12 such baby bears they took care of. Kept them healthy, waited them for them to get big enough, and then released them into the wild. Within a year, 10 of them were dead, and 2 of them unaccounted for. No idea what happened to them. They can't think. They can't figure out why. I can't imagine how this happened. We took these baby bears out of the wild, made sure they had the everything they needed, a safe environment. They fully that now that they're fully grown, let's release them into the wild. Should be no problem. Barely an inconvenience. Such an amazing feel-good story. Look at your government money at work. It's saving the bear population. Just the blind hubris of these people who think they can just do whatever they want, no consequences, never held to account. Just oops. Let's just make a new science policy for next time. How about you leave bears alone? You obviously have no idea what you're doing. It doesn't matter how many degrees you have, or how educated you are, or how much you think you've studied. You have no clue what you're doing. This is 100% failure rate. A team, they call themselves International Union of Conservation of Nature. Completely clueless.
Oh man, I used to for instance, through my job, we always used to donate to a charity. You could pick our charity, and the main one we picked was the United Way. And I was always like, "Oh, I'm helping people," and so I donated a little bit from every check to them. And then I like got a letter one day that caught the chain reaction. The letter was like, "Hey, we're having a chocolate and wine, a chocolate and cheese social. If you want to come out here, we're going to have all these nice drinks and have fun and talk about what we're going to do with our money. So we're going to eat chocolate and cheese while we're taking, spend our money, on chocolate and cheese for ourselves while we talk about what we're going to do to help these people who don't have enough in their lives." I was like, how about we give all that chocolate and cheese money to the fucking people who need it? So I started looking into it, and it's like they less than 3% of the money actually goes to end up helping the people. And so I stopped giving to that because I was like, well, that's just ridiculous. I mean, I was just blind to that for the longest time for years. And you just don't think about it. Once you think about it, it's really it breaks the logic.
Yeah, that's what they're saying too. That these, capturing these bears, going out into the wild. You see an abandoned grizzly bear cub. Let's do an operation. Let's get in there. Let's save this bear. You got the helicopters and thermal imaging. You're tracking the bear. Here's a good spot. It's down the ravine. Tranquilize it. Bag it, tag it. keep it fed and healthy, release it, and it's dead. Like all that. Really, that's the best conservation method you could think of. You're going to save the bear population. It's a real good feel-good measure. Like they see, oh, look at that poor, abandoned, orphaned bear. Like this feels good to the public that the bears are being saved. That's all that stuff is. It's the virtue signaling. How about you stop eroding in their habitat? How's that sound? Oh no, can't do that. Well, why not? There's money to be made in drilling. Like, are you kidding me? You can't stop eroding their natural habitat. I mean, there's oil in them hills.
The bears also need to learn to adapt to the wild environment.
So apex predator. So this blows your scoop of your claim of evolution. Here's the grizzly bear, the apex predator in North America, and it can't adapt to the wild. Like, holy shit. Really? That's your story? You're going to stick to it? That this apex predator perfectly evolved to be the king of the jungle. Lions and tigers and bears, oh my. And this creature is unfit for survival because it can't adapt to its natural habitat, of which is the apex predator. There's nothing that harms it. There's nothing that hurts the bear. The bear is the king, but it can't adapt to its own habitat where it's the apex predator because of some other reason, which included being taken care of by experts, biological doctors, and the environment and biology. These multiple people with multiple PhDs, all the best technology, all the best research, and they're dead. And the bears are all dead. Just go home. You're fired. Oh, you can't do that. Well, why not? Why can't you take accountability for your failure? Because there's more money to be spent. There's more feel-good measures. We got to save more bears.
The biggest takes that I've seen lately a ton is everybody's like, "Oh, I got butthurt because the flat earthers called retarded because I was arguing for the globe." And it's like, well, dude, you gotta have some self inflection. Because when I looked at flat Earth, I didn't talk to anybody. I just went searching on my own. And once I, started working on the globe and all its math and stuff, I realized it was all fucking broken and stuff. Though, you know what I said? I said, "Oh my god, I'm retarded." So I didn't need anybody else to tell me. I knew this, and then I got better. And anybody who has a problem, the association of the word retarded with somebody who's actually mentally disabled. I have a good friend of mine for 20 some years that I work with. He can't drive like me, but he does work in their building, and he is like Forrest Gump. And he is one of the hardest working people I know. He's one of the kindest, nicest people I know, and he always has a big smile on his face. And when he drives his car, he drives better than most people on the road. So
Yeah, flat Earth is so easy to understand. This topic was mastered by cavemen 20,000 years ago. A globalist to be today, this day and age, where they've got the full wealth and breadth of human information at their fingertips. They got a phone in their hand. They can look up anything they want to look up, and they can't figure out anything related to geocentric or flat Earth. You need at this point take the phone away from them because it's blocked their ability to think. If you say, "Hey, I want to learn more about flat Earth," and they get you to a page that talks about how the Earth is not a flat, you might want to start asking some questions. That they've completely lost the plot. It's like humans have figured it out. Okay, how'd you figure it out? Well, if the Earth was flat, then wow.
I mean, in some ways, I kind of understand it because I never fought for the globe or knew there was another argument really, or something like that. And then I came to flat Earth, and then I came in here, and then I did a stupid thing, which I thought the AE map was like a more accurate map of the world. I didn't realize it was a globe projection, you know? And so I argued for that in here. And the guys like sat there and were like, look at what you're doing. You're doing the same damn thing again. And I was like, oh no. And then I was able to change for sure for the better. But even I made that mistake. Even after going to Flat Earth, I made the same kind of mistake, that reification mistake. So, but thankfully, once I was told and I looked at it, I was like, oh, once again, I'm retarded.
Yet, see, the problem isn't being retarded. The problem is staying retarded. Once someone's got the information and they know it and they're able to parse it out and get there, and then just to go back retarded again. Because what they're doing is they got some other entanglement in their worldview that they're not able to explain or take questions on, which is another form of being retarded. This lack of articulation. What about the globe? What about this globe model do you need to be true? Why? Why does it have to be a globe? For what other purpose? And that's what they won't get to. They'll never get to that because they want to advocate for something else, which a lot of times is a sort of cosmic nihilism where nothing matters. Okay, if that's true, why do you care if other people think the Earth is a globe or not? If nothing matters, because it's cosmic sense of nihilism, because your Earth is a giant ball in space, why do you care that the Earth is not that? If it doesn't matter, if it's all nihilistic anyway. And this is where you start getting the autistic screeching. Because they realize they're cooked. Because they really do care. But they don't care. But they care again. It's this emotional reaction, this like freaking out because somebody disagrees with them, but they haven't given any reason to agree with them in the first place. They're given reasons to disagree. Yes, I'm going to disagree with you. Why? You presented reasons for me to disagree. Do you have something for me to agree with? No. Okay, so why would I agree with you if what you're offering is not only just disagreeable, but you're disagreeing with it too? In reference to your cosmic nihilism. This cosmic nihilism, why do you care? You just said you shouldn't care.
I mean, all those things are broken as hell as is. I mean, the guy earlier was like, we know because we have an idea and then we make a mathematical calculations. I was like, that is, you guys are like, no.
Yeah, it's just trying to break down. Like, do you even know what you're advocating for? Like, yeah, what is it? Well, the Earth was flat. Well, okay, no. What are you advocating for, not against? Yeah. Okay, go ahead. See, if the Earth was a giant ball in space, then it wouldn't be flat. Okay, so what is it then? It's not flat. Okay, so a not flat means giant ball in space. Yep. Okay, but you said your giant ball in space is so big, it looks flat at a human level. Oops. You walked yourself into another contradiction. How do you have flat and not flat at the same time? That's what this model is about. This globe model is to get the person to accept the contradiction. Because as soon as they accept the contradiction, then there isn't any meaning anymore. War is peace. Up is down. Enslavement is freedom. Left is right. They can just say whatever they want, and the people will just accept it. Just blindly accept random nonsense, meaning they can look with their eyes and see a stationary flat Earth, but they'll tell them the nonsense is that means it's not flat and it's moving. Your lying eyes are playing tricks on you. You have to believe the systems of power and authority. They're here to take care of you, just like they took care of those baby bears. They've got it all figured out. They know what's best for you more than you know what's best for you.
Activity and becomes subjective. It's like words freedom and liberty. Two different things.
Find the next thing to be outraged by.
Hey, Adam, how are you? Hey, Adam, are you here? Hey, Legend. Legend, bro, how are you, Legend? What's up, Legend? Legend, are you here? Anybody who is here who wanted to start a conversation with me? Anybody who's native English speaker? Tell me who's native English speaker. Tell me, guys, who's native English native speaker? Anybody is here?
Okay, dude, you want to try different strategy. Because if no one's responding to you, you want to switch it up probably and try to do something that someone would respond. Because if no one's responding to you, there might be a reason why people don't like the way you sound. Like, nah, I don't want to talk to this guy. You get it? If you're not getting
Okay,
responses,
okay, I guess,
it
I
might be
got you.
something going on with the way you're thinking.
Okay, 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 I got it, bro. So, are you free now?
No.
It means you are also doing your own work.
Okay, I'm gonna take my headset off, dude. I don't know what else to tell you.
Hey, bro, who is moderator? Who is moderator in this room? Tell me, guys, who is moderator? Who is moderator? Guys, I have a conversation. If you all are present here, means you should speak. Is anybody free? Tell me about that.
Honestly, dude, I can't have the most coherent conversation with somebody because of the work. But with code, it's I heard a lot of him yesterday, and just a round and round circle of energy suction, and I got to protect myself from that crap. And if somebody's muted, that means they deserved it. I just don't have time or energy for those kind of people at the moment. But I really salute all you guys who give so much time and energy to people every day.
Hello, everybody. Good day. We have any globe believers on the panel at the moment? Does not look like it. All right.
Been quiet for a
Well,
little bit, Dave. But morning to you.
good morning. What's up, D-Town? The sun's up, right? Don't know what it is, but it's up.
It's up there somewhere within the clouds.
Well, while we have a quiet moment and I'm on here, if there's anybody listening on YouTube, wherever, come in here and discuss the nature of reality. I mean, try to start with the basic contemplation, the basic fact of nature. Bodies of water, when at rest, lay level. They can't curve. They don't curve. Anyway, somebody new joined. Do you want to say hi? Mackie? Macy? Hello? It's your opportunity to say hello and have a civil discussion about the nature of reality if you'd like. Or not. Well, if anyone else is out there, all you gotta do is click the link, come in here, have a civil discussion, human to human, and let's figure out if we really live on a spinning ball in a vacuum of space. How about that? Can't look at my phone at the moment. If there was somebody new who wants to say hello, feel free. Hello. Alrighty then, I guess we'll go with silence for a while. This has been Dead Air Dave. Everybody have a great day. The plane of existence.
You too, Dave.
Just try to
Hey,
do that.
you know what my theory is about you?
What?
My theory, well, a lot of things I've learned, but also just knowing where your heart's at. I think I think a lot of people with bad intentions or bad faith don't want to mess with you because they can feel it coming through in your voice and they don't want to mess with you. Not that they're scared of you as like a person, just they can feel that power there.
Well, I appreciate that. I guess that was a compliment. I mean, I'm just trying to come on here and speak truth, and people that don't want to talk about truth and they don't want to go all this convoluted sky stories and stuff. I ain't got time for that, you know. Come on, man. Sky's doing whatever it's doing, so there's that. Hello, Flamer. Welcome to the server. What can we do for you? And he chose exit stage left. All right. Dead Air Dave 0 for 3 so far, so I'm going to shut up. Everybody have a great day on the plane of existence. You know, just try to be a better version of yourself. I know that sounds corny, but whatever. Whoa, man, you're either hot micing or you got bad audio. Which one is it? Rhea, can you hear me? Hello, Rhea. Can you hear me, Rhea? Hello? You're hot micing or something, man. Is the earth a spinning ball, Rhea? Now we got somebody else hot micing. David G. Gabbard, hello. You're hot micing. Is there a moderator here? Help. Crit. All right.
Who's
He muted.
All right.
He muted me.
Hello, Dave. Hope you're good.
Hey, Gandhi Rainbow. Thanks for piping up. I think they both self-muted now. Anyway, the Earth is still not a spinning ball. Prove me wrong. You got anything, Gandhi Rambo? I bet you don't.
No, I'm still in globe denial. It's a permanent state, I think.
Yeah, for me, it's just not reality. So what are you going to do, man? I mean, just accept reality as it is. So if people have issues with that, what can I do about that? I don't know. All right, I'll do one last feeble attempt, probably just in case there's anybody out there listening in YouTube land or wherever. This is the Flat Earth Discord. You may have just come across this subject and never actually thought about it, and you think it's the stupidest thing ever. So did I 10 years ago, almost 11 years ago now. But once you start with the basics about the claims of the globe, if you're honest with yourself, it's going to fall apart. But I'm not here to convince anybody of anything. We just have information to share. We can show you how to go outside and prove to yourself that if the claim thing that they say we live on this globe is actually there. So, Dave out.
Okay, guys. Okay, what's going on? How come it's so quiet? Did we run out of globies to scare? Is that where we're at right now? If so, that's fine though. It's fine, guys. You just have to be, aware. I could go into some lecture mode or pull out a free recording or play music. Unless anybody else has something they want to do or share. Ref, you're having mic issues? You seem to be muted. You want to chat? No, not even here. Okay, Ref was complaining in text chat that he had mic issues or was muted. So guess what? Step up. You got an invite to the podium. Grab the mic. Let's hear what you have to say about the nature of Earth. Same goes for anybody out there. If you're listening on YouTube or Twitter, feel free to stop by the Discord. We are at the English Hub Discord in 24/7 Flat Earth chat room. You're welcome to join us right now and start sharing your views. So we hear all the time, right, that WGS 84 is the grid, is the datum, represents a globe that we live on. And they tell us with absolute, unblinking authority that the surface of every single body of water on this earth is curved. They give us a formula, okay? And they give us a formula, I would say half expecting us to go test it, all right? The approximation is 8 inches per mile squared. And they expect us to basically bow down to it and expect us to look at the horizon, turn off our brains, and let computer algorithms tell us that it's curved, even though it doesn't. So, and then they call that science, right? They say that that's their belief system. And then what happens? I mean, you got some skeptics. So back in like 2017, FE Core came together to discuss this Earth issue. A bunch of field engineers, 3 guys. Their names are Steve, Zach, and Mike. I don't know any of them personally. At least I don't know 2 of them. One of them I kind of know. But they looked at each other's research in this topic and said, guess what? We're going to go figure this out. We're going to go out to the field. And what did they do? Well, one of their prime accomplishments was building something they called a SALAD, a super accurate laser aiming device, something they could probably actually market and sell to the laboratory community, if you want to call it that. They used a CNC machine and built this sub-milliradian accurate aiming device on which to mount a laser. And they spent like $20,000 or something on it, funded entirely by themselves and donors. And they claim that it's got a tilt accuracy of 54 millionths of a degree. And a horizontal accuracy of something like 34 millionths of a degree. That's ridiculous. So they used a bunch of stepping motors. They they got this thing down to like 15/100th of a micron increment for measuring angles, which is like 1,000th the width of a human hair. Right. So they got the salad, they got the goods, right? They've got the equipment that is technologically feasible enough to deal with the fine motor skills required to get these observations accurate within a reasonable margin of error. So the salad was built to do this, to bypass a lot of exceptions that might be thrown. And then they took everything to the field. So in 2018, they went to Europe. They went to Hungary, to Lake Balaton. They wanted to use the winter ice as a stable flat platform to measure. And it was cold when they went. I mean, at one point they recorded freezing temperatures of minus 25 Celsius. And then one of the guys, I think Mike, came down with the flu, with like pneumonia or something, and he called it the hell of Balaton. So the equipment was also freezing in that temperature. The laser required like a minimum operating temperature of 10 degrees Celsius. And so they had to throw electric blankets on it in order to keep it warm. And at some point it got so cold that the differential cracked a protective crystal right in front of the laser diode and distorted the beam. So things weren't going well for a while. I mean, they had all these field challenges, and that's kind of what happens. It's what happens to any honest endeavor where you go out and discover that the real world is less predictable, less forgiving than you thought. Your technology, as good as it is, may not still be good enough, depending. But they stuck with it, and they actually got out of something like seven observations. They came out with two very clear windows of data, the two measurements that yielded great results. I mean, the first was where they measured a distance of 12 kilometers. They had a blue light laser 1.5 meters above the water at one end, and then 12 kilometers away, they had a camera at 1.6 meters at the other, and they could see everything perfectly. There should have been a hidden height of like 4.5 meters, or like 15, 16 feet of curved water, which was not detected, even in the grueling freezing temperatures. And then they did it again. A few days later, they got another measurement. The laser was like 2.2 meters off the ground, and the camera was 1.6 meters off the ground, spanning 12 kilometers. Bam, they hit it again. So it's kind of amazing. And then Globies blames some kind of magical downward bending light causing it, which has never been observed to our knowledge, never even been measured to our knowledge. Like, when does that happen? But they'll say that that's the case and then not offer any straight evidence to back it up. And then they went from Hungary to the Netherlands. They went to Lake IJsselmeer. So they automated their salad. They wrote some software to calculate like changes, bearing changes. They did a lot of grunt work, and then they redeployed everything out in the Netherlands. And there they got a nice like 21 kilometer observation. The third one I like is over 21 kilometers long. They had a camera like 1.2 meters off the water, and they were expecting an 18-meter drop. That's well over 60 foot of drop, and it did not happen. They also saw a bright, coherent reflection shining off the surface of the water. So the law of reflection kind of defeats the Glober's claims of the law of refraction, and also defeats the geometry that's claimed to exist underneath their feet. So 93% of what was expected to happen for curvature was not there. I think that's huge. They also did panning. So they panned to the left and to the right, which is part of like what you consider a transit methodology. So if it's curving, then the rate of curvature is going to produce different heights of targets at different distances. So if you're going to pan across and hit multiple targets at different ranges, then you're going to expect the beam to be higher relative to the target in some places than others if you lived on a globe. Well, that's not what happened. 98% of the predicted curvature was gone when they panned over to target number 2. They're expecting 130 feet of curvature. It wasn't there. And then they panned again to target 3. There's a technical problem, so then they hit target 4 instead at 40 kilometers away. They're expecting 300 feet of curved water. And yet they could observe a 1.5 meter mounted laser from 1.5 meters off the ground, 40 kilometers away. That's just fantastic. And it's not even the best of the laser tests we have, because I think Dr. John Dee up in England did even more rigorous work with his. But just as a starting point, I mean, these are pretty awesome, and some of the earliest that were done and undertaken. And to me, the horizontal panning effect is really the biggest globe killer. I mean, what an awesome technique. I'm going to take a laser, you have targets at different distances. You're just going to pan your laser, boom, 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 to the right, to the left. Start zapping these targets without regard to any Earth curvature getting in the way. Hit, hit, hit. Amazing work. The information that was gathered from FE Core's tests cannot be used to describe the surface of a globe. Plain and simple. So, globies like to try and reverse engineer the globe out of the data as much as they can, but without thinking about it, affirming the consequent, right? That's what they're doing. They're beginning with the end in mind, kind of like trying to do a maze backwards and then claim they solved it forwards. And that's not how it works, folks. I mean, if you were to take this data independently gathered, right, and give it to somebody and say, where's the globe in all of this? It cannot be found. It's not found in the data. Right? It's only found as a product of your guilty knowledge of what you think is true, Earth being a globe, and then you try and make the data tell that story. And that's not how to determine truth. That's not. And that's called confirmation bias. And this is what we've been stuck in. I mean, this is why we've dealt with the globe so severely over the past 100 years as a modern Western civilization. It's this combination of technological hubris, a belief in progress and technology that has developed to an extent that actually doesn't exist in the way people imagine it does in the real world. And then on top of that, just back engineering assumptions into the data, affirming the consequent, reinforcing hindsight and other biases. And then, we got the globe. So we tell people about these problems. We show people these positive measurements we have supporting our side of the conversation, that the Earth is not a globe. And it results in all these meltdowns and people crying and people leaving and skedaddling, much like what we had earlier today. People want to do anything but talk about the meat of the topic itself. A little conflict avoidance maneuver, psychologically speaking. I get that. I get that people do that. But yeah, fantastic work the FE Core people had done. I very proudly use their observations. Why not? Use what you can. Just move on. I've been really interested lately in these transients. The idea that there are these highly reflective, potentially metallic objects that have been spotted high up in the celestial realm before the age of satellites, flying in formations nonetheless. That's been going on and is still going on apparently. What is that? Have you guys heard of it? We got some really interesting scientific and theoretical technical papers. Beatrice Villaroyal, I think is her name, is an astronomy professor or somebody like that. She looked into this historical document these documents about the transients from the early space program that were recorded, like little green footballs and electrical discharges and stuff, and wrote up how fascinating it is that we've got groups of these flying in geometric formations at night in trains. They actually call them trains, almost like constellations of satellites are called trains. Yeah, there were trains of these before satellites were known to exist in the early 50s and late 40s. Star-like objects.
Yeah, and they can't come to a conclusion because they treat space like a vacuum. You know, so you can't have that, like, you know, what you're describing. I've heard of that before. Like the green lights that they saw in the 60s and the 70s.
Yeah. Yeah, it got to the point where, like, with the White Sands missile test that they were doing with the V2 rockets from the Nazis and creating their own rockets, they were being confounded. Like, they almost didn't want to write to sound like conspiracy theorists or some kind of sci-fi nuts. But you could read in some of the reports that it's almost like, hey, every time we fix this and send it up, it breaks, and it breaks in the presence of these little green footballs. All the telemetry data, the instrumentation gets distorted, or it always seems to coincide with the noticing of these things, almost as if to say, speculation Sunday kind of, almost as if to say that something up there associated with these transient lights are effing with the rocket technology, with the telemetry, over and over again. Became very frustrating for them to deal with and costly. Because, I mean, the cost of rocket retrieval alone is expensive. You know, you got to have trackers, you got to have teams of people on the ground, especially if you want to get somewhere before, you know, some farmer recovers the technology or some, God forbid, like, you know, foreign intel asset does ahead of you. So, but then for them, you know, to say, hey, but it's coinciding with these little green orbs and footballs in space that seem to be smiting our rockets. It's kind of weird, man. I don't know what to think of it either. But definitely, you know, the vacuum cosmology of outer space is not the setting that exists in reality. It's not what we're dealing with up there, whatever these things are, if they're even a thing to be dealt with in the first place, or if it's just like, you know, like sea shanty tales, like, you know, or just like you know, sailors come up with these sea stories about mermaids and krakens. I mean, could there be the same for space? I can imagine that there's anytime you've got an exploration ventures into the unknown, that you're going to get people's wild ass imaginations cooking, and a lot of that could be explained by this. Just to
I don't
keep
know.
it sane.
I don't know the best way to describe this, but I'm gonna try my way. You know, because it's not a vacuum. They say like, oh, there's like these sentient crafts. They arrive and they disrupt our communications and they make our things fail in space. Okay, yeah, you have a vacuum and you have aliens. That's cool. Or, you know, you have things that saturate in that medium. Like I would use the word saturate, or I don't know how to describe it. But yeah, if you're not in space and like things like that start to, you know, a rocket is like all of a sudden within your proximity. It's like, is the
Right.
field going to, you know, saturate something? Right. Okay. Thanks. Yeah, I tried. I don't know what to describe there. Yeah, I thought, man, I've definitely heard of that before, like way before I ever came across flat Earth. Just never tried to correlate it, never brought it back up in my head to correlate it to anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to have a vacuum first. First, you need a vacuum, then you need a ball, then you got to explain how everything works when you presume those two things first. You know, because you just have to be on a ball in a vacuum. There's nothing else perceivable. Said no one.
You know where this could end up? Like, hey, Flurf, if Earth is flat, then how do you explain our alien overlords that are running the world now?
Oh, what?
Hey, Flurf, if the Earth is flat, then how come Lord Xenu from planet Krypton is healing the sick and raising the dead?
That's pretty funny. Yeah, the Globers do a lot of presuming. You know, the phrase like "that's how it works." You know, that always comes to their mind when they say, "Okay, so you got a sun, right? A sun is moving in the sky." Well, Earth is a globe. That's how that works. Like, really? That literally takes no actual thought. Like, what you just said is not a thought. It's just a fucking stupid shit. Yeah, it's interesting. You got me thinking about those, they call them UAPs now. You know, I don't know. I could totally make the topic not super duper about flat Earth, but super duper about why the globe sucks. But they got they got comets. Comets are truly like a problem for the globe. You know, like crater impact sites, and like the angle that they enter the atmosphere, and like when they claim to burn up, and how they can't spot them but until they're like within range. Like, oh, there it is, and we can't stop it at this point. But you have like, what did he call it? The Space Force. Trump was like piggybacking this whole "I'm gonna like defend us from outer space." Okay, cool, but you still got comets hitting the Earth, so you can't stop a rock from approaching Earth with all your fucking telescopes staring at the sky all day. You still can't intercept a comet. Like, that's fucking retarded. And then the comet, the way that it impacts the Earth is like, if it was due to gravity, why is it at that angle? Like nobody has ever seen a comet just go straight down, just like every other fucking thing that comes from the sky. Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking about comets this morning. Like, you would think something with the amount of mass as like a comet, like as it enters the gravitational field of Earth, like that vector towards the Earth is going to be perpendicular with the surface eventually, because it's a rock, right? A rock like flying through space is not going to conserve its momentum once it enters Earth gravitational field. Like, the fact that comets hit the Earth at an angle, it's like, dude, that rock must have had so much fucking. But like, what's out there? What's in space really flinging the rock? It's fucking nothing. Like, it's really just like free floating, right? And then it enters Earth's atmosphere, but then it has this crazy velocity where it must be at this like very obtuse angle relative to the surface. Like, I don't think that actually works on a globe.
I think about relativity, right, which is just bendy, warpy space-time. What provides thrust or impulse in that to move across the coordinate reference frame, even though it's warped? What causes an object to move within the presence of a warped space-time influence? Yeah, they still
Bro,
need that initial impulse.
that is the dumbest thing the globe presents, is space-time fabric. So dumb. Because things move in a direction, therefore it is the space around it that caused it to move. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and I don't even know if they say that. Like, it causes it to continue moving in a certain direction. But what about its initial push? They have to go back to like the Big Bang explosion and say that was the impulse for all of the motion that we see that exists in reality at all scales, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, and it's still a factor. The expansion is a variable, apparently. It's like
Yeah.
where? Yeah, no, that's that whole space-time shit is good. Oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole relativistic thing is based on just the rate that things fall towards the earth. And from that they get to a conclusion about it's like it's space causing it. And that's like what the fuck are you talking about space is causing it? What is space? Like you need the absence of mass for the mass to make that path. Or if there was another mass, it would then be its path would then be dictated by the other center of mass. But in their model, if there is no mass, then it's going to continue on its trajectory like in the space-time fabric.
Yeah.
It's a lot to it's a lot to lay out to make it clear that it's holy shit stupid. I appreciate you, Yoda. Yeah, what you were saying about a bit earlier about the lasers and the FE core one. Yeah, FE core was legit. They tried to act like they messed up, dude. They did more tests than any Glober, any like Shoebill and all your survey, Jesse Gordon. FE core did more tests than them. Like, so what the fuck?
Yeah, with greater rigor by far. Yeah,
Yeah,
where's
Jesse Gordon
the
goes out with
globe
the
side?
theodolite calls it a day. Yeah, like
Yeah.
that's not enough.
But yeah, they come in like it seems to be that their most technical rebuttal is the reciprocal zenith angle claim. So what this requires for their claim to be true is proving that at 2 points of reference, A and B, separated by a distance, whether that's a chord distance or an arc length, or a chord of an arc, or whether it's an actual flat distance, we'll leave it open for now. But what they're claiming is to be able to measure the angle that is subtended by both of these observation points 3,959 miles deep into the center of the Earth. That's right. With reciprocal zeniths, they're claiming to measure the angle that is created by two observers on a globe whose down gravity vectors meet at a common point 3,959 miles away, below their respective positions, within a degree of accuracy that supports the globe in the first instance. That's what they're claiming, which requires them to have tilted mutually downwards to look at each other with respect to their horizontal, vertical, local position, right? With respect to a perpendicular that they each have that is localized. So they both have to take their local verticals and break them and mutually look down at each other at the exact angle that allows for both of their gravity vectors to be determined to meet 3,959 miles away. Well, how accurate can you be over a 3,959 mile length in both instances at the same time in order to claim mutual meeting of the vectors such that they do subtend to that specific angle that is required specifically to affirm the globe in the first instance? I'd say they do not have the requisite accuracy at all required for that, just internally to their own devices. But then on top of that, they say that they have to struggle with refraction. They say they have to struggle with deflection of the vertical. That's the difference between the geoid and the ellipsoid, the orthometric height, and tilt. They say they have to deal with these things, but then they don't for their reciprocal zenith angle claims. Look at all the reciprocal zenith angle globe measurements that they brought to us over the years. If they were to account for refraction, as they claim that we should, then they wouldn't have a globe anymore. If they were to account for deflection of the vertical, as their own field dictates that they do, they wouldn't have a globe anymore, not without further reification of additional data points going beyond what they're prepared to present. So, yeah, I mean, we still don't have proof of this. We still don't have proof that their theodolites are such capable. Now, there's also a
Yo,
nuance.
shout out. Sorry. I just wanted to shout out Jesse Gordon for making it clear to those who didn't know that reciprocal zenith angles actually don't comport with the globe. But yeah, he really, he acts like he's like, oh, I believe in the globe. This is what the globe is. But then you look at what he presents, it's like, bro, are you like playing a game? Like, this is actually not globe evidence.
Yeah, he's managing a bunch of errors, a bunch of variables with error ranges that are known that he ignores and leaves out. He's managing through that. But I mean, I really do think the key point of breaking their claim rests on them proving that they have two observers whose gravity vectors subtend an angle that meets 3,959 miles away, that they have the accuracy to claim that within any degree that differentiates globe from flat Earth is a huge ask of them. And I don't hear too many flat earthers pressing them on that point. So we had Peter the Glober come in back when he was a Glober, not that he isn't today, but he for a while started hyping himself as having whiz-bang globe evidence, the final proof of the globe, what we needed. He hyped up his presentation for a couple weeks and then came into 24/7 to go present his proof of the globe, which was, at the end of the day, reciprocal zenith angle claim. So I asked him within the first 30 seconds of his of finishing his presentation, I asked him, I said, hey, let's go back to slide number 1. You claim to have measured this angle. Well, what about this complementary angle down there, which would indicate that these observers are subtending an angle 3,959 miles away? How much error did you correct for, and how accurate were you in determining that angle? And he didn't even consider that angle in the first place. So I said, okay, well, without that, I mean, that's the core of your reciprocal zenith angle claim. You think the two observers subtend an angle to the center of the Earth. Well, let's talk about that, and how come you didn't seem to consider the error and the accuracy that's required in order to meet that obligation for you to prove that the Earth is a globe? And he conceded. It was freaking hilarious. He was frustrated as shit, but he packed it up and he left. He's like, okay, I guess this won't work here. And then he took his whiz-bang globe proof and went to other Discord servers, to other flat Earth groups to shop around. I don't think anybody there pointed out what I did.
That's very interesting. I wish I was there to see that. I'm interested in seeing that presentation for sure.
Yeah,
actually,
next time he's in,
it sounds like he built up some confidence about a globe, and then
another reciprocal zenith angle claim. One where they could not account for the accuracy they needed over almost 4,000 miles, or where they would account for refraction or for their own warping geoid of space-time gravity. So these are things that they, within their own paradigm, need to control for if they're going to do it honestly and accurately, to the degree that the people who claim to measure the globe for a living, called geodetic surveyors, do every day. Like, if you're going to break with what they say that they have to do in order to present us a claim, then it's like, you may as well bring your own globe to the conversation. We're here not to debunk what NASA's claim is or what the mainstream is anymore. We're then here debunking all these anti-flat earthers' private globe conceptions, which is an endless game of mockery. And we just don't need to be doing that. We're here to debunk a very specific claim about the Earth, many specific claims about the Earth. Point being, they're specific, that they're claimed to be objective reality and not subjective personal globe opinions. So yeah, bring the globe that is supposed to be represented by the mainstream, and let's see it. Let's see what they did. How'd they build it?
I wanted to just speak on one thing about Jesse Gordon, because like when I say that this guy really did make the globe like suffice, he took an observation. They got two theodolites. They were like 9 miles apart, and they were at 6,000 feet elevation. Two theodolites at equal elevation, Jesse Gordon and his brother. The vertical angle put their distance off by a mile. So reciprocal zenith angles is all about distance. The distance is going to change the vertical angle on a ball.
Yes, I'm glad you
Okay,
said that.
and you want to eliminate atmospheric refraction by changing altitude, right? The higher you go, the less dense the air, so the less it's gonna bend in their model.
Right. So the distance increases the refraction
Was
burden.
still off from the globe calculation. So what does that mean? The reciprocal zenith angles never show a globe. They never have and they never will. And for anybody to throw that
Yeah.
around like that's globe evidence, like, dude, did you actually look at the measured angle in the data? Because it definitely doesn't match a globe because they literally have to invoke refraction in every observation where Earth curve becomes distinct, which is like over like 10 miles. That's typically the distance that they want to set these theodolites apart. So at 10 miles, they also have atmospheric refraction. Oh, everything's vertically displaced.
Yeah. I'm glad you brought
How
that
convenient.
up, because the change of their distance requires a change of their refractive conditions without any data or measurement supporting it. They don't seem to get this. If you were to extend the distance even further, then you're going to, as a glober, require a different refraction claim, a different meteorological condition than what may even be present in reality. And they have to demonstrate that that's true because it's their burden to bear, and they won't do it. Yep, you change your distance, you got to change your refraction. And how are you accounting for it, Glober? Like, you're the ones that claim this is a problem and confounds your ability to show that the Earth is a globe. Flat Earthers aren't the ones saying this. So why don't you show us how you control for that? Or how do you control for local gravity anomalies in your own geoid, where deflection can move your position 20, 30 miles west, east, north, or south, or whatever from your actual location based on the coordinates? How do you account for your local deflection of the vertical? They ignore these things. And it's funny because you look at like reciprocal zenith globe proofs by the professionals, and they're supposedly accounting for refraction. And then we get these shade tree mechanic versions who seem to follow us around like lost puppies, giving us their more sophomoric, their freshman level freaking globe measurements, and they're even more comical than the professional ones, which we're fully equipped to handle, by the way.
What you said about gravitational anomalies and the deflection of vertical or plumb, which is going to be like their vertical reference, which is their horizontal reference. Yeah, like they're measuring angles like relative to a plumb line. And in their model, as you move around a ball, centrifugal forces deflect it differently. So it's like, depending on what latitude you're at, you're going to have a fucking deflection of your vertical. It's like, dude, do you even account for that? Exactly like you said. Like, are they accounting for all the things that they claim are actually happening? And the answer is no.
Yeah.
Most of the time, they just go out there, they turn off all the settings on their. Sorry, just like Jesse Gordon, he says, I don't turn on the refraction setting or the Earth curve setting. It's like, that's funny that it's there in the first place.
Yeah, shit. Does it flatten the Earth out again?
Yeah. Man, these guys don't even defend this anymore. That's what's crazy about it. They're not in here trying to say it's true. They know that it sounds crazy.
Yeah, I think a lot of them, except for maybe Baron Routledge, who comes in. I don't think he's got the software update from his own side yet, but most of them have abandoned the reciprocal zenith angle claim because of that, because none of them have controlled for the variables that their own side says that they need to control for. Yeah, it makes it too hard. Yeah, it kind of sucks when your own globe has become such an unfalsifiable heap of garbage that nobody seems to be equipped to prove that the Earth is a globe anymore. I find that to be very precarious, don't you? Yeah, alas, here we are, and it gets even crazier than that. When we actually study the history of the globe, how it came to be, and we can walk back through time and space, and people, and describe different descriptions and attributions of our cosmology to certain people and how they used to think, we can totally show how the globe is a mental construct, how it was created out of subjective interpretations that don't even hold up to modern measurements. And how that process is something that modern Western society has been stuck with as a cultural aberration, that the globe is actually dragging Western society down into a very confined way of thinking. It is not allowed for the expansion of the free mind to consider all possibilities of what is happening in our realm. And so when we can show how the globe was created, then we can show that, yes, your image is just a fictitious creation of man. It was not something that was actually pulled out of reality and demonstrated for the world. It was a creation. The globe is absolutely a creation. Going back to the celestial sphere, and many assumptions that were made regarding the celestial sphere, like the fact that it's a sphere in itself is an assumption. You know, if I'm going to post something to the audience, okay, and this is kind of like a gut check. All right, I'm going to go through. I've actually got a GIF I need to share here. Maybe it's under downloads, but it's of it's of some star trails, some time lapse photography taken closer to the equator, and yeah, I mean, if I am here we go. If I am a human watching this and posted 42 minutes past the hour, how do I get a globe out of that? Like, let's say I'm an ancient person and I never had access to time-lapse photography. So in order for me to reconstruct what's happening here visually in my mind, I actually have to take data points of the stars over time and then simulate it, then replicate what's happening in my mind in order to come, because I'm, as an ancient person, it's like Eratosthenes. I'm not actually seeing this. This is only created from modern technology with, time-lapse footage. But what I'm seeing even here does not necessarily comport to a globe, does it? Look at that. How do you get a globe out of watching these stars? You can create a globe out of it. I'm not saying you can't. You can totally create a globe out of this. And that's exactly what we're saying that they did. They created a
That's
globe.
on the equator?
Closer to it.
It's a stationary camera doing a 180?
Yeah, the camera's panning to the right, so basically somewhere, I think, above and behind the observer is going to be Orion's belt. They could be looking towards the north or the south. I don't know if this is, a east to west or reversed west to east. I mean, this could be anything, really. So I don't want to get tripped up over this, but obviously we have the motion of the stars, and I'm going to assume this is east to west. So if east is going to be on the right or on the left and west is going to be on the left, or if east is going to be on the left and west is going to be on the right, then this means what? We're facing south?
This is an interesting GIF. I want to know the speed that he's panning to the right. I mean, that's interesting.
We can calculate it. Like, we can say, hey, look, that Milky Way, we could say, is on this meridian, which moves at approximately 15 degrees per hour. Wait, what the heck just happened? I got a corporate meeting coming up here. What's this shit?
All right.
Let me see. I started this whole work from home thing, and like readjusting yourself to, like, the COVID lockdown economy when everybody was at home. It's kind of harder for me to do, man. I'm like, everybody figured out how to work remotely but me. So I got a work from home job. It's freaking glorious. I just love being in my home office, man. It's so chill. It's so kawaii in here. I got feng shui out the ass. It's amazing. I've got indoor plants. I've got old oak furniture. I've got Hiroshi Nagai posters behind me. I fucking love Hiroshi Nagai and the whole 80s, 70s aesthetic. So yeah, I love working here, man. But, working from home, different companies have different ways of managing their remote workforce, and some of them will use meetings, an incessant flow of meetings nonstop, in order to maintain control over their remote workforce, to make sure that they're not out shopping, or driving go-karts and getting paid for it when they should be working on a PowerPoint slide. And that seems to be how this Fortune 100 company is operating that I'm with right now. And that's okay. That's okay. Anyway.
Yeah.
I got a new Nikon P1100, man. This thing is so much fun. Like, I've got way more expensive, way more capable camera gear than this. But this camera is just so fun and easy to use. And I feel like I can get a lot more out of this in less time than my more expensive setups. Like, so get this. I didn't know this until I freaking bought it, but the Nikon P1100 has an actual moon setting on the dial. You got like your P for program, S for shutter priority, A for aperture priority, M for manual. You got your, baked in artificial intelligence, whatever, we'll make the camera work for you because you're a retard setting. Then they got one for birding. I imagine many people use this for birding. And then they got one for the moon, for the lunar surface. And you can configure all kinds of crazy stuff. Like you can have it match the tone of the moon, and it'll change the filters. You can have a
That's very
automatic
nice.
button press, or if I press the OK button in the center dial, it automatically extends out to 3,000 millimeter focal length and will adjust the filter and the focus on the fly as it's zooming in. It's freaking amazing, man. I can't wait to get some moon footage with this. I got a good tripod, so it's going to happen. But even better, man, I'm going to take this out and use it as a spotting scope for my infrared setup that's separate from this. I got freaking most elite infrared gear, at least until Matrix comes along. I think in a week, once Matrix's delivery arrives, he will have the most advanced infrared setup in the FE community. Until then, I think I'm the crowning achievement of it. I've got a full spectrum converted Sony A6700, and I've got a Tamron 400 millimeter lens, which crops to 600 millimeter over distance, and it stops at 6.3. So between the super ultra light sensitive sensor and this camera, and stopping at 6.3 at 600 millimeters, I can slap, and I have done this. I've slapped a 930 nanometer infrared filter on it, and I can get out there, man. I can see 30, 40 miles away with that thing. And it's freaking delicious in its sumptuousness. But the problem is it takes freaking forever to get set up and to make good shots. My hit rate is low. And part of it, yes, is skill. I am not a professional photographer, but the other part of it is just dealing with the freaking environment, man. Nothing like checking out the weather in the morning and seeing how beautiful and crisp it is outside, only then to get your shit packed up to go out, set yourself up on a 1,000-foot high hill and start zooming in towards a distant city that should be visible through the haze. But then the haze moves in, because guess what? That water vapor really destroys infrared. Infrared's really good at like Rayleigh scattering, diffraction and shit, and some degrees of refraction. But the absorption of light through the water vapor in the air defeats infrared every time. And so when you start zooming in on the horizon, you want to see more terrain. Instead, you're going to see like a gray curtain that everything just gets very rapidly on the horizon sucked into. Again, it's not curvature. It's absolutely not curvature. It's contrast against the humidity. And so if you take like a 930 nanometer infrared filter, it's going to be 4 times as restrictive on photons compared to 720 nanometer infrared lens. You got 2 different ends of the infrared spectrum, and 4 times the photons get filtered out between the high and the low grade the low and the high grade infrared filter, which means, yeah, your camera better support it. And I tell you what, folks, the one downside to the Nikon P1100 is even if you get these things infrared converted, you're going to fuck it up, because guess that sensor sucks. The Nikon P1100 sensor, as much as I love this camera, I've been raving about it for 2 days, the sensor sucks in low light conditions, which means it's even going to suck more in infrared. And every single infrared image or video I've seen taken with a converted Nikon camera with these super zoom bridge cameras sucks. And it's just the way it is. You got to upgrade. You got to go with the expensive gear to get really good infrared footage. And so for that, I've got my Sony setup.
What's the highest you've gone taking a picture with that? You go to the top of a mountain and take an infrared shot?
Yeah, best I've done is 1,000 feet elevation. And that's about the highest I got around here, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm interested in that. You were mentioning the gray. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
But you were mentioning the gray and the scattering of light right where that vanishing point is. I would love to see the difference of where that vanishing point, like what it's doing to the surface, like depending on your altitude. I would really love to see the difference in those 2 images. Yeah, man, you could do some sick stuff. I hear you.
I can. No, I just need the time. And, I got this work from home job like 8 months ago so that I would have the free time, which was basically promised during the whole onboarding process. And then I get in, and holy crap, man, it's been a shit show of like internal audits, and I'm having to fix stuff. They hired me to fix things, but they didn't know that an audit was coming, so they basically brought me on board to deal with what's turned out to be the aftermath of an audit. And so I went from being their pre-audit insurance to being their post-audit fix-it guy, and now I'm just like, oh man, this is nuts. I work in finance and deal with financial math. Just a heads up.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I actually am going to have to take a short break from Discord right now, but I hope to catch up with you. I need to talk to a Glober about refraction. Fucking, I know
plenty
you
of
get
those.
it. I'm not. Yeah.
Dude, that's like dragging a sausage through a junkyard, man. You're going to get all the junkyard dogs after you. So go do that in like a Debate Flat Earth and More, one of these other Discord servers. Go drag that refraction sausage through the junkyard. You're going to get your ankles nipped.
Well, like, you know, this argument has to get put to bed. Because you got these guys, Jesse Gordon, they never really shoe bill. These guys don't concede.
No, they don't.
But,
I've talked to Jesse in DMs for years. Listen, I'm going to break with what most people say about Jesse. I kind of like him as a person. I actually deal with him on other issues far outside of FE as a human being, and he's genuine. He's completely bought into the globe, but he's not. I don't think he's malicious in the least bit. I would definitely give him some space there. He's committed to the globe. He's not going to come to Flat Earth. No matter what you do, don't try to convert him. But I will put out a nice thing for him and say, look, yeah, Jesse Gordon is a really nice, compassionate, and in many ways a wise individual. I outside of Flat Earth, I would trust him to. I would trust that man with things, like to mow my lawn, to fix my car, clean my house.
I want to emphasize this point one more time before I really gotta go. The distance.
Kind of like Griff at the end of Back to the Future, waxing the car, man. That's Jesse to me. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh yeah. The distance changes the vertical angle. Like the further you get from your target, the lower it appears on a ball. So they say that, like, over distance, this thing is dropping, but it's not. Like it's actually being refracted up because you have a compounding variable. Like, what do they call it? Like there's more and more refraction over distance. So at the same time I need more drop, you get more refraction. That's fucking cheating. You got like scientific cheat codes.
Right. So it's not that there is any 7/6R, any standard refraction that can be applied here. They need to apply a changing gradient of refraction to explain the flatness over a globe. Because the refraction angle, the arc angle, is going to have to change from where the surface is closest to your eye to where it's furthest from your eye. That's a different arc, which means it has a different gradient. It has to have a different gradient. Different physical composition of the atmosphere has to exist in the far field as it does in the front field, thus altering the path of light accordingly. Conspiring to create a flat Earth, which means if you got an observer like a mile behind you, are those conditions such that his views of the Earth is going to look flat too? Well, then that means that the light is being modified by the air somewhere in between you and him to produce the same flat image, which means the light is taking a different path between you and him to produce that image, which is even more absurd. Because we're not just talking about one source of light, we're talking about trillions and trillions of rays. You call them rays. Okay, I know they're abstract, but trillions of incidents of photons and arrivals of photons, their paths are going to have to alter somewhere between you and the next guy if the next guy also sees a flat Earth on a globe. And I just don't see that happening either. Like, the absurdity is far beyond anything that they're thinking about, which is why we exist. We are the foil to the globe paradigm.
Yeah, if Earth were a globe, it wouldn't be presenting itself as anything besides that. So hence there being people that don't believe in a globe. You know, if Earth
Yeah.
were a globe, I doubt there would there's no grass is blue people out there. There's no one. There's
Right.
no coalition of grass is blue people.
That's a funny thought.
If their observations match their calculations, you wouldn't have this shit going on. If there was a
Yeah,
measurement of
exactly.
Earth curve, this wouldn't be going on. It's just
Yeah, the
sad.
fact that we exist. Yep.
The globe would have been substantiated thousands of years ago, not with sticks and shadows and angles to stars and positions on the Earth
That's
that
the dumbest
people have
thing.
never been. These people are talking about the angle to the star is going to be like this in this region of the world that I've never been in and confirmed. If they
That's
had
another
those
thing. Like,
observations, you wouldn't have flat Earth. But because they don't, it's like, damn,
yeah,
bro, you
how
guys
true is
don't
the
have
nautical?
what
How
verifies the globe.
So yeah, they've had this nautical almanac, which has been like a living, breathing, working document for hundreds of years, where people just add to it based off of their stellar observations and locations. And I think you brought a good point here that plays into this. Like, how accurate is it? When you pull up like that Arcturus is at this declination and right ascension on this particular day and time, how has anybody actually proven that by going there and looking straight up at Arcturus at whatever location that is at that particular point in time, to confirm that it is
Yo,
directly overhead their GP? And have they measured a distance to another point of reference to make sure that the 69-1 rule has been completely ruled in? And the answer is no. Nobody has done either. Nobody's been to the ground position of fucking Polaris, for crying out loud, which is the center of this whole fucking argument.
there's
Nobody
a
has
there,
ever
yeah.
measured Polaris directly overhead, taken a picture of it, measured it with a plumb line. Nobody's done this and demonstrated it for anybody, which means we don't even have a radius on a so-called flat Earth AE map going out to the equatorial circle. Nobody's got that measured distance at all. Nobody's got
That's
any
true.
distance. Nobody's even got a GP to Polaris to begin fucking with. So even when you hear flat earthers talking about a GP to Polaris, well, guess what? You don't even have that fucking accomplished. Flat or globe. Nobody's ever been to the GP of Polaris. That's a huge
This is
controversy.
hearsay. This is
Yeah,
hearsay, but dude named Protohad, he does cell nav in the south, like he
I
lives
know
in
who
New
he is.
Zealand or
Yeah,
something.
yeah. I talked.
So, dude, you
I
know
haven't
what he
talked to him
told
in
me? He
years.
told me he was using the Southern Cross, and that one of the stars in that constellation, he said, was displaced 7 degrees. And he was trying to get an
Wow.
angle to it. He was referencing the almanac. Yeah, 7 degrees. That's like you're putting yourself hundreds of miles off of your
Yeah,
target.
for sure.
Like you're
Yeah,
talking about
motherfucker.
accurately representing the surface.
How accurate's
No,
your
they
nautical
don't. They
almanac?
actually don't have that.
They
Yeah,
don't.
dude, I did a little research into the nautical almanac. They take their observations of the southern stars, like the ones that are like really fixed over the South Pole, quote unquote. They take those angles to stars when they're like really close to the horizon. So they're like nowhere near the Arctic Circle, saying like, "Oh yeah, that's definitely where the ground position is because I see the star right there. Now I know the
Yeah,
ground position for the star at your zenith."
that's good.
It's like, dude, you're fucking looking at that shit when it's like on the horizon, like 10 degrees above the horizon. You're making those calls. That's fucking
Right.
crazy. That's the whole nautical almanac. These Greenwich observatories in like South Africa and South America. They're talking about, oh yeah, it's the Southern Cross is at 15 degrees, so the geographical position is 2,000 miles away. Like, bitch, what the? Yeah, okay, thanks. Yeah.
You know, that brings another point, right? Like this idea that if flat Earth elevation angle measurements are enough to prove the surface is not true, because you have to have a measured distance across the surface, which we're still waiting for. You've got an angle measurement, but you don't have any distance. And because you also don't have a height to the star, you also don't have a distance. You need to actually get out there and fucking measure the distance, folks. Because what you're going to have to do to determine the topology of Earth, for one example, is to measure the distance between 3 points of interest to ensure it's not spherical. And nobody's done that. Nobody's measured a distance to the GP of Polaris. Nobody's measured a distance even to the GP of any of the Southern Cross stars. Like if you look at, so the tip of the Southern Cross, if you picture like the Jesus cross, okay, you got like the top of the cross, the bottom, and and the horizontal line across it, okay? That top of that Jesus cross rotates around a southern point in the sky along with the cross itself at a latitude that is basically commensurate with the Big Dipper. So, like, the tip of the Southern Cross is somewhere around like 24 degrees from the southernmost point in the sky. So, what you're having is basically an analog to the Big Dipper rotating around. And if you look at a map of the Earth, basically off of what we know, the entire southern latitude region is dominated by ocean, by wide open freaking oceans and magnetic declinating field lines that change every which way every couple hundred miles. So you got some navigational issues potentially because shit just seems to break down the further south you get. And getting verifiable ground positions of stars at their prescribed points in time in the Nautical Almanac is going to be a challenge. There's an open field of work to be done in this area, but people don't want to do it because they think their technology is so good that they don't have to. But it'd be great if somebody actually did, and I'm sure if they did, based off of what little information we know, like the story you just shared, we're going to run into some discrepancies. Absolutely. But here's a challenging thought for flat earthers out there. I am going to be a devil's advocate for the globe for a second and bring up observations that our southern latitude friends, flat or globe, can observe. Okay? And this is this. We've got observations from southern Tasmania. That's the island just south of Australia, part of Australia, in Hobart. Looking south. And how do they know they're looking south? They know they're looking south because the sun rises exactly to their left during an equinox and rises to and sets to the right because Polaris, for example, if they were to continue their travel, would be somewhere behind them. So they're looking towards the south, towards a region of conceptually apparent rotation in the sky. Okay? And that point is Sigma Octantis. Well, somewhere offset of there is going to be the Southern Cross, kind of like the Big Dipper rotates around Polaris in the north. You got the Southern Cross. People in the south on our team and on the other team have observed the Southern Cross upside down, where the tip of the cross is closer to the horizon. And during that particular point in time, that tip of the Southern Cross, a star called Ga Crux, is right above an observer's head in Chile, southern Chile. So you got an observer from Tasmania looking south, looking beyond the position of Sigma Octantis, wherever that is, gazing their eyes downward along the Southern Cross's meridional constellation to the tip of the cross, Ga Crux, which a simultaneous observer in Chile can see directly above their head. Are we talking flat Earth baselines connecting Hobart to Chile? Is there a flat Earth elevation angle with a distance that connects a straight baseline from one observer to the other in this case?
This is very interesting, but I don't know the geographical positions of the stars. I don't know if one of the tips of the Southern Cross is supposed to be over Chile. Like, I actually couldn't tell you right now, but it sounds
I know. If you open the Nautical Almanac and do the Nautical Almanac going back 200 years plus, you're going to find that this is consistently portrayed as such. So what does that mean? I think it's a great question to be internally critical of our position and to challenge conventional views with. I'm going to post it, okay? I'm going to post a simulated view. Hang tight. Okay, This is from Stellarium. Stellarium, okay, I'm getting this from Stellarium, but I'm also getting this observation from a real person on our side, a flat earther, who has made this exact observation and confirmed it.
They do say the bottom of the ball is like flattened at the poles. It's oblate near the equator and flat at the pole.
What ball though, right? Let me go find it here.
I guess
Scrolling,
I'm
I've got
insisting
this
that
shit
there
saved
might
but not
be.
filed.
I guess I'm insisting that there could be some like what would you call it? Post hoc explanation for these angles being along a flat baseline, like I heard you say. Like they may say,
Yeah,
like,
they
"Oh, it's
got
all
plenty of
flat
post
over
hoc explanations for that.
there."
Plenty. There's no loss of explanations. Kind of like, if you date a chick and catch her cheating, there's no loss of explanations. You catch your chick cheating on you, she's got explanations for days. She will out-explain you. So how do you deal with that? Well, you gotta have a way to verify. All right, I'm still scrolling through this shit trying to find. I know where it is. It's in this directory, and all the thumbnails are taking forever to freaking load, and that's what I'm stuck with. And I have to go find the right file here through all the loading thumbnails. I need to take this file and elevate it to a location where it's not going to be subject to all of this caching of. Oh, for crying out loud! This sucks. I'm like reaching a crescendo. I got. Here it is. Here it is. Boom. Okay, got it. Send. Loading. Bam. There it is. 8 minutes past the hour. You guys see that? This comports with a real observation that was done with actual stars by an actual flat earther in Tasmania. Okay, you got Sigma Octantis, which is the apparent point of southern rotation of the stars. You got the Southern Cross, which I colored in green, pointing downward because that thing rotates around like a clock. That thing rotates around Sigma Octantis like a clock, just like the Big Dipper does around Polaris. All right. So if Sigma Octantis represents 90 degrees south latitude, and I can go past that and get to 60 degrees south latitude, what does that mean for the topology of our reality of Earth? It's interesting. Am I actually going in a straight line, or is it curving? Is my baseline of this elevation angle actually curving laterally to the left and to the right? Or is it curving down around a globe? Honk, honk, honk.
Oh wait, okay. So this actually, I might be incorrect. The Southern Cross is supposed to be higher in the sky when you're in Tasmania, right?
No, it rotates around Sigma Octantis throughout the year. Throughout the night, but also throughout the year.
But when a star is at your zenith, that's when you can get its geographical position, even
You
though
can
it's
get its
moving.
you can get its GP at any elevation. You just have to have the time, so you can look up when it is.
Are you
over
saying
that
that the
position.
Southern Cross should be above Sigma Octantis?
No.
Okay,
You know
sorry.
how if
Yeah,
you
no,
look at okay,
I might have got this wrong.
you got to understand Sigma Octantis like a mirror of Polaris. Okay, so if you're at Polaris, okay, you're going to have a prime meridian extending out from Polaris. That prime meridian denotes a fixed point in time, and it's going to be sweeping around like a clock. Okay, it's going to be moving east. The stars are going to be moving east of the prime meridian towards the west. So you can have the prime meridian fixed, in which case it's time updates, or you have a meridian that's going to be fixed, in which case it rotates with respect to a fixed location. Now what's happening is Southern Cross is moving east to west of the prime meridian with respect to Sigma Octantis, because southern latitude or longitudinal meridians converge at Sigma Octantis conceptually in the sky. Okay, and they will rotate around Sigma Octantis east to west, which means that cross in green will start to rotate around Sigma Octantis throughout the course of a night, claiming to be roughly on average 15 degrees per hour with respect to itself, not with respect to the observer. So, which way is east in this image? Well, east is to the left of this image that I posted, 2008, because we're looking south. West is to the right. which means Sigma Octantis is moving from the east towards the west. It's rising in the east and setting towards the west. So this means it's going in what direction? Clockwise. So that Southern Cross is going to be twisting around, revolving around Sigma Octantis throughout the course of the night. And what you see here is the GA Crux, which is the tip of the Southern Cross constellation. That thing is going to be making the biggest circle around. Boom. So,
Oh my God, literally, like I put myself in the globe shoes like all the time. And like the only answer I can imagine the globe even trying to say is that that person didn't, like, that's not Sigma Octantis, that's being pointed at. If that's not the case, which I think that's just something stupid, like there is no actual refutation. Like, you should not have the Southern Cross be like that high in the sky if you're in Tasmania. If you're talking, because eventually it's gonna. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, the degree that the Southern Cross is close to the horizon from Sigma Octantis is the same degree on the same night that the Southern Cross will be above Sigma Octantis.
And Sigma Octantis is rotating around the Southern Cross. They act like it's so close.
No, Sigma Octantis
like,
stays stationary. The Southern Cross rotates around Sigma Octantis.
That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
okay, good.
But no, like I'm trying to show you that I'm catching up with you.
Yeah.
That, you know,
you got it.
how much the 15 degrees per hour that the Southern Cross would be subject to as it rotates around Sigma Octantis. You're saying that like his position in Tasmania, like most people when they're navigating in the south, you could treat it almost like, I forget what is it, Arcturus? You said Arcturus. Is that one of the stars in the Southern Cross?
Dude, no, I was just pulling out names of stars earlier. And as far as I know, the Southern Cross
people
names
mention
like
this
BA Crux and AB Crux and this Crux and that Crux, like they all end in Crux. Latin for star. One
of the stars is one of the most used. It's like, you know, you could use the other ones, but one of them is like better because it's closer to Sigma Octantis. And they say that like the amount that it moves throughout the night is like, you know, inconsequential. Because if you're just going to use it to get a bearing and eventually like, you know, just navigate with it. Man, you know, there's so many issues here that I'm trying to squeeze into like 30 seconds.
Yeah, so here's maybe a simple way to put it. Okay, take my image and say, let's apply the elevation angle rule to stars, where if you go in that direction, the star will be directly overhead at some point. I'm going to conceptually be able to go in the direction of Sigma Octantis that I have circled in green. As I go in that direction, that green circle is going to start raising up overhead until it's directly up above my head. In which case, I would say that on a globe map, I'm at 90 degrees south. Well, guess what's also rising? If I could freeze it in time, GA Crux, the tip of the Southern Cross, that's also raising up if that's frozen in time in my field of view. Not as high, but if I continue going in that direction, I am eventually going to be underneath that star at that particular point in time. According to the Nautical Almanac, if I'm at Hobart, Tasmania, right now looking south, then a simultaneous observer in Chile can look above their head and see the Southern Cross directly above. Which means when they look at Sigma Octantis, they know that I can see it from Tasmania. Now, the question is do you have an elevation angle in a straight line distance to the tip of the Southern Cross there? If you do, that invites some very interesting ideas geometrically about our reality. Are we going in a straight line to reach that GP or are we not? There are no other options. Now the Globers say we got this locked down. The Globers say, yeah, it's like Pac-Man Earth in any direction you go. Right? Because what if we were to play Sigma Octantis with Polaris and the Southern Cross in this image with the Big Dipper? I would say, okay, yeah, I'm looking at something that's like, I don't know, 45 degrees north latitude. See Sigma Octantis? That's 45 degrees south latitude. Right? And maybe at about 22.5 degrees, I see a star from the Big Dipper. Well, in this case, I see a star from the Southern Cross underneath Polaris, underneath Sigma Octantis. I know if I go in that direction long enough, that star is going to lift itself directly overhead, and I will be there at that particular point in time. Is there a straight line distance at this particular point in time between Hobart and Chile on a flat Earth that will eventually pass directly underneath the ground position of Sigma Octantis? And if so, what does that mean for the topology of our reality? Critical question. If you become a glober after this, I'm not going to blame you. It's a good question.
Hey, I'm with you now. All right, thank you for laying that out. I needed that part of it all. Okay. Yeah, can you head due south or from either location and make a straight line trip using that star? Yep. That would give, and what would be the relationship, right? Over that distance, what would happen to the angle? Because what's already being indicated between those two observations, and that's stellarium, right? Is that stellarium he was using in Tasmania?
Yeah,
they're done.
Yeah, this is
I mean, if we could actually make that trip, dude, the globe would be over if you could just make that trip. Are they going to let you make that trip? You know, get ProtoHad and say, yo, start right there in Tasmania, and go to fucking Chile and see what happens to the angle to the star. Very simple.
Well, you're gonna have to measure. You have to measure the distance that you take to see if you're curving or not. And one way to do that's with a gyroscope.
Yeah, dude, a mechanical gyro compass. So you could get a bearing on geographic south, not this fucking star. You know what's actually going on.
Yeah.
Dude, fuck these Globers that don't even act like they need to do this. They say, we're not trying to prove shit to flat earthers. Dude, you guys are bitches. You're actually scared of what this might show.
Yeah. These motherfuckers, yeah, they need to do this shit. You got it.
Mechanical gyro compass from Tasmania to Chile. So simple, dude.
You know,
I've been saying this for a minute too. Like, technically, I've been like in a different way.
You know, and bro, listen, you're not going to have these kinds of conversations anywhere else in flat Earth. It's only in 24/7. You're going to find people like me and others that will entertain this shit. This is some real shit. Nobody talks about this in either cosmology. Nobody talks about this with Nathan Oakley's crew. Many people run away from this conversation, but I embrace it, and I throw the gauntlet down and say, here's the problems with it as I see it, and let's go to the mat. I'll challenge you, Globers, right on this point. Show me a straight line, or a great circle distance in reality, connecting Hobart, Tasmania with southern Chile to make this observation a globe. Do it. If you can do that, I might become a Glober. Guess what? You got homework
and
to
show
do.
the 1 degree per 60 nautical mile linear relationship declination of the stars, all the stars, not just some of them because you're lining it up with zenith. Dude, these guys are going to see this observation and say, well, look, I was able to calculate the position with this star that was at my zenith. Like, bro, what are the rest of the stars doing? They should all have that 1 degree per 60 nautical mile relationship. And you're going to be I only got to look at this one when it's at this angle, and that's going to confirm it. That's what they do. That's what's fucked up, bro. Fuck these Glovers, dude.
Yeah, can I blow your mind a little bit, maybe? I don't know if you thought about this, but what if I were to tell you that the 69-to-1 rule describes a rotation? One degree of horizontal reference plane rotation for every 69 degrees traveled. A rotation that should show up in gyroscopic measurements.
Yeah, definitely just wedged some new idea in my head right there. I mean, yeah, the sky. Yeah, you know what I want to say.
Rotation.
That's
It's
good.
rotation.
Yeah, that's
It's
good.
all rotation. Everybody talks about drop over distance. That's half of it. The other half is the rotation vector that's missing. Because you can have drop over distance without the rotation, right? I could take something that's horizontally fixed in free space, and I can move it around a ball, and it's still going to stay level. Like I could take a bubble level and move it in circles around a center point. There's more complex motion than that happening with the globe. You have not only a level that is maintaining horizontal and rotating around a fixed point in space to denote orbit or circumnavigation around a globe, but you have to include a rotational vector. And the rotation has to be locked with the distance that's traveled in a circle, such that it's like tidally locked, like what they say the moon is. Measuring that rotation, I think, is supposed to be much easier than drop over distance. And nobody's done that either. Because you don't need to go any distance, really. Like, you don't need to measure your distance if you're going to commit your energy to measuring the rotation. So let's commit all of our efforts to measuring the rotation of the Earth. Distance, we're going to allow a lot of slippage. I just want evidence that, like, airplanes, when they travel from Germany to Brazil or something, are measuring like a 90-degree rotation from their horizontal reference frame from Germany by the time they arrive to Brazil. I want to see satellites showing us the rotational vector of data, where low Earth satellites are supposedly orbiting the Earth every 90 minutes. It means they're doing somersaults, that they're rotating within a fixed frame of reference locally. It means they're doing a rotation every 90 minutes too. They're completing 360 degrees every 90 minutes. I want to see that rotational vector. Long haul truckers who go from California to fucking New York and shit, carrying cargo, carrying freight. I want to see their navigation systems measuring a rotation around a ball as well. I want to see airplanes measure rotation around. I want to see ships going from India to fucking Sydney measure rotation around a curve as they go. But nobody's able to do it. But everybody thinks the technology's so good that they can. Everybody thinks we've got space age fucking technology that's flawless. Show me then the fucking rotation from, I don't know, Bangkok, Thailand to Adelaide, Australia, from New York to Los Angeles, from Paris to freaking Riyadh. You know, I want to see a rotational vector measured on a gyroscope. Nobody can do it. Nobody ever has. Potentially easier than measuring the distance between Paris and Riyadh or New York and LA. Potentially a lot easier to measure the rotation than the actual distance. So let's go load up some freaking gyroscopes and start measuring rotational vectors.
Gyroscopes should be picking up like all kinds of shit that they don't.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you got a rotating core inside the Earth that's giving off like a magnetic field, and you got a rotating ball that's wobbling and changing angle throughout the year. So you have like, there's so many different things that the gyroscope should be doing, and it literally will just fucking sit there and do fucking nothing.
Yeah,
like that's
right.
like it's insanity. It's insanity
Right.
to think that like a gyroscope sitting free, able to freely be subject to any force, and nothing is causing it to move. And you're gonna say you're flying in like 10 different directions at like speeds that you can't even fucking make on Earth. That's
Dude,
fucking nuts.
I talked to Glober a few weeks ago who told me the reason why the gyroscope doesn't update its, or why the gyroscope does update its horizontal reference frame with respect to a curving Earth is because of relativity.
What? That doesn't even make sense, dude. That's
Yeah.
retarded.
Yeah, the space-time itself, man, fucked your horizontal frame of reference up and ended up tilting it when it should have been tilted. Yep. Dude, this is where they are. This is 2026, right? Some of the most self-proclaimed brilliant minds in this field are telling me that relativity basically like Lorentz contraction bullshit from Einstein. Is why the Michelson-Morley test actually measured the Earth moving when it didn't.
It's because
This is
these
where we are.
astronomical cosmic rotations, they
Yeah.
call it linear momentum. They're so fucking like dense. They're so fucking off course with their model that they call these like huge elliptic orbits at like millions of miles per hour. They call that linear velocity, and you're conserving linear momentum to make it appear stationary. That is so fucking like it's the most absurd thing you could propose in a model.
Yep.
It really is.
Dude, you ever
You're
talk to
moving with
Lou?
different angular momentums, and you're not able to measure any of them.
You remind
Like
me
over
of
the course of a year, Earth
7 times
rotation
a
should
year.
be going in a different direction. Earth is wobbling, and like aphelion and perihelion, you're literally going in different directions in orbit. And Earth rotation and a gyroscope doesn't pick up the change in velocity ever. That's fucking insane. What are
They'll
you
be like,
talking
yeah,
about?
we're going in all these directions, but the vectors cancel out most of the way, and so you're left with nothing.
Yeah, it's
So you
like
can't
driving
see
in a
it.
car down the road, going straight in a car. They say, yeah, in a car, it's like you're driving straight down the road. How funny. How funny and stupid does that sound when you go to defend that you're flying around on a ball? Pretend you're in a car driving straight. Like, that's not the same thing. It's like, you know what it's like inside your house? Like, go outside. It's like being inside. Like, are you fucking nuts? Like, are you actually like losing your mind? That's what it is.
Yeah, I'm afraid they have. They've lost it. The more you defend the globe and don't double down on honesty, but double down on your delusion, the more insane you'll become. Without a doubt. You know, and people are not built for this. People aren't built for constant incessant deception and lying to themselves or to anyone else. We're just not built
I
that
think
way.
they have a problem with scale. You know, it's kind of like I imagine it's like for dogs, like how they like dog toys, like small things that make their world feel small. You know, they don't like the idea of like such a large amount of deception. That is it's just hard for them to wrap their head around. So they just suck their thumb and pretend they're in a bubble.
Yeah, so here we are, man. Everybody thinks everybody thinks that there's aliens and UAPs and ultra terrestrials and lights in the sky and overlords that may be coming to fuck us or visit us and help us. Who knows? Everybody thinks we live in this cosmic universe of a neighborhood with different kinds of aliens and spaceships and all this other shit.
Yeah, but ain't that universe even flat, what they say?
Yeah, they do say it's flat. Yes, they do. Topologically flat. Cartesian flat. Yeah, they say that.
Yeah, but that Cartesian plane I placed in the live stream chat that is based on a radian angle going out with an equal radius and an equal arc. When you place our world with the 60 degree radius in that, then you really have the rest of that is your universe plane.
Yeah, let's talk about at rest. Like the definition of something being at rest in the mechanics, the Newtonian everything that we rely on, that we use. Something being at rest meaning stationary. You can have the appearance of something being stationary if you conserve linear momentum within that reference frame. You know, everything relative to you, it'll appear like you're stationary, like being inside of a car. Okay? Now pretend you're on a merry-go-round where you're conserving angular momentum, right? Everything around you appear like you don't have anything appearing to be at rest. Everything has a tangential velocity. Like if you throw a ball in the air, it's not like being in a car. On a merry-go-round, the ball's going to move away from you in a curved path because of it's a fictitious force. It's Coriolis. You're rotating. It's going to look like the ball is rotating, even though it's taking a straight path. So that's what happens in your reference frame when you're on a rotating platform. And they're like, oh, if you're on Earth, it's as if you're in a car. Like, what the what? Like, do you not know your own? Like, it's crazy. Like, you got to know that that's crazy. You know, it's absolutely insane to suggest that that's happening. So,
Yeah, but that's the
not
same with the
moving. Yeah.
Sagitta sac behind their butt while you're measuring an angle in front of you. What does that Sagitta that is hanging on your butt has to do with an angle you're measuring?
Well, the Sagitta depends where you are. Are you measuring a chord through an arc length of the Earth? Well, you need an arc length of the Earth to be able to compare it to. And if you don't have that, then you're not comparing anything except your imagination.
Yeah, but when you have a set raster where you have all those 180-degree lines going to a center point and all the distances are equal in between that, then you're measuring against all the straight lines that are ending up within that center point and all the lines in between because they all go through that. So when you're taking an angle standing on that line, looking at the other side of the circle you're looking at, because you're only looking at 180, then
Yeah.
fuck, now I lost it.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
but arc
so
lengths are not straight, right? Arc lengths are not straight.
No, arc lengths aren't straight, but that meridian line is straight because that is a straight
No,
line through its
meridians are
center
not
point.
straight either. Meridians are not straight on a globe.
Yeah, on the globe not, but on a flat Earth model they are straight
No, they're
lines.
not. There's no flat Earth meridian that's straight. The meridian is absolutely curved in globe space. There is no flat Earth meridian.
Well, when you divide a circle in two equal halves, that is your meridian.
Yeah, well, circles are flat, but the globe is not. So we're not talking about flat Earth meridians. We're talking about globe, right? We're talking about what's globe, right? Latitude and longitude.
Yeah, but when you're measuring even from that line away, you're measuring arcs away from a straight line. You're not measuring a straight line.
Well, yeah, I know. Arcs are considered not straight, right?
But you're measuring that arc to a flat baseline because that is how you know, because you have that 90 degree line you're standing on and you have that 90-degree angle. So you're dropping those arms of that protractor till you come to that 180 line, and how much you turned in that arc, that is giving you the angle.
Yeah, but nobody's actually measured that distance, right? That you have to travel to change your angle of view.
Yeah, but it's not a measured distance. That's what I'm telling you. It's just one piece of 360 pieces, 360 equal pieces divided on a line.
Well, if they measure 69 miles per degree of elevation change in every direction, everywhere, then they've created a globe.
Yeah, but I'm not measuring an angle to a star. I'm measuring the angle in between degrees.
Let me try to. I'm not going to try to say I'm steelmanning you right now. I just want to see if I'm on any correct track of what you're saying, because I actually don't know what you're trying to say.
I'm definitely lost myself. If you got this
yeah,
figured out, man,
I want to
please
say
do.
this. So the azimuthal plane is a circle, right? And the celestial sphere in your cone of vision, like you're technically looking at a circle, right? You could cut that circle in half with the horizon, right? And you could cut that circle in half. You could cut your azimuth plane circle in half because there's 180 degrees in front of you and 180 degrees behind you. So you got two half circles, right? Technically, that's creating and those ray lines heading to the center point, which is basically your observer position. Every single angle that you take to a star is going to be subject to the same distance. All points on that circle are the same distance from your center point for both circles, right? So things on the edge of the circle of your conical vision and things on the edge of your circle of your azimuthal plane are all equidistant. That's what I think I'm hearing.
On a globe.
Yes. No,
on a
on a
globe?
flat circle.
On a flat circle? No, I'm
Yep.
afraid not.
Yes, when you use a unit length of the same length, where you go out on the axis, but you also go that same length out in from center point outwards, then you get a unit radian angle of 111. But the lengths of all those sides is 57.29 because that is coming from a division of a 360 whole piece cut into 360 equal pieces of 1.
Okay, so what?
It is a grid that you can use to measure your distances, your angles
No,
below it,
you can't.
above
You
it, to
actually
the
can't.
right and to
Because
the left.
if you use this schema, you're going to get a globe, which is not measured but calculated.
You can
Right, I'd say the same thing.
Yeah, Chris, you're wrong. Chris,
Your
I love your
fixed
work. Chris,
spherical.
you're so good. You're so good at hanging with it, Chris, but you're wrong. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but the distance, I'm telling you, is just giving you a length for the line you're working with. So how the else everything is moving around that line doesn't really matter because you're adapting it to that baseline plane. All your angles are to that baseline plane. And that is equal all over. So you can make a map
But
of
you
that.
haven't determined that it's equal all over.
Like if the azimuth angle to a star
Yeah.
is like all the way to the left,
Yeah.
like let's say it's at 0, then you got another star and its azimuth angle is like, let's say it's like 120. Right?
Yeah,
That angle that
exactly.
you're okay, yeah.
Nope.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let me-
So shiny money. Nobody's measured those distances. Is the problem?
I just
Yeah, but
really
it's-
want to. Yeah.
when you it's the whole thing is based everything, even your 1 degree of latitude for 60 nautical miles on your meridian is a radian angle in a straight line
Yeah.
away from
Great.
center
Prove it.
point.
Prove 69 miles per degree. Prove it.
Yeah,
Nobody
but
has.
that's not what I'm telling you. I'm
Well, what if
telling
it's
you
70 miles? What if it's 72 miles per degree? What if it's also 50
That's
miles per
why-
degree in some places? Nobody knows.
That's why you use a meter to go over the land and not your
Yeah, use a
degrees to
meter,
the
regardless of
stars.
the. Yes, exactly. You fuck the stars and use a meter. Exactly.
Exactly, and that's what I'm doing with the grid. That this grid is without the stars. It's based on observer's height and how the sun and the stars move around us.
Oh, so how'd you measure those meters out?
Yeah, but you're using a 360 full circle. That means when you divide that 360 full circle by 2 pi, you're left with 1 radian, 1 unit of that 360, meaning 1 piece.
Yeah.
So
Why are
that
you using a
length, you
circle?
can use that is
Why are
your
you even using a
radii,
circle?
because it's geometry, because it's
Yeah,
when you're
okay, so
standing
you chose
on a spot, the little spot you take in that space, that ain't
You're
curving
choosing-
away. That is flat.
You're choosing to use a circle. Okay, you don't have to use a circle.
No, it's an XYZ axis basically. That's
so you
all
don't
it
have
is.
to use a circle. So that destroys your entire approach, doesn't it? You don't have to use a circle.
Yeah, but the circle is what gives you dimensions in space.
So Chris, I
without
love you,
any
Chris.
shape,
Back to the drawing
without
board,
any
Chris.
shape, you can't. No, but without it's not true because you're just not willing to see what equal distance
I'm
in
not
between
willing to
lines
accept
means.
without evidence, Chris. I'm not willing to accept without evidence. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm absolutely unwilling to
yeah,
accept without
but
evidence.
that's where we're here for. When you want to measure lines in the surface itself, you should use only straight lines, and deviations from that straight line to another straight line under a 90-degree angle, because in that angle everything is equal when you grow out with the same length on the radius as you
Yeah,
do outwards to the
conceptually,
arc.
but nobody's measured that in reality. Because what if it's asymmetrical and variable in reality, which nobody's been
The
able to substantiate?
reality is asymmetrical because the world ain't flat. We got mountains, we got valleys, we got depths, we got
Yeah, no
lows.
shit.
So that is why you need a baseline in between to even measure anything on your
So
world.
how do you measure the distance of your baseline?
You got a roll thing. You take a long area that is perfectly flat, and you start rolling your meter over the ground. It ain't that fucking hard.
No, it's not hard. So you got
I mean, you
69
could use a
miles.
geographic lens.
You got
and
69 miles of that in measuring 1 degree of elevation of a star. You got that, Chris?
Yeah, but you're still stuck on your star.
No, you
I'm
don't.
setting
No, you
out.
don't.
I'm
Chris,
setting
no. The
out
answer is
an exact.
no, Chris.
I'm
Chris,
setting.
the answer is
Yeah, but
no.
when
You
you're
don't have that, Chris. Chris, I muted you. The answer is no. You don't have that. Nobody does. Okay.
when you have a straight line somewhere and you want to look at the star, you yourself are making already a 90-degree angle to that star. So when you're on a position.
All right, I muted you again. How do you know it's a straight line, Chris? You're just assuming that you have a straight line. How do you know you have a straight line? You have to actually go out physically and measure it, Chris.
Yeah, why don't you set a point in the distance on the wall and start walking to it?
What? Oh my God. All right.
What's up, bro? What's up? What are you
That's how
doing,
you set
Flo?
out lines.
Hello.
what's up? Unrecognizable.
Hey, Chris, I got a question for you. 69 miles per 1 degree. Is that established?
I'm not talking about 69 miles for 1 degree. I'm talking about a unit length of a 360 total length, which is one piece of it, of the photo total 360. So it has
She's
nothing to do
absolutely
with your
right.
stars. Just
All
has to
right,
do
how do
with
you
the
get?
set out length, a
She's
vector
absolutely right.
line.
She's right. Absolutely right here.
All right, I can't even understand you, dude. Okay, so Chris, how do you get the length?
Don't we have meters you can roll out and see how long a distance is?
Yeah, did anyone do that for you?
No, but when you're using a 360, when you divide that by your 2 pi, which is your full turn
Yeah, what?
around in a
Hold
circle,
on, Chris. Why would
that
you?
is your
How come you're
distance
going?
you have to work with
Holy shit,
for your radius.
Chris, you're now like going beyond what you should go in order to make a reasonable conclusion. Okay, I asked you who measured the distance, and you don't know. Nobody knows. See, all the rest that comes after this is complete bullshit, Chris. Because you have an angle distance relationship that you're trying to suppose. I'm not going to allow anybody to claim just anything in order to make a point. You're going to have to defend the point or concede it. So if nobody measured these distances, then nobody has the angle relationships from the points of interest that they claim to be in.
That's what I'm telling you. Nobody measured that distance. It's a calculated distance from a circle. That's what it is, nothing more.
Yeah, so it's fictitious.
Then call geometry fictitious. Then call all the building we do in our world fictitious. Call everything fictitious. Yeah, because you need a shape to build.
It is, no, Chris, it's fictitious compared to reality. You can absolutely present this on paper in geometry. It doesn't mean it's true in reality.
Yeah, but that 360 is derived from the clock, how long it takes for the sun to turn around in our world in 24 hours. And that is 2 revolutions, in case you didn't notice.
That's that 15 degrees per hour, where the 1 degree per 60 nautical miles comes from changing the angle based on your position, not the rotation of the star.
Shiny money, this is what happens when flat earthers want 69 miles per degree. They want it so bad because they think that they're measuring angle distances to the firmament of stars over a flat earth underneath. And I'm here to tell you, if you think you get 69 to 1 rule on a flat topology compared to a curving surface in the sky, you're going to have a bad time. It's not going to work out the same.
Something I'd like to say, not exactly the same point. The celestial sphere dictates, like, if you're going to treat the sky as a sphere, all points along the sphere are equidistant from the center, then you put yourself at the center of the sphere. You have to treat every star as the same distance from you. That's actually like, you're imposing something into reality that you know is not there. Okay, this is the first initial presumption in celestial navigation. And here comes another one. Every time you change position, it's along the surface of a perfect sphere. So no matter where you move in 3D space, you are confined to the surface of a sphere. Whether you're walking up a mountain, down a mountain, that doesn't fucking matter. And that's not measured.
Radius. A sphere of infinite radius. No. That's what they say. So, such that the light is parallel, geometrically imposing itself onto a round Earth, which is how you get the degree of angular change of parallel light from infinitely far distances around an infinitely sized celestial sphere is a change in rotation, like I was talking about before. It goes back to rotation. Drop over distance for amateurs. Professionals talk about the rotation vector.
Yeah, that's celestial navigation, is pretending you're on a ball. That's what it is. I can pretend I'm on a ball in any scenario. It doesn't even have to be for Solnav. Just invoking spherical geometry doesn't mean you're on a sphere.
Right, and invoking the 69 to 1 rule works over short distances only.
That's another thing I wanted to talk about. That we were talking about how far away they're taking these angles to the Southern Cross. Your dude in Tasmania way closer than like most.
Yeah, you got a low elevation angle. You need a lot of distance measured, that's for sure. And if you don't have that measurement, then fuck you.
Yeah, what you said, that 1 degree per 60 nautical miles only works like once you start going beyond,
69 to 1 only works on a globe or on a very exotic sky ball on a flat Earth. Very exotic. Either way requires actual measurements. We already know, in reality, we cannot triangulate the distance to any celestial body, sun, moon, or stars. You can't triangulate a distance to them. And the conventional explanation is that the light's parallel from these surfaces, and the light is emanating from a very far distance. So in order to get the parallax you need, the Earth has to be curving underneath. That's how they resolve it. So what happens when we don't measure curvature? It means you have a situation where you still can't triangulate the height of these stars, sun, moon, whatever, and the Earth is flat. Yeah, pretty complicated shit. What's happening? Well, one thing we can conclude rather abruptly without further research is that the stars, sun, moon all appear, planets do, all appear observer-centric. if you go to a certain point on Earth, you're going to have a repeatable experience watching these things.
You're breaking up really bad, dude. You're breaking up really bad, bro.
I don't know why I'm like on Wi-Fi with full bars. Anywhere you go on Earth,
Oh, welcome back, Crizzle.
anywhere you go on Earth, you're going to have an observer-centric point of view of the heavens. So
I think Crizzle's onto something. You know, I see all the globe. This is what I see, right? The Glovers overreact to the point that Crizzle is alluding to. And I find that interesting. It's like all of a sudden they really care. Like all the Glovers that you would expect to care too much. It's like that same group of like globetards. They all give a fuck about the point that Crizzle's making, which is basically just saying that every position of the star you have to treat as the same distance, no matter where it appears. And I don't know, that kind of turns into an equation where you can get a distance. I think that's the point that Crizzle's making. I don't know. I could be wrong. But I think it's interesting that all the Glovers are fired up about it.
Yeah, but you guys think it destroys flat Earth. It only makes flat Earth stronger because we have a grid
can't
to
hear you,
measure the
Chris.
surface of. I got my mic open, so.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand that. You know, I'm honestly coming from a position where I don't know exactly how to put that into words.
You're lost.
I may be screwing up this. But I was just looking at the numbers that she was punching in and I accidentally hit percentage instead of division. But and why when I put in pi percentage of 6 and pi percentage of 9, I both end up with pi. And if I put in pi position of 3, I end up with everything after the decimal point except for the 3, like it's 0.1456. Is there something I'm missing there? Some kind of formula or thing I'm missing?
no, I think this person's confused about radians and degrees. This person, Chris,
I know,
comes
but
in all the time talking about like, well, but if you convert to radians, it's going to be this, and degrees that. Therefore, the Earth is flat. I'm like, no, dude, you're just converting from one coordinate reference system expressed in degrees to another expressed in radians. The distances and everything, all the relationships are preserved. You just put different numbers on them to express a different value, even though the value expresses the same physical and objective distance between them. Like, what's going on here? I think that person might be a little bit nuts, to be honest. And I really, next time they come in, I'm probably gonna go off on them. So we'll see. Trying to use like trigonometry, like we're talking like not even like advanced trig. We're not talking like linear programming with like linear algebra shit, but we're talking like 11th grade high school trig is what this person's coming in with, trying to debunk shit. And I don't know. I don't know if the person's crazy or if the person is like a troll and trying to make us look retarded. It's hard to say because you got people coming in who are legitimately crazy and have like these weird autistic hangups over numbers and constants and values, and then we get people that are maybe not that honest with us, not that forthright. They're here to make us look like retards and then come in and say stupid shit. So I'm on the fence about that individual. Because what they're saying, it really just hinges upon whether or not you're going to operate in radians or degrees. And I'm like, holy shit! Like, I feel like I'm in high school again. Like, 1992. Come on, fuck! Like, I learned about this shit already. Like, you're just converting one unit to another. Okay, you're going to express a unit circle in terms of pi instead of degrees. So you're going to use radians for your slices of angles instead of degrees of arc or something. So fine, okay. So freaking what? Convert to radians, you get the same results. And they're like, no, but you get different results. And I'm like, no, you don't. They're like, well, but you could if you. And I'm like, but you don't. But and they
Yeah, I
start
see what you're
craning all
saying.
over themselves.
What you're saying makes sense.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Yeah, there's more trivial things within
Well, Clowns, thank you.
cosmological paradigm.
If you get a flat Earth retard with 11th grade trigonometry skills, and you get all kinds of dangerous shit that you have to make sure that doesn't get out into the greater community because it makes you look like a fucking moron. So that's what we're trying to do. Head this off at the root.
That's what I wasn't talking about her stuff at all. I was just talking about, I was punching in the stuff like she put in pi divided by 6, for instance. And I was just punching in those things. And if you use degrees instead of radians, it's like pi, and I instead of divided by, accidentally hit percentage of 9, and it's pi. And pi percentage of 6 is pi. And pi percentage of 3 is 0.1415926, slightly off, but yeah, it's basically pi without the 3. Am I missing up something there because I'm in degrees versus radians?
Yeah, we didn't measure a ball, so they still need to insert ball. You insert ball. Well, how are you going to have a ball that's not moving? Okay, so let's find out if we're moving. Holy shit. If we were a ball in space, we'd be moving, and we can't measure any of the forces. No inertial forces registered in any measuring. That's crazy. So you don't measure a ball, and you don't measure any motion, and you're going to still say you're on a ball, and a ball would have to be moving. And you cannot measure any inertial forces from that supposed motion. So basically, it's just, you're a fucking retard. Like, if you really want to believe the globe, you're just fucking dumb. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you gotta know what you're dealing with, I guess.
Yeah, I understand. I'm not trying to argue any globe or flat point. I'm just talking about like the raw like calculation there. Like, why does it end up like that? Am I missing something?
No, definitely not. I mean, they're just messing with the base units. So they're going from base units of whole numbers of degrees to base units expressed in pi and fractions of pi. And they're trying to introduce ambiguity to make a point that actually doesn't mean anything in the end. It's more meaningless nonsense from who knows who this person is and what they represent, what their thought form is by the time they arrive here. So this person's going to come in and say, okay, pi divided by 2 is 90 degrees. And yeah, I get that. I understand the unit circle from trig. You take pi and divide by 2, and yeah, you get a right angle. The question is what are you actually doing arithmetically, right? Take pi time, which is 3.14, divided by 2, you get 1.57. So have them explain to you how 1.57 converts to 90 degrees. They'll be like, well, it's the totality of the sine of the cosine. It's going to be 100%. So therefore, it just is 90 degrees. Okay. So fucking what? Well, but if you take the degrees and the distance in Earth, and you got the calculations of the angles of stars, then So I don't think this person quite understands a couple things. Okay, first off is globe or flat. If you are operating strictly along what's called the longitude or meridional line, okay, so let's say that you, globe or flat, you're looking at Polaris. You could register a 69 mile per degree relationship on your way to Polaris over a flat Earth, as you would a globe Earth. There'd be no difference. Zero, none whatsoever. This might be the most intuitive way to explain it. So you look at Polaris, it's at an elevation angle, and you start going there. Okay, the globe Earth thinks their horizontal reference frame is rotating. The flat earther doesn't, but they end up at the same place at the same time, thinking the same thing, that the star ascends 1 degree for every 69 miles. Suppose that's true. Then it works flat or globe along the meridian. Flat or globe works the fucking same. Problem arises if you start to tilt yourself, or I should say angle yourself to the left or to the right, change your azimuthal heading, start going northwest, start going northeast. Well, now that rule doesn't seem to hold as much, and it starts to reveal the topology of the Earth if you're actually measuring angle and distance relationships. So, yeah, 69 miles per degree works only along meridians, flat or globe. But any deviation thereof, you're gonna have a bad time. You're gonna start getting into the brass tacks, start having to differentiate the two. And we've resolved that difference with our flat Earth laser measurements. So that's why I know it's not arcing, and why I know that relationship doesn't hold in all directions. It's not just about like the location on Earth of 69-1 mattering, which actually does matter too, but it's the direction you're heading that changes whether or not 69-1 holds. And being able to measure that distance for the displacement that you see in the sky. That has not been done. That has not been done to any a degree of error that anybody can present. If you don't have a degree of error, you don't have a measurement. So without anyone presenting a degree of error regarding the 69-1 rule, then you don't have a measurement of 69-1, which means you can't claim that as being universally true. And you know what? Flat earthers can, up to a point, agree with 69-1. Like I said, I mean, along meridians towards and away from Polaris, or maybe even towards and away from Sigma Octantis. Not that you're going to be exploring Antarctica anytime soon, but you're going to get that relationship along the meridians, 100%. Northwest, southeast, these diagonal directions are going to reveal the discrepancy. And that's what you Globers need to present as proof of the 69-1 rule holding firmly everywhere on Earth. And I'll accept within maybe 5%. Okay, let's say I do a confidence interval of 95%. We're going to do an alpha of 5% statistically. I would accept, and that's a pretty fat bus to drive through, especially in the realm of modern tech, where everybody thinks that we can pinpoint everyone's location and therefore distance from each other using GPS down to the fucking gnat's ass millimeter. Yeah, I'm going to fucking challenge that and say, okay, show that's true in every direction. 69-1, northwest to southeast. Let's go. Show me the measurements. Show me going a heading that runs along the northwest to southeast vector, or northeast and southwest vector. I don't care. Show me anything but a north-south meridian. Show me anything but an east-west latitude, and let's see what you got. Show me the globe. Show me that you've measured the freaking topology. You haven't. Nobody has. You've got a long way to go to do it, folks. NASA's been fucking around forever, not doing shit when they should be. Because they're telling you it's a globe as they launch rockets into space and kill people in space. It's a result of said rocket explosions by their claims. So they're killing people, sending people to space. Then why don't you show us your proof of a globe? I mean, it'd be kind of
the Earth is flat.
yeah, it'd be kind of shitty, right? If like everybody who died in space rocket explosions died thinking the Earth was a globe and it was flat the whole time. Yeah, she's gone. Oh my gosh. Flat earthers. I don't want to deal with flat earthers. You flat earthers, your standard of evidence is too high. Fuck that. I mean, this is we're in 2026. The second post-industrial revolution with the best technology that the world has ever seen. We're going to fuck you, flat earthers. Fuck your standard of evidence. You're still too high even for this. We're able to do freaking like quantum cryptography and measure shit with quantum based gyroscope technology. But fuck you, flat earthers, for having too high of a standard of evidence, asking for drop over distance measurement from the like northwest to southeast direction. Like totally serious. This is where we are. People simultaneously say that we are in a hyper advanced civilization with the best technology ever, and then say that flat earthers' standard is too high.
The globe standard is too low.
Sure is.
There's so many things that would qualify a globe: motion, curvature, this force at the center of a ball. And they don't have any of it. But it's still a ball. Yeah, but your ball doesn't act like how your ball would in your dumb made up model. Like literally reality doesn't match your ball. So what are you doing?
Good question.
You don't see curve. You don't feel movement. If you were on a ball, you'd be moving. There's no movement. There's no indication you're on a ball. There's no curve. So what the fuck are you doing? Why are there even globers? It's like the people that are globers on Discord, it's like they don't even know. There's only two ways to be a glober on Discord. Either you don't know anything about the globe, or you're just like working for the globe somehow. I don't know how that works.
Fuck yeah. All right. I'm gonna do a weighted vest walk around the neighborhood for the next 40 minutes with my Nikon just to have fun with it. We'll see what happens. I'm gonna be here.
Yeah, I didn't want to stop you on your train because I thought what you were saying was important, but I wasn't asking a question about any kind of measurement or map or even what Chris was saying necessarily. What I was saying was I wanted to just punch in like different values like she was punching in, like the one that she punched in, and instead of hitting where she hit? She hit pi divided by 6, right? That's how she got like the radian or whatever. I accidentally hit percentage. I was in the degrees, but hit pi percentage of 6 instead, and it gave me a different value. I was like, what did I do? And I realized, I hit percentage instead of divided by because they're right next to each other on my calculator here. And when I did pi percentage of 6, it gave me pi. And then when I did pi percentage of 9, it gave me pi. And then when I did pi percentage of 3, it gave me pi without the 3, just the 0.014. But the ending numbers were a little bit off. Is that some mathematical thing I'm doing? It has nothing to do about what she was saying.
No.
Just simply the equation that's popping out there. I was asking, is there something I'm missing there as far as just a rule, a degree or something?
No. Maybe, I don't know. I think I can offer maybe some context to help. I'm not sure exactly what your issue is, but it sounds to me like why are they using pi in the first place, right? Why is Chris, why do people come in here and when they get into trig talk about circles and then introduce pi of all things? Well, when you go into like trigonometry class and you learn about the unit circle is a construct. It's a teaching construct. okay, where they set the radius of 1 unit length of any arbitrary measurement, 1 foot, 1 mile, 1 millimeter, doesn't matter. R equals 1. When R equals 1, the circumference equals pi. So you have a ratio where the radius and the circumference, where it's 1 to 3.14 or 3.14 to 1. The circumference to the radius is that pi relationship. So if you imagine like a straight line cutting through a circle, and then you cut that line in half with a vertical angle, you've got 90 degrees angle now, and that's pi divided by 2. You cut the circle in half. Cut the arc in half. So when you divide it by 6, you're taking that same circumference and you're dividing it into 6. You can divide it into 2, divide it into 4, divide it into 6, divide it by 1/2. Divide it by 3. And different angles correspond to how you express these radians differently. So like 90 degrees is going to be pi divided by 2. And then 60 degrees is going to be pi divided by 3. 45 degrees is pi divided by 4. 30 degrees is pi divided by 6. It's like, well, why is it pi divided by 6 and 30 degrees? Well, how many 30 degrees go into 360 degrees? And again, we discussed that the circumference is going to be pi for a unit circle at the radius of 1. So these are the relationships. We're no longer talking about arc segments of distance around the circle. We're talking about slicing that circle into pizza slices, and we're not measuring the length of the crust of every slice. We're changing the relationship of how we describe the object. So now we're describing pizza slices instead of arc lengths. And this user, Chris, came in and tried to do a bait and switch by saying that there's some kind of discrepancy in flat Earth works if we, switch to radians instead of degrees or something. It's like complete fucking batshit bullshit nonsense. You're just changing how you understand the unit circle. So any point on that circumference of that circle can be defined in a coordinate system, x, comma, y. Okay, horizontal, comma, vertical. Cosine, horizontal, sine, vertical. Cosine theta, sine theta. You set the radius of 1, and what you're doing is, for teaching purposes, for the unit circle to be taught, you are eliminating the need to divide by the hypotenuse and radius and simplifying in analytical trigonometry for even going into calculus. So pi is not restricted to a radius of equaling 1. Even though they do that, it's just a constant ratio of the circumference to the diameter. Will also give you pi. It's just easier when this diameter is expressed as 2, which cut in half is 1, for sake of being able to discuss the slices of a circle, like slices of a pizza, relative to pi, which gives you radians. And radians is used a lot in like physics and stuff, but may not be used as much in geometry in an abstract way. It's just kind of weird. And it's because radians also describe embedded within radians are lengths of the radius, which you don't necessarily get when you're discussing arc lengths a degree. And so you get a little bit more information, I guess, when people switch to radians. And I really think that's all this person was doing, was taking degrees, refactoring them as radians, and then trying to say that there's a discrepancy between the two and flat Earth can somehow exist within that, which is absolutely bullshit. But I found the person to be borderline incoherent, so I could be wrong. I'm not sure what you heard.
Yeah, like I said earlier, if I'm making their point, but I would like to believe I'm tracking with something pertaining to the method. If there is an issue there, it might not be exactly what they're describing, but I do think that there is something to treating every single star as equidistant from the observer, no matter where you are. That brings in compounding issues, I would say, somehow.
Yeah.
Don't know
Well,
where
if you
they
do
lie. I'm
that,
not doing Stelnav to find out,
if we treat every star as equidistant and then have an observer subtending their angles, you're creating a sky ball. And that sky ball geometry can only be represented on the Earth consistently as a ground ball.
Yeah. You broke down very interesting topics. Lately, there are no Globers out there trying to contend with these arguments. They're all just like, just making fart noises now. So it's kind of pathetic.
Kind of crazy what this topic does to a man, depending on their ego and honesty.
Yeah, well, people don't I don't know, people forget what this is even all about. You're contriving distances, right? If the only way you're
Yeah.
contriving the distance is from the angle to a star, okay, well, how do you know you actually traveled that if you're not cross examining it with any true first order measurements? Triangulating stars is a calculation. It's really, you're just pretending you're on a ball, pretending you're getting an arc length distance. So if you wanted to actually do a real measurement, you would measure the distance along the ground. Nobody fucking does that. These Globers, they're like, yo, fuck actually taking measurements. Let's just keep considering the angles to stars gives us all this perfect values. When they don't. When they actually, in their model, it explains, it instructs the people trying to take angles, it instructs them to not treat it as actual distances. So then in come Globers that think that it does, and it's like, dude, you don't even know what it actually says. You got the model wrong. Globers come in, oh, well, what, I look west. I look west and I I look west, I see the star. The stars are rotating, so it's a ball, right?
Here's another thing, right? So they say the celestial sphere treats the stars as having infinite distance. So what's the drop over distance formula for a sphere that has an infinite surface area? It's going to be flat.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, it's a worldview that is laden with paradoxes, contradictions.
Yeah, humanity evolves. We figure out that some of the things that we try to ground ourselves in, that there is higher ground. There's better places for a better view. And pretending oh, you have to pretend you're on a ball to understand how anything works. No, you certainly don't. It's becoming an abandoned approach. So that's good. That's the mind evolving. even the guys who first started to conceive of these like heliocentric models, like they made sure to note, like, yo, at the end of the day, I would never say that this is actually happening. Like even in the beginning of all this crap, they were denying it to be real. So
Yeah. Copernicus wasn't ready to release his model because it was a work in progress, so he hadn't proven anything. Right? But yet, when he dies, the Jesuits take it and push it as the truth. So that's very true. Copernicus was not ready to release the heliocentric model because he hadn't proven anything. You know?
Yeah, at his time, Ptolemy's model had better explanatory power with more predictability. And then Kepler came in afterwards, stole all of Copernicus's work, and re-released it with updates. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
They could predict Easter with direct.
And the other thing that all globers, anyone who believes they're living on a ball, what they don't realize is that their brain has actually only recorded life on
the
a
Catholic
horizontal
Church to
flat
fuck
earth.
up their own Easter holiday.
Yeah. Their own life experiences, if they take time to look back, their brain has only recorded life on a horizontal flat earth. They have not experienced life on a globe, not seen the curvature, haven't noticed the rotation of the earth moving itself. That's not been recorded by the brain. Okay, they don't have any personal pictures of their own from their own cameras or their parents' cameras or even their grandparents' cameras. They can go back through their generations and check, and there's no record of globe anywhere in the actuality.
Yeah, not in anybody's personal experience. Yep,
that's right. That's the one. You see, that's the one. That's the real of the globe. No one's experiencing it. You see, that's the when you wake up and you realize that it's funny.
But Jen, we can collectively experience it if we put our minds together and just believe.
Yeah, kumbaya believing. Thank you.
Kumbaya, is that like Swahili or something?
Well, that's when we're all getting together and we're partying down and having a good time with it. Kumbaya, my lord, kumbaya. That was a song that used to be sung in the 60s. Yeah.
I know. Is that language like Zulu or Swahili or Bantu or what is it? Any idea?
I do not know. I'll have to look that up. I do not know what language that is. But kumbaya is, I thought it might be Red Indian, Native Indian, maybe even.
Maybe it is. Maybe I'm way off. Yeah, maybe it's like Navajo.
Yeah. But it was sung in the 60s anyway, and I thought it was a good song. Yeah. I remember it as a kid, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. That song was there.
And whether you're like Christian, Muslim, or Jew, you could sing that song together and have a good time and not have to go to war with each other and be like, guys, come on.
That was the point. Yeah.
Yeah. We just experience this differently, but it's the same words.
Yeah. Now, modern times, they poo-poo on that idea. They poo-poo on the kumbaya.
Yeah. That's right. No more kumbaya, folks. It's more like got to triage the massive infinity influx of people from war-torn countries with PTSD. And your government expects you to rehabilitate them. Good job, because they're coming into your town and you can't do shit about it. So it's up to you to figure out how to make them docile and pacified. Good luck.
That's right. You can handle that now. Remember that, yeah. They abandoned
it's like,
caring for them.
I know it's off topic, but man, I got nothing but compassion for people who come from the worst parts of the entire world and experience horrific things. But it's also unfair to impose people from this life experience onto towns of simple-minded folk, especially in like America or the UK, towns that have never seen an influx of migrants in their entire life, to suddenly have to rehabilitate them with PTSD from seeing their families murdered or committing acts of murder themselves just to survive.
Yeah, it's a big ask.
It's a big ask. It's not even an ask, it's an imposition. I think governments of the world would find that people are much more compassionate about this, if they were to ask, just say, hey, let's ask, would you be able to help harbor these poor folks in your
Right.
town, in your neighborhood, in your village? And you might find a bigger yes than you might think. But
Yeah.
instead
And
they're
then,
imposed, and that creates resentment and conflict, and now people are uprising against it, and it's like, oh fuck, come on.
yeah, because nobody understands the psychology behind that. Because that in itself requires an education to understand that. Because remember, the people who are asked to care for them haven't experienced it themselves. So there's a lot
Right.
going on there. Yeah. Yeah.
That's right. So instead of having the compassion to say that this person has come from a war-torn country where warlords came into their village and murdered their family, like, instead look at them like, oh, this person's a potential threat to my way of life. I mean, those are two different perspectives. The second
Yeah.
one is much more bulk and less representative of the truth than the first.
That's
But
right.
yeah, I'm way off topic. Sorry, folks.
No, but yeah, but
Sorry
it's
to
still
Jim.
happening. What you have to remember, it's happening on a flat Earth.
Yeah,
It's
yes,
happening
it
on
is.
the flat Earth. That's the thing.
That's how to make it
It's not.
topical. Yeah, we're back
Yeah.
on FE.
Yeah. It's not happening on a ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
For the
Yeah,
information,
no
real
amount
quick.
of a migrant invasion is going to change the shape of the earth.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to say a minute ago, once you grant like this change to like how you view what what the timeline actually went through, like if astronomy's wrong, right? If you have to attribute so much like falsehood to academia, then like you're losing grip of your own sense of discernment. Like all of a
Yeah.
sudden you now have been bamboozled. And that's something people don't want to go through within themselves. They don't want to think that they couldn't withhold against those against the deceit, That scares
Yeah.
them that they were so wrong in all of this, So they're not
That's
willing
right.
to admit that they might be wrong because
Yeah.
it
That's
just
it. You
means they're
see.
fucking extremely
It's that
gullible or something like that. I don't know.
freaking ego again getting in the way.
Right. Right. There's nothing wrong with education as long as it doesn't affect your ability to think for yourself. Okay. You can be educated and learn all that junk, but then you've still got to then look within yourself and try to discern and prove what you are learning and confirm and validate. You've still got to be able to think for yourself, no matter what you've been told. So education is all very well, but as long as it doesn't affect your ability to think for yourself,
Bro,
your
you know what's
thinking
another
process.
deception? Another deception is they tell us all the time that knowledge is power. Power. You gain power through knowledge. The more you know, the more
Yeah,
powerful you are. Right? It's like,
yeah,
no, I kind of want people who gain knowledge to not increase in their sense of self-worth, but to actually increase in their humility against the entire body of knowledge that they realize they don't know. I want people to realize the more they get educated, the more that they are less educated than they thought. That is a better, healthier approach to this.
yeah. Because what you've gone and done is you've undone the nonsense they've told you, but you still don't know what's going on around you in the sense of the earth and what it is. Just you're
Yeah.
at square one again. Basically, snakes and ladders, if you will.
If you know too
Yeah,
much, I mean, honestly, you're going to become a social retard. Nobody's going to want to talk to you if you're going to have only like critical things to say about society based off of your knowledge of it. So,
yeah, yeah.
you're not going to
Very
make
true.
many friends by red pilling people in every discussion that you come across it in every social situation. You're not
Yeah.
going to make friends.
Yes, very true. Very true.
You're not going to be empowered. You're going to be disempowered. In fact, the more knowledge you have, the more dangerous you become to the establishment that was
Yes,
there before you and is more powerful than you.
that's correct.
So
That's correct. Yeah, that's right.
knowledge is more like an inconvenience. Knowledge is difficult.
For
Knowledge
example,
creates all kinds of trouble.
yeah, last Friday, the youngest black professor in the UK from Cambridge, he became a professor in 2023, ended his own life. So he took his own life
Damn.
Friday because of plagiarism, because he acquired that
Whoa.
position through other people's work first and foremost,
Wow.
right, and made it his own. All right, and of course with the recruitments of new people to the Cambridge, Oxford, and all the other Harrow and Eton and that, that's money. So they're trying to do their best to help people get to these positions. Okay. So black people, they're trying to. They didn't check his CV. That was the problem there. They did not check his CV. But in social media, the people in social media, like us, we knew something was wrong. This guy was just, he achieved too much too soon. He was meant to be autistic, right? Et cetera, et cetera. Okay. He ran several marathons with a busted leg, and we know that you can't do that. There were so many things he was saying that wasn't true. But in the end, it all came out. Now, he was a professor of sociology of education. Now, anybody who's worth his weight in gold, who has that title, is a very dangerous individual indeed. Because what you hear from the academics is that particular professorship is a weak one, because it's not like the sciences and the histories, the physics, the geography, right? The big heavyweights. But this particular professorship is the one that will allow conversations about the deception. That's what I think. So a person who has that title, Professor of Sociology of Education, means if he knows his stuff, he can discuss what history and the anomalies in history. He can socially bring that into the classroom and discuss it. The heliocentric model versus the geocentric and flat earth, etc. Okay, did they really go to the moon? This is how I see that professor as having that much power. So he would be a very dangerous individual. And I think the fact that this guy killed himself on Friday has set that back. That's what I think. Okay, I think there's a setback there because they're looking at this particular professorship as a one, but I think it's the key to unlocking all the anomalies in the histories that they teach in these institutions. Yeah, I know if I was a professor of that standing right now, I would have them in uproar. Right now, if you gave me that
What
title
happens?
right now, yeah.
What happens to that generational money, that family tree? Those universities, institutions, the academics, the schools, their whole education system, everything that they're funding for hundreds of we know how long that they've been trying to do this for. So once that distrust is in place, and it's like, like there is a discussion to be had about what they've been forcing everybody through.
Thank you. Well said.
Once that occurs, it's like, wow, like, oh shit, that establishment goes out the window. They're no longer authority.
Yeah, you hit the bullseye.
They're afraid of losing authority. Yeah. You hit the nail on the head already, man.
Yeah. You hit the bullseye bang on. Exactly. That's why they tried to poo-poo it, and now this guy's killed himself. So, you think, I don't want that professorship. You know what I mean? See, that's what they've gone and done. Very, very clever.
Yeah, they reward people for working within the confines of what they want in their journals and publications and their sciences, their forums.
Yeah.
I know somebody, this is off topic. I'll try to be really fast off of this one. But I know somebody that works for cancer research. Like they've been giving mice tumors for like 15 years straight.
Okay.
And they transplant or they like suspend. They cause cell damage. Like they either transplant a tumor or they like suspend cells, which just causes damage. And then that hopefully develops the tumor. Either they transplant the tumor or it develops it itself. But all they're trying to do is they're trying to make cancer-like symptoms appear, so they could like try different ways to treat it. And that's what they do for like 20 years. Now imagine you find out that all that money you spent doing that, you just don't have to do that type of shit anymore. That's what they're afraid of losing, like the trust in the process. That like this is actually leading to something beneficial in your life, and it doesn't. It actually doesn't. So that's scary to them that they've been misleading people.
Well, yeah, that's what they did to Mr. Kanematsu Sugura. Okay, now the Japanese; they're very diligent. Once they get into something, they put heart and soul and 100%, 120% into it. Yeah. So with this guy, his name is Kanematsu Sugiura, right? He dies at the age of 89. He spent around 65 years proving that it's those tumors that you mentioned on the mice and that were curable. And he was using latrol, which is AKA vitamin B17, AKA amygdalin. Yeah, 3 names there, right? And he was curing it with great success. And he was working in the Cancer Research Institute, Kettering or Sloan Kettering in New York. Okay, and he did a great job. But you know what they did? They buried his work. No one wanted to peer review it. They wouldn't allow it to be peer reviewed. So when he was in the interview, you know, when they have the press interviews, right? They asked him, "Do you stand by your work?" He said, "Yes, of course I stand by my work." And he's waiting for someone else to pick up the mantle to go through exactly what he did. You know, peer review. You hand it over for someone else to examine. No one came up. They kept blocking it. You see? Okay, so they knew the cures long time ago. They knew, but they just kept it away. People who knew were going to Mexico to go and get this lateral and amygdalin and that. You know, they were going to Mexico to go get it and bring it back into the United States. Okay? So what you said again was on the bullseye moment there, because that's a true story. We have a man who dedicated 65 years. That meant he went to university, and from the university he left. He went to Sloan Kettering, and he was there for 65 years plus. He died at 89. Okay? He was the second eldest man there, I think. There you go. Kanemachi Sugura. And, you know, he did his due diligence. Okay? This information.
Yeah, that's real world. Yeah, that's what's up, man.
Yeah. Yeah. And he knew. And they buried it. And the only reason we know now is from an American who was distraught and upset that his work was being buried, because he was asked to follow Mr. Sugiura and document all his work. And when he then documented it and gave it to his superiors, they were burying it and then saying that nothing can cure the cancer. He would go home to his wife in tears. His wife and himself was in tears because he could see that this man had worked hard. How can it be that somebody works this hard, proving it, and they're not letting it out to the public? Right? And you've got people out there suffering unnecessarily. So he was in tears. He brought out a documentary under the group called Second Opinion. That would be the organization that made that video. And I think, Is America Hiding the Cure? I think it's called something like that. A really good documentary, 50 odd minutes, right? And yeah. It tells you the true story of how they were hiding the cures of cancer in the US. There's many of these documentaries, but this one is a really poignant one, because you have a man 65 years into the research, proving great success, positive results all the way. And then you have the other one, Maximilian Gerson, who left Germany's persecution to further his research into, you know, juicing and natural elements for health. He's then curing tuberculosis and everything else. And they took away his license, so he opens the clinic, the Gerson Clinic in Mexico. His daughter takes over, Charlotte Gerson. She passes away at 90 something a few years ago. So the grandchildren are running that clinic now. Okay. So there's been there's been many cures to this ailment. But again, we're off topic there. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. But you know, I just thought we'd, you know, lead you down that road, that there are many cures out there. So go look for them properly.
The generalized point that I can make is, like, within the science, within the actual data, you're finding stuff that, you know, contradict their claim. There's people that work in the field that are going against the narrative. And the same goes for the globe, man. There's like astronomers out there like, oh, this doesn't make sense on a ball. You know, you got people saying stuff like that all the time.
Yeah.
For many of them, they say the Big Bang doesn't make any sense and Earth is geocentric, which is still a step removed from our place, but it's going in the right direction.
You know, they're not measuring the Earth, but they're measuring signatures in the sky, and they're determining that Earth can't be in a
Big Bang cosmology. So hopefully they can measure the Earth.
When they were asked, when Lawrence Krauss was asked what went bang, he didn't know what went bang for the Big Bang Theory, right? And then when they're sitting together in that documentary called The Principle, They all decided and came to the conclusion that Earth is in the center and the universe is flat. I laughed my head off. The universe is flat, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. That documentary pissed off a lot of people, a lot of important people with big names. It pissed them off because many of them didn't know that they were being like recorded for a documentary, they claimed, or if they were, they didn't realize that the stuff they were saying at the time would be taken, what they claim is out of context. So, yeah,
Right.
that's a great documentary. I mean, it really catches them off guard.
Yeah, absolutely catches them off guard. I love that one. And then there's the scientism exposed, and then scientism exposed to the sequel. Those two also highlight the anomalies in the cosmology of the heliocentric model, and yeah, really good through a religious and also scientific viewpoints. Let's just say, yeah. So you need to watch those, ladies and gentlemen. Scientism. And then, scientism exposed, and then you want the sequel to that, scientism exposed 2, and then you want the principle. Those 3 will definitely give you a good education as to what these theoretical physicists, because that's what they are about, and what they postulate all the time. Nothing is proven. It's all theoretical.
We had somebody in here earlier today telling us that we need to prove that what we say is true by demonstrating that we can publish a paper for peer review that is favorably reviewed by the peers. That's what determines truth.
Yeah.
Which goes against everything that we know about peer review. It just highlights that this person doesn't know what peer review is. What even is peer review? Okay, peer review is, let's say that I am a scientist, that I'm a noteworthy scientist, and I exist on all these different boards, right, including my own. I may be the chair of a department at my university. I get an email. Email comes in, Journal of bluppity blup blup blup. Here's the new article that this candidate has submitted for review. And the editor wants my thoughts on it. So guess what happens? I review the article and then I blog about it. That's the peer review process. That's it. There's no, I'm going to go to a laboratory, I'm going to do the same setup, I'm going to read the same exact, and I'm going to procure the same exact equipment that this other guy procured for his lab, and I'm going to set that up in my lab. I'm going to read through his methodology and do the same exact thing in my methodology that he did in his methodology. And I'm definitely going to reproduce the same exact conditions in the environment that other guy did to see if I can confirm or reject the results that he got. No, that's not happening. I get a freaking email and I'm asked to comment on it. That is peer review. Period. End of story. How does that determine truth? Especially if like 9 out of the 10 peer reviewers are these dumb shit NASA scientists who never done anything before but play with computer software and reify it into reality.
Hey, I want to jump in. There was a video I watched. These 2 guys, they submitted a paper for peer review, and like they walked through the process of like making a fake study. They were like, we're going to pretend all these variables. We're going to pretend we went to all these places. They just plugged in a bunch of fake information, submitted it to peer review, and it became like, it was like used in court. Like they actually proved that like you could just the peer review process is just based on like, there's just like a list of criteria, right? And the institutions that, they really are the ones that you have to submit it to. Like they are, you could call it like nepotized, you could call it like whatever you want. It's all within the family. So like, who really makes the peer review process is the same ones who made the universities, that make the laws for you to even like have quality control in a laboratory, to even be able to like find funding for students to work in your laboratory. They all work within the same confines, the same institutions. Peer review process is owned by the people who like design the labs and then find like contract to get the labs built, and then they contract to get the students, and then they contract to fill the space with like furniture. these are the same people that are also making the peer review process go down. Yeah, they're hiring the people that have to do the peer review process. So to say like, oh, is it peer reviewed? Like, yeah, that's like asking like, oh, did his dad like give a fuck? Like this guy said something, oh, but what did his dad say? Like, it fucking doesn't matter what his dad said. I don't know. It's a stupid thing to bring up peer review if you're a Glober at this point, is what I'm saying, I guess.
No, you're totally right.
There's a lot of shit Glovers used to do. They actually don't anymore. It's funny that the shit that they shouldn't have done, they stopped doing. That's what's fucking funny. They used to talk about peer review. Yeah.
Yeah, Retraction Watch has a list of 65,000 and counting scientific papers that have been retracted. Somehow the peer review missed all those ones.
Yeah, like the peer review process ever stopped them from like literally changing their physical model. Every day, new theory suggests insert absolutely different model here. Like that's the globe model. NASA finds thing that wouldn't work on a ball, so therefore, space is twisting. Space twisted, made it look like a ball. Yeah, this might sound random as fuck, but I was thinking about like, how much NASA cares about what Star Trek does and how much like Star Trek's tech that they like hint could happen in the future actually ends up like, NASA claims like, oh, we're actually doing this now. Quantum entanglement and teleporting particles, yeah. Like Star Trek said, right? That's what they're saying now. So it's like I kind of see the same thing
People love
happening
that
with
stuff.
Elon Musk. Yeah, Elon Musk is now becoming that guy. He's the one suggesting this far out bullshit that they're going to start claiming is real.
Oh yeah, he's like, we'll
chips in your brain.
get a mission to Mars within months, right? And then like NASA experts weigh and be like, Elon, if you need to send a rocket to Mars with people on it, you need to do at least like 47 refueling stops in deep space to get that thing over to Mars and refuel it after it's liftoff from the globe, because you're going to have fuel for the return flight. You're not getting that done, Elon. Elon's like, yeah, whatever. Sorry, we got a new guest. Somebody new entered the chat. Hello, welcome. Not sure what to do with this, folks.
I can answer a quick question from earlier. Kumbaya is actually Goa. It's a black Creole southern state Gulf Island language with roots in Western and Central Africa, which it
Okay.
uses its sentence structure, grammar, and a lot of words from that base, but it also uses English at its thing. And Kumbaya literally translates to "come by here."
Okay.
Wow,
Come
kumbaya.
here. Thank you.
The African slave community in America in the beginning had to communicate with each other, and they did develop their own localized pidgin languages in order to do that.
Mm.
It's not surprising that there was the outcome in this case.
So back in the day when we used to have the hippies and that, and the flower people, when they used to sing "Kumbaya, my Lord, Kumbaya," they were singing to Jesus to come pass through. There you go. Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The idea was
cool.
Yah was like God, like Yah or Yehovah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
no, it just means
kumbaya,
come
my
by
lord.
you.
Yeah,
Or come by
yeah.
here.
Interesting. But they're all gathered
Sorry, Yah
together.
doesn't mean God, it means you.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, but kumbaya, my lord, was the words that I used to hear. Kumbaya, my lord, kumbaya. Do you remember the song? The lyrics to that? So they were asking for the Lord, I think, at that time.
Yeah, to come here, come quickly.
Yeah, come here and come be amongst us, basically, is what they were singing at the time. Yeah, that was a great song. I used to listen to it a lot. Remember, I'm growing up, so I would have been like, what, 4, 5, 6, okay? Hearing that a lot back then. Early 60s. That's 60, what? 62, 63, 64, 65. That period in particular, I heard it a lot. And then straight through into the 70s, regularly hearing this Kumbaya song where I was in London. On TV programs, British and Americans mainly.
Interesting that to them, Yah instead of you meant Yah meant here.
Here, yeah. Kumbaya. So come here, my lord. Yeah. And they were lovely people. When you look at the people themselves, no violence there at all. Peace-loving people. Flowers in their hairs, literally. Okay? Sitting down in circles, fire there. Kumbaya. Summertime. Out in the forests. Those are the images that I carry from the 60s, yeah.
Yo, what's up?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good.
All right, welcome
I'm
to the
here
chat.
thinking
Man.
about. Yeah, where are the Glovers? I know a Glover probably snuck in here and started listening.
I thought someone did slip in, like said hello.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Globers don't have this kumbaya moment, do they? Globers.
No.
That's why they're not here.
So what's up? You think Earth's the ball?
It would be if you could measure 69-1 in all directions everywhere on Earth. Potentially. So, not definitively. It'd be a good case. Like if they could substantiate that, they'd be much further along in the conversation than they are now, but they haven't. So if they bring up 69-1, they need to substantiate. Unfortunately, we got so many flat earthers who accept 69-1. They have no idea what they're doing.
Dude, I'm thinking about gravity a lot lately. They say is happening. That there's like a pulling towards the center of a ball.
Right.
In my mind, like, okay, what if the stuff above us is pushing down? Like, you could literally say that the sky has weight. Just because we measure like a change in what they're measuring is like barometric pressure. This is the thing that I've been thinking about a lot lately. Like they say that the air gets thinner, quote unquote, right? But
it's true. Yeah.
There's also a voltage gradient. There's like an increase in current. Like technically, the only thing that's getting thinner is the water content. But what if the water content isn't actually getting thinner? It's just getting
And
more
the gas
dense.
content too.
It's actually getting more dense, but less sensitive, or like your machines are becoming less sensitive to the pressure reading that you're actually getting, that you actually would get from the sky, because they're like flying planes. This is what they're doing. They're taking these big metal crafts and they're like, oh yeah, we're just going to like let this thing glide on the air, and the air is like actually getting thinner up here. It's like, okay, that's kind of fucking, what if the air is not actually quote unquote getting thinner? Because what they're measuring is the water content. It's the barometric pressure that is getting thinner. Like, so then all of a sudden there's a lack of everything, like a lack of air and water and all forces. Like that's what they're saying is happening. What if when you go higher, the water content and the air content, they take a different type of pressure that isn't read by the barometric pressure gauges. Like the pressure is actually becoming more electrical or something like that. And that's what's causing all the motion in the sky. And like because you're seeing a circuit above, right? Let's say that there is a circle path that all the stars and the fucking planets and the sun and the moon are taking. So that would mean if that's like an electrical circuit, there's going to be a magnetic current perpendicular to the flow of the current. That would literally be a magnetic push down. It would literally be perpendicular to the surface. And that is just like in my head, I'm like, dude, that change of the voltage gradient is how they're making planes fly and their supposed satellites and all their crafts. If they did get the ISS up there, it could be because they're like taking use of their propulsion system is like relative to an electric force. That's what they're really not telling everyone. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, NASA has developed their technology in the direction of their propulsion systems now are based off of like, absorbing gas from the atmosphere, right? They're trying to like take helium, they're sending up these like helium cell batteries so they can like absorb helium from the air. That's what's going to power their propulsion system. And that's where all the technology has been heading. That's what they've apparently been trying to do for 70 years. They're trying to harness the energy from the sky. They act like, oh, everything's getting less dense. There's nothing up here. Like bullshit, you're trying to harness the energy up there. There's like something up there that's making everything go in a circle. That's also creating the push down. Like they talk about the vector of gravity changes, like with your altitude, like distance from center of mass, time space bends that vector. The downward force, like the higher you go, it changes direction. That's why satellites go in circles above the earth or whatever. All right, the same thing would happen for like a domain wall created by an electric current. It's the same fucking thing. And they act like, oh no, that could never happen. There's no way to do that. But that's the only way it's ever been demonstrated. All right, I don't know. Yeah. I think about that a lot lately.
I'm thinking that the electromagnetic field is not the force, it's just the road. And vibrational frequencies, like, for instance, the Schumann resonance, and its variations are actually the force running along said road. And therefore, the higher you get, the faster faster and higher that current gets, the faster that vibration would go. That's what I think right now.
What's interesting is like when you change latitude, it also changes your angle to planets and stars and everything. It's like the forces of gravity change with your latitude. Supposedly, they measure that as well. They say it's because of your distance from the axis of rotation, the centrifugal forces, right? What's also changing as you change your latitude? Angles to stars. What if the angles to stars is what's affecting your vector of gravity? It's like the same exact thing. What's deflecting your vertical? Oh, it's centrifugal forces, distance from the center of axis of rotation. It's literally the same fucking thing because your axis of rotation is based on the stars. It's based on that center point of rotation that's like around Polaris. So they derive rotation from the stars, and then they say the force is coming from the center of the Earth. Like you could literally create an equivalence where it comes from the center of the stars. It makes more sense because that's where it's truly derived from, the observation of the rotation of the stars. And the model makes more sense. And you could actually map it, and it actually like it works perfectly. They've like mapped the electric field current with like the planetary motions, and they find that it actually works. Like all the patterns work on a flat map. So, Globers pretend that it doesn't exist, and it does. So that's just stupid at this point. I don't know. Who are these Globers anyway? Like there's something to be contended with? Or like these people that they like move in these weird groups, they're perverted and they don't make sense and they're liars and they do this weird gang stalking thing, you know. And the only Globers that actually care are like the kind of people you don't want to be on the same team as.
I said, what I'm thinking is, I got putting together a few things. I know there's like the Schumann resonance bounces around the Earth along the surface, and then it transverse upwards and stuff like that. And it would make sense, almost like an audio system. You know, if say the lightning comes down, shoots out the sound. Well, then the electromagnetic field, magnetic being up and electric being horizontal, um, shoots shoots that sound up and around in a shape like that, and it catches more current as it goes up and comes back down. It's almost like like music being carried through a wire. Like the sound is being carried along the conductive electromagnetic wire, and that wire speeds up as it gets higher. So it comes out real slow, speeds up, and then comes slamming down. I'm saying that's what I'm looking into and what I'm thinking personally. I know it's a lot of speculation. I'm going to preface that speculation, but I am putting things we know together because people say, "Oh, it's the electromagnetic force. It's not the downward vector." I'm like, all right, cool. Well, what if it's the road for the music?
Yeah, there's a lot of old beliefs. The ancients believed that these were harmonic spheres of influence. That's what they called the planets. Harmonic spheres of influence. And every time that somebody was like born within, if it was like at your zenith, like, or if it was like during like an eclipse, if you were like born during an eclipse, they attributed your personality to like where the stars aligned, like on that time and date. They built calendars based around like a deity would be born, they'd attribute like this deity to like this person that was born on the day that Venus rose on the 5th day of the 100th equinox or something ridiculous like that, right? And whatever that person was like, they like developed a whole like archetype, a whole characterization of like what happens when you're born on that day. You're gonna end up, and that's where astrology came from. That was like the ancient, that was their ultimate depend. They depended on this system. I said on this day, this motherfucker is gonna be born. Oh shit. Well, there's that motherfucker, and they believe that. Like that's what it was. Yeah, that's kind of crazy though. But yeah, who knows what the planets are really doing?
That's really interesting. If you roughly, now I haven't done the countdown map, but roughly, if you um, 0.83 hertz, if you divide that by 3, it turns into the square of the golden ratio, or the golden ratio plus 1.
Hmm.
You probably can't hear me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can't hear you.
I know. It still holds true, man. Most people think that the astrology thing is like witchcraft and everything, but it does. The time you're born and where everything is located at the location you're at, your personality comes from that. Believe it or not. I know you don't think. Some people might not think that, but I haven't seen it been wrong once.
Well, the ancients, they tried to map it out, you know? That's really what astrology is. They look at the stars and they associate stars with personality types and birthdays, and it's a whole system that they created, and it's been in place for thousands of years, and literally the entire world uses it. Everybody got the same system. It's like, oh, but it's not real, and it doesn't work, and it doesn't mean anything. You wonder, like, what's going on in people's heads? Like, you just don't want anything to actually mean anything. Like, you look at the planets; those are just rocks that have no influence. Like, as the acoustic waves patterns from its movement, it's traveling through a vacuum. So truly nothing is perturbating for sound to travel. So just like no movement, and like thing that's being measured is just electromagnetic radiation. It's just light. All you're seeing is just a picture. Fucking, what's wrong with the fucking globe, man? It's just fucking psycho.
I want to know the force that's causing light from allegedly millions of light years away to influence human behavior.
Yeah, planets influence human behavior. The moon influences people's behavior. People look at the moon and they say, "Oh, I bet everybody's acting weird right now." And then everybody goes out and they're like, "Oh, yeah, everybody's acting weird because the moon." Literally, everybody says it every time. So go figure. Pretend that's not happening. Everybody wants to believe that these hunks of rock have no influence. Somewhere along the lines, they inserted into academia the school of thought that these rocks have no meaning, no purpose. It's just floating. This floating rock, and it does nothing to you as it orbits you, and it's crazy. Absolute crazy baloney. Yeah, there's like no more globers. Globers are like endangered species.
Well, something tells me they don't know how to market to an English-speaking audience.
Oh, that's sad, but I've got AIDS again.
No globe, no globers.
Nope.
No more globe. That's it. It's over. You don't even. Not only is there no longer a globe, there's no longer globers. Soon there will be no more anti-globers. It'll just be like, I won't exist. No more anti-globers.
All right.
Hey, Yoder, did you think anything more about that Doppler effect rainbow thing I was talking about last night?
No, I haven't considered anything more than we talked about, but yeah, I'll come back to it. Yep. Oh, isn't this great? Like, I finally get email on my inbox on Friday for a meeting that happened earlier today because the server was delayed.
Well, the solution to that is to get in your time machine and go back in time.
You know, it's funny, like, it's been a long time since I worked for a major organization or corporation of any kind. And so I get people, or like any company, you might get random emails from people horizontally across from you somewhere else in the organization asking questions. So I took a couple of questions from another guy I happened to know the answer to, and they replied over the past couple months. And now this guy's emailing me like I freaking work for him. Like, he became upset because I didn't respond to an email he sent on Friday yet.
No good deed goes unpunished.
Got that right.
Hello.
Hi.
So you are a flat earther?
Yeah, are you?
No, I'm not.
Oh, why not?
Like, can you explain the crescent of the moon uh, with your flat earther idea?
Yeah, the crescent of the moon is caused by the sun being at a different angle from the observer
Do you
compared to
have
someone
a
else.
3D video or model to help me understand like what exactly are you saying?
Yeah, have you ever been to a planetarium or used planetarium software like Stellarium or Red Sky? Have you ever looked at the stars and the sun and the moon?
I don't know like what planetarium software or game you are referring to, but there must be some videos like what are you saying on YouTube or like any other platform
Yeah,
you
I'm
can
sure
just
there are. I've seen the phases of the moon from my backyard. Have you?
faces of the moon
Yeah,
like
the
changing.
crescent. Yeah, from crescent. So you got like waxing gibbous, waning gibbous, waxing crescent, waning crescent. You got all these phases of the moon. Whether they're whether the lit side of the moon is getting more brilliant or less brilliant, or the shape is taking on an identifying feature like a crescent, or going the opposite direction. You've got all of this happening. Yeah, and it seems to happen as the moon and the sun change position relative to one another. So if you were to open any astronomy textbook, like if you maybe check out your high school and go ask your local high school to give you a book on astronomy, you can learn all about the phases of the moon.
So like why doesn't it uh and why you think like the crescent doesn't happen for like the earth shadow is like casting on the moon? Why not that like you're like unable to show me a video like what are you saying, so it's
Oh.
really hard to understand for me, yeah,
Okay,
and
yeah. Well,
visualize.
obviously, to me and to everyone else, you're confused about two different things. You're conflating. You're mixing together two different phenomena. The first phenomenon is the moon phase, which you didn't seem to understand a minute ago, and yet described. The second phenomenon is a lunar eclipse, which are distinct from phases, as a lunar
Yeah,
eclipse is
like
only
I,
happened
I
during
i
one
was
phase
actually
called the new
talking
moon
about
phase
like
and not any other phase.
not like the crescent, what you just said the word, I haven't like uh
Yeah, do you think
like
the crescent phase is caused by the Earth's shadow?
like what does
Do
it
you?
call in English? Like I have I have some problem with English language, so I don't understand it fully, but
What, the phase of
can
the
you like
moon? Like which
no, not
stage
the
the moon
phases.
appears to be over the course of a lunar month? There are 29 days in a
Lunar
lunar month.
eclipse, yeah. I was talking about lunar eclipse, and I
Oh, okay.
yeah, can you like
Okay.
explain the eclipse? Yeah.
Okay, so here's a situation that happened a couple years ago to me. The situation is called a selenelian lunar eclipse. It's a lunar eclipse. I saw the sun above the horizon rising in the east. The sun was up a few degrees above, totally cleared the horizon. I could see the full disk of the sun to the east. This was in October of 2024. On the west, the moon was also above the horizon, but fully eclipsed. And it was red. That's how you know that it's a fully eclipsed moon for some reason, is the shadow goes from black to red. I can't explain that. Can you explain that on a globe?
Like the shadow. I
Yeah,
haven't
can you
seen a
explain
like
why the moon looks red during an eclipse on a globe? why that's the case?
I haven't seen like a red shadowed lunar eclipse.
Well, that's what
I have
happens during
seen the
You're
one where
asking
it
about
was yellow.
eclipses, my friend.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
they
a
go
rare
from
event.
looking
Yeah.
black to it's almost like as soon as the moon is fully eclipsed, it goes from being a very dark color to like somebody turned on a light bulb, bing, and it turns like rusty brown red. It's very fascinating. But yeah, that's a lunar eclipse. Apparently, the shadow is not black, but red. I've never seen a red shadow before, and I want somebody to explain that on a globe.
Okay.
Because I'm not going to believe in a globe until someone explains it on a globe.
I'm not convinced you to like believe that Earth is not flat, or like can you explain like how does a lunar eclipse happen on a flat Earth?
Well, how does it happen on a globe? That's the question. I'm describing for you a lunar eclipse. It turns red. How does that happen on a globe? How does a
Uh,
lunar eclipse
so,
go from black to
so
red
so
on a
you don't
globe?
have any idea like how lunar eclipse happened?
I understand. It doesn't make any sense though. Maybe you can explain it on a globe because I have a problem understanding the globe. Can you explain it? The red shadow?
I could tell you what the ancients said.
No, I'm not interested in that. I want what this guy says about it.
What, me?
Yeah.
What's interesting? Let me say something. There's a lunar node point, like when they claim that the moon starts eclipsing the whatever's going on, and it's turning red. Even NASA calls that lunar nodal point. They call it Rahu. Like if you Google it right now, that position that the moon is in, like relative to the Earth Center Earth Fixed Observer.
I see.
I
There was
have just
the
looked
ancients
at,
said that there was actually something in the sky blocking the moon. So
That's hilarious.
you could
Sounds
just
like NASA had a Vedic scholar working for them at one point. Could have been Jack Parsons.
yo. Do you know like the sun has every color in his light?
Yeah, it's called a black body. We were talking about that earlier, and the problem of infrared being absorbed by the moisture of the atmosphere. And the only reason you can see infrared in the daytime is because of the reflected light of the sun, which also includes infrared, because it's a full spectrum emission. Yeah. Yep. I love science, and I'm a flat earther. What do you think of that?
I think what you're doing, like understanding everything yourself, that's respectable from my side. Yeah.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, and I mean it.
But you gotta make sure like you understand like every little possibilities. Like
Oh yeah.
like how does
We don't
gravity work?
understand everything, believe me. We understand far less than we thought. And it's
Yeah,
so
like
funny because everybody thinks the Earth's a globe and nobody actually measured it. That's funny.
I'll say
like,
this: I think we pretend to know things. When we don't know things, we say we don't know. We don't make up stories about it.
so like it's like out of context, but if you not make story about it, like do you guys believe in God?
I do, but not all flat earthers do. So I have to
Okay.
step out. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Okay. But you guys definitely believe them, like they are just stories told to you, and you guys, yeah, that's definitely happened.
I would say this. I would say that a lot of flat earthers that I've met, once they realize the Earth is flat, then they believe in God. They don't believe in God prior to flat Earth.
That's just so funny, bro.
Why is that
Like
funny?
you guys are like are the what do I call you? The rebels. Like, we don't believe in stories told to us, and you guys are already believing the story, like told you through some books written like
What stories?
1800 years ago. Yeah.
What stories?
What about like story of Moses, him
What about
splitting
it?
like two ocean? Yeah.
What about it?
What about it? It's a story like fairy tales,
Yeah, what does that have to
isn't
do with
it?
flat Earth?
No, like you guys are the rebels. Like, we don't believe what told to us. We are, and you guys are literally believing in stories.
What
Yeah,
stories?
I just told you, like pick up any story from the Bible. Yeah, like creating Adam and Eve and putting them in a garden called Eden. These are just stories, and splitting the
Yeah,
sea, Red
I know.
Sea.
I don't believe in those stories.
Okay, like what this guy Master Yoda he does.
I don't know.
Okay, so like I have just looked it up the why the
Let
shadow.
me ask you this.
Yeah.
If I
Okay.
went to
Ask me.
your home and I told you the floor in your home was not flat, and I said that it was uneven, and that there was a hill in your foundation, what would you say to that?
From my perspective, it's gonna be like a flat. Yeah.
How do you know it's flat?
Yeah. From my perspective, like it looks flat, so it's flat.
That's it. It looks flat. Like you didn't. The people who built your home, they didn't like use leveling tools to make sure that it was flat.
What's your point?
My point is that you can actually measure whether something is flat or not. You don't have to just look at it and say, "Oh, I believe it's flat."
Okay. So like, how
Yeah.
do I measure like how do I like prove to myself by measuring the earth that is flat?
Oh, that's a good question to ask. I appreciate you asking. So one way that you can do uh, uh, tests is you can do a long distance observation. Um, and that long distance observation, you would expect curvature to occur. Now, if you don't trust your eyes, what you can then do is you can shoot a laser over that long distance, and that laser is going to be straight. If it's not straight, you'll see it curve because lasers, you can see them in the air, right?
Yeah.
Right. So when you shoot a laser over a long distance and it shoots straight and it hits the target on the other side at the same height, then we can tell that there is no curvature measured over that distance. And we're not going to do it over land because we know that there's hills and there's valleys and there's canyons and mountains. So we know that solid forms can hold a shape. So what we're going to look for is something that seems to be level and equidistant to the center of the earth because of gravity, like water. The surface of water, right? We have sea level all over the earth, right?
Hmm.
And so if we're going to find curvature, it would be over the top surface of the water, right?
Yeah.
Right, because boats go over the curve and things like that, right? Sunsets, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So we know based off the geometry that they give us, right? It's not science, it's math and geometry. We know that based off the size of the radius that they give us, that we can then calculate the rate of curvature around the Earth, right? So at 1 mile, we know that it's
Definitely.
8 inches, which is really small. But if you go 10 miles, it's an exponential curve, right? Because curves are a function of x squared. So we know that at 10 miles, 8 inches per mile squared, you get 66 feet. And at 20 miles, you get 266 feet. And at 100 miles, you get 1.2 miles of curvature. So we understand the geometry and what the circumference and the radius value means. And so you don't need much, 10, 20 miles and a high powered laser, and then level the laser horizontal to gravity, right? And then you shoot that laser like a tangent out over the surface of water. And if it runs parallel to the surface of water, then you know that the Earth is not curving, because the Earth should start to curve down and away from the laser. The laser should go straight, and the water should start to curve down and away from the laser. That's how we measure the Earth flat.
Okay. I have to test it, get to the conclusion. But what you thought about like the sun? Sun is on the sky 24/7 in like Antarctica.
Yeah, the sun's in the sky. It's not the Earth.
Yeah, but why it's like stay there 24/7?
Yeah, because it's happening over a flat Earth.
Like
Are
you
you
guys
measuring
have
the Earth, or are you measuring the sun? Because they're not the same thing.
you know,
You know
like
how a lighthouse,
half
you
of
ever
the
see a
earth is.
lighthouse, right? The lighthouse has a big light and the light turns around. Not
Can
everything at
I
night is
speak?
lit by the lighthouse at the same time, right?
Like, can you guys let me speak?
Yeah, you want to teach us something we don't know?
I'm just trying to
Okay.
ask what the sun has to do with the Earth.
Great question.
Yeah, you guys definitely know like the half of the earth is night and
Yeah, we
half of the
understand the globe.
Yeah,
The
what does the
reason why
sun
we're
have to
flat,
do with the Earth?
listen, guys, the reason why we're flat earthers is because we know the globe explanation better than anybody else on Earth.
Okay.
Here.
Yeah, we're flat
but
earthers because we know
but
the globe so well. Yeah, we probably know it better than you.
I got a couple videos for you in
you
the
guys
side
can claim to know better
that
than
I want
me,
you to
but
watch.
if you are not letting me speak, like how would I ask question? Yeah,
Hey, listen to
how
me.
would you guys?
Listen to
Yeah.
me. Listen to
Okay.
me.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
putting some videos in the side chat for you to go watch on your own time, so that way you can have a better understanding of why we know the Earth is flat and we don't believe that the Earth is flat. Okay?
Okay.
I'd like you to save those videos for yourself to watch later, while you're thinking of all of these questions, because you're right to think, well, if the Earth is flat, then how does everything work? Well, you're right. Like, if the Earth is flat, then everything you think you know is wrong. So you're right on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I don't have to replace anything. I don't have to tell you a different story.
Right. If you find out your wife cheat on you, you may not know who it's with. You don't have to.
Yeah, because he cheated. She cheated. Yeah.
Yeah, if you found out you're adopted, you don't have to know who your true parents are.
Yeah.
You know? So when you measure that the Earth is flat, you know it's definitely not a globe anymore. But what it is, nobody really knows.
you guys know, like, you guys have come to a conclusion like the Earth is flat.
It
So,
measures that on the surface of water. The surface
Yeah,
of water is flat everywhere.
this conclusion was reached based off of empirical evidence.
I don't know why everybody in NASA decided to guess that the Earth was a ball, but that was the choice that they went with, and they're absolutely wrong.
like, haven't they gone to space yet?
No, why would they?
Depends how you define
They're the
it, right?
sharpest mind we have. Even NASA is
Okay.
searching them.
Even NASA. Yeah, I mean, what is space? I mean, is space a region that surrounds a flat Earth, or is space a region above the surface of flat Earth?
Like,
Outer
I'm not.
space.
I'm not. I don't believe in like flat Earth, though. So for me,
Well, they
Sure.
say that
like,
they say space is only 62 miles high. So if that's what it takes to go to outer space, then that's all you got to do is go 62 miles up.
Could probably throw a football that high.
can you?
No.
You can't. You have to like throw the football at 11.2 kilometer per second if you want to, uh,
hmm
throw the football out of space.
Yeah. And then, if you're lucky, because your trajectory has to be correct as well.
Yeah, like it has to be like straight up.
Or straight out.
Yeah. So yeah,
Horizontally.
it was nice. Yeah, it was nice chatting to you guys and experiencing and knowing different views of people. So yeah, keep doing what are you guys doing? Uh,
Yeah,
yeah.
we'll destroy the dominant paradigm and rebuild it in our image.
Okay, do it. What you guys can. Okay, goodbye. Have a good time.
Thanks. That was called polite but uncomfortable. He couldn't figure out how to get out of here fast enough. But he wanted to do it with a smile.
Did he leave? Oh man.
He left. Yeah, he's gone. That's all right.
I thought I did a good job of explaining how we measure the Earth to be flat, and I get this feeling like he just understood nothing.
Yeah, he blanked out. He started blanking out. Yeah. He didn't know what to do. He's like, he's hearing information that he may think he's heard before that sounds true, but because we're saying it, he doesn't know if he should believe it or not. And it just causes that short circuit, man. It's just like, I'm hearing this information and I don't know if it's true or not. And I don't know if these people are credible or not. Now I don't know if what I think is credible or not. And then they pull the eject seat. And off they go, pop out the top. Parachute comes out, and hopefully they have a safe landing. Otherwise, they end up like Goose on Top Gun. Poor Goose, man. Anyway, yeah.
It is like that Monty Python moment, right? Ah.
Man, Another crazy day.
Have you guys debated with an AI about flat Earth?
Yeah, pretty much every person who comes in here tries to use AI to debate us. Let's see where this goes.
Because not everyone have knowledge like you guys.
Nope, that's true. We've been doing this for 10 years. Longer than 10 years. AI wasn't around. This is all human-powered intelligence. I'm proud of it.
Nice.
Can't tell if this is an AI or just a translation service. Voice to text, text to voice translation.
A translation.
Oh, it's a translation? You're a translator?
In text to speech.
Text to speech, cool.
Kind of like Google Translate.
Yeah. Was that you using that or a guest who's in here?
That's a guess. I don't know who it is.
Okay.
I am a mute.
No way. I never met a mute before in my life. For real?
Yes.
Were you born that way?
Let's not talk about that.
Okay. I won't bring it up.
Hey, Luffy, why are you using a translate? Why not just speak your words?
I am a
That
mute.
he's mute. Could be a legitimate medical condition, medical involvement, Mr. Sheepdog. I'm willing to grant that, honestly. Doesn't mean
You're
I
willing to
can't
grant
be
it.
skeptical AF.
Thank you.
You're willing to grant it. I'll be the bad cop.
What, you think it's Rich Evans? Oh shit.
I just think it's weird that the voice sounds like Brenda. You can't unhear that anymore.
You're not wrong. Rich Evans, is that you? I'm gonna have to check your hands for evidence. You've been trawling through the gravy fries with those greedy little fingers, haven't you, Rich?
Should I change my voice?
No, it's good.
Okay.
Not gonna lie, like, I love some gravy fries right now, some cheese. That'd be freaking awesome. It's one of those days. Can't you go to like a Tim Hortons or something? I've never been to one. I heard that's where you can get this like Canadian stuff. Canadian cuisine, the finest, Michelin rated Canadian cuisine at Tim Hortons.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong.
You would be wrong in that respect.
Is it not Michelin rated?
I don't think it's Michelin tire rated. You want
Is
to
it
get that
roadkill
big
rated?
poutine, you got to go to Quebec.
They serve chocolate covered snails at Tim Hortons in Quebec. Is that what they're into? I don't know. Where's Mick? Mick, you're one of them North Pole frogs.
Yeah,
Quebec.
no snails here.
No, okay.
No escargot.
Exactly.
It's a chocolate covered, guys. Is that a thing? Is like chocolate covered snails a thing?
Not here.
You can get
No.
chocolate covered bacon.
Okay, I support this. All right, give me a Tim Hortons. Can you get that at Tim Hortons?
No, not at Tim's. No.
Not specialty shops.
All right, let me describe what I want, and please tell me where I can go to get it in Canada. I want one of these 32-ounce soda cups, but stuffed full of 10-inch long bacon strips covered in maple syrup.
Maybe what they call a cabana sucre, so like a sugar shack. Maybe, but it's not. That doesn't sound like a common thing. You know.
Do you think I could sell this to Canadians and get rich?
Probably, actually.
You want to do it?
Tabernacle.
Who's coming with me?
You might be able to pull it off somehow.
Me.
What if I did it by being overtly American who's pretending to be Canadian as a shtick? Could that help?
Probably
For
not.
comedy. Okay.
Probably not. No, I think the people would look down upon you because Canadians are very snobby.
Okay.
You ever see the movie Canadian Bacon?
Oh man, was that with John Candy or something?
Yep, John Candy.
Yeah.
Oh, apropos.
Not since it was probably on network TV in the 90s as a rerun. Just saying. Last time I probably saw it was on Fox 29 New York or something in 1992.
It is an awesome movie.
Yeah, I've heard references to it off and on. Oh, it came out in 95. All right, huh?
I think the best scene in that movie is when they're at the hockey game and John Candy says, "This beer sucks," and the entire arena went quiet.
Oh shit, dude, that's a Michael Moore movie.
Fighting.
Yeah. Wow, what a good cast. Besides John Candy. Got Alan Alda, who's Hawkeye from MASH. It's got Rip Torn, baby. Jim Belushi. Yeah.
Dan Aykroyd.
Yeah.
Hey Yoder, have you ever seen the TV show Trailer Park Boys?
No.
Okay. You remember
I know what you're talking about. I've never seen it though.
What?
Yeah, Trailer Park Boys.
You've never seen it? Okay. Remember the Bubbles character that came the other day?
Yeah, with the glasses. Yeah, the guy with the refractovision.
Yeah. That just came to mind there. Because I was thinking, stupid Canadian shit. I mean, there's this one meme that keeps popping up. Let me see if I can find it there. Is it this one? Yeah, the guy, he's just so stupid. You know the saying, it's not rocket science. It says, it's not rocket appliances. And and there's another one, optometrist. Yeah, I'm not a pessimist, I'm an optometrist. There you go. I don't know, just more Canadian shit to contend with.
Today
If
I
we're
just learned
talking,
that Canada has trailer parks too.
everybody's got trailer parks. So if we're on the subject of talking about movies that people have never seen that probably should see because of the cast, y'all should look into the movie called Bringing Out the Dead.
Is that Monty Python biopic or something?
No, Bringing Out the Dead is it's a Martin Scorsese film, and it's got Nicolas Cage, John Goodman, Tom Sizemore, Ving Rhames, Queen Latifah, Rosanna Arquette, John Leguizamo, Clifford Curtis. I mean, nobody's ever seen this movie, and it's a paramedic in New York wrote a book, and basically it was about a paramedic who's on the verge of burnout, and this is what his 3 days of burning out looked like while going into his night shift duties over a 3-day weekend. And main character is Nicolas Cage. He actually does a pretty good job, but it's the overall story that really makes the movie really good.
I hope you were reading those actors off a page and you hadn't memorized that. That would be scary.
Oh no, it's actually one of my favorite movies of all the time. There's a scene where Nicolas Cage is burnt out, and John Leguizamo is this homeless guy going around with the baseball bat, bashing out car windows and headlights and shit like that. And Nicolas Cage gets in on it. It's pretty funny.
Kind of like Falling Down. Remember Falling Down?
Oh, classic.
That guy loses his shit. Michael Douglas, wasn't it?
Luffy says that he wants all the resources on Flat Earth. Well, you could if you want all the resources, go to discord.gg/flat earth, and at the very bottom, there's a library of information for you to go through. Like terabytes worth of information.
Terabytes of chat history too. You can use the search bar at the top, almost like Flat Earth Google. Get anything you need. Quite amazing. Yeah, I mean, to our Flat Earth friends out there who haven't thought of this yet, log into 24/7 Flat Earth on Discord, maybe in a separate window if you're at a computer. Use the search bar. Use it in live time during your discussion. Increase your RBI today.
First watch anywhere near you? Like this place? You
Sorry,
ever
you
heard of it?
sounded like an airline pilot.
Hey, do you have a First Watch anywhere near you? Restaurant.
First watch, no. I'm in PA.
You broke up really bad yourself. What happened?
I answered. I said no. Never heard of First Watch. Don't know what that is.
Okay, I got one near me, but yeah, it's a breakfast and brunch only restaurant, and they serve $1 Million Bacon, which is maple syrup candied bacon. Full cup full of it.
Oh man. Okay, so they're on it. They're the deepest competitor.
They're selling it in the northern VA, Maryland area.
Oh shit! Really? Okay, that's my stomping ground, man. Everything between like Frederick and Fredericksburg, and that's funny. Baltimore too. Yeah, I never heard of that place. You know where I used to go for breakfast all the time, as a teenager and a young adult my way to work was Anita's. There's one in Fairfax. Got breakfast burritos, man. The best fucking breakfast burritos you'll ever set your mouth to. They're that freaking good. Go to Anita's in Fairfax, Virginia. Get breakfast burritos. Say 24/7 Flat Earth sent you. There's no affiliation.
Before the Lazy Dog Cafe.
Hmm?
Into the Lazy Dog Cafe up there in that area.
Lazy Dog restaurant or cafe? Like in somewhere in Northern Virginia? Like
yeah.
I think I've
Centerville, a
heard of
couple
it.
other
I
ones
don't
too.
know. Maybe maybe Fairfax or something. Fair Oaks.
They are absolutely awesome.
Okay.
They also have a brown sugar chili flake black pepper candied bacon as well.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you guys are fucked. Like when I went to the States, I had this breakfast. It was fried chicken on waffles, right? And then I ordered a cup of candied bacon. It was the fucking best shit I'd ever had in my life.
We know how to kill you quickly on good food.
Oh,
that's America.
I just looked at it. I looked at it on the menu and I went, "What the hell is that? Fried chicken on waffles?" I said, "That's not even breakfast." I said, "But I want it." And then it said a cup of candied bacon. I said, "What's candied bacon?" Bacon with maple syrup and in a cup. Like,
oh shit!
What do you do? What do you do with the cup? Oh no, it's just what it comes in. I was like, oh fuck yeah, give me one of those too. I didn't eat for 2 days after that. I was so pegged. But it was so delicious.
Oh man, that's it. Like, you know, America's, for all its faults, I mean, we're still kind of coasting on the momentum of 200 years of absolute greatness in the history of the world, now eclipsed by easily 70 to 100 years of shit. You know, but we still got it in some ways, and I think food might be one of those ways.
I love it. He's like, "What the fuck is waffle waffles and chicken?" like he's never been to the Texas State Fair where we fucking deep fry butter and fucking everything else.
Twinkies.
Like Twinkies.
Twinkies, man. Never have a deep fried Twinkie. Holy crap.
Well, the only thing we really know about waffles is like that. Waffles is like a sweet American breakfast. Like you just have it with butter and maple syrup, right? That's it.
Yeah.
And then when I went there, I was like, these cunts have waffles with everything. But I don't mean you always have waffles. I mean, there's waffles with anything you want.
All they do is chicken and waffles.
You know the US obesity rate came down this year for the first time ever.
Sorry, what?
The US obesity rate came down
Yeah.
for the first time ever this year.
Oh shit. You know why? Because of all the immigrants diluting the figures.
Makes sense. I thought it might be to do with Ozempic or something.
It's the immigrant on Ozempic. Oh, we'll never compete with this.
Tell you what though, like with all of that food and stuff, you guys are way behind on coffee. Sorry.
Oh yeah, you got a good point there.
Yeah.
We're just now coming into our own with like, independent roasters and stuff.
Yeah.
It's kind of like how craft brewing was here 20 years ago with coffee.
Yeah, you get like what made me feel sick was cream or something, right? Cream in the coffee?
Yeah.
Or creamer, or I don't know.
Oh yeah, we do that here. We do that in a big way.
Yeah, I was making my coffee sweet. What's going on?
Yeah, that's almost become like a way. So for maybe the past 50 years, America got really good at covering up their shitty coffee with awesome creamers.
Yeah. I mean, it did
So
taste
that's what
good,
happened.
but it wasn't what I was looking for, you know?
I know
Yeah, we do
it
that up
really
here
isn't. Sometimes I get that. Like, listen though, I got this amazing like tropical coconut banana creamer in the fridge right now, and it makes my morning coffee like holy shit awesome. It's like a Kahlua like freaking cocktail. It doesn't taste anything like coffee anymore. But
Yeah, because I just have black coffee, like so. Well, our not a long black, so like a double espresso, and then with a little bit of milk, like you know what a macchiato is?
yeah,
Yeah, that's how I drink my coffee. But
I get
and
that.
with
Like
no
really good
with no
exceptional
sugar.
coffee doesn't need
Yeah,
nothing in it.
yeah,
Nothing in it. It's fine as it is. It's got enough character, depth, and flavor, and breadth. Like it's not just like one narrow bitter profile with good coffee. It's actually a much wider profile.
yeah,
And
because
sometimes you can taste like pepper, like capsaicin, a little
yeah,
bit, you know?
chocolate.
Yeah,
Yeah,
walnuts or
things like that.
almonds.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I worked for an oil company, an oil drilling company. They delivered drilling fluids to the oil field, and I was a mud engineer for them. And they had this coffee that they made. It was their brand, right? And I only seen it a few times. They'd run out of it really fast. So it was coffee beans with mushroom, tobacco, and apricot, and it was the best fucking shit I've ever tasted in my entire life. I could drink that shit black all day long.
Bro, what? What?
I'm dead serious.
It sounded like somebody emptied a garbage can into a coffee press. Got a little
Oh
apricots in
man,
there. Got a little what else? What other fuck we can put in there? What else is in there?
my nuts dropped for the second time in my life after I drank that
Little
shit,
gym
dude.
stock action. Throw that in there. Some mushrooms. I got some compost. Hear that, Timbo? We're gonna take some compost and shove that right in the coffee filter. Pack it in.
bit of leftover parmigiana.
some half-spent chicken nuggets from the kids.
But
Back to
yeah,
the
even
future with Mr. Fusion.
That's
but we even
It's got to be
I'll
struggled
try
with
cheap dog.
because my
That's got
wife's Colombian, right? So we even struggled when we were in Colombia to get really good coffee because we're
Yeah.
in Melbourne. We're really spoiled. Like the coffee culture here is just it's amazing. Like It's the best coffee in the world. I don't care what anyone says. Like
I'm a bit late. Oh,
we
sorry, I was a
struggled there.
bit late on the.
Sorry, yeah, we struggled there. So even she was saying, I can't believe how shit this coffee is in Colombia now compared to home. Yeah, sorry.
I'm a bit late on my. Sorry, dude. I was just. I was a bit late on my joke. I was gonna say to Yoder, it's gonna be the dino shaped ones, right? Only the
Yeah,
dino
it'll
shaped.
definitely be dino shape. Now, does Canada have good dino nuggets?
Probably. I mean, we buy your shit, right? So.
Blame us now.
I'll tell you
Man,
what.
all right, I'm
The
grinding
next
some espresso beans.
the next time I ever get a bag of that stuff, I'll save it and then I'll DM y'all and let y'all know, and I'll try to get some sent out to each of you.
Okay.
Hey Yoder, were you ever there when were you ever in the text chat? I think you were talking about Dino Nugget Earth and shit like that. And there's a fucking meme. There's a meme out there where like someone's baking Dino Nuggets, and the fucking Dino Nugget's spinning. I was like, how appropriate it even spins.
Spinning on the
You know?
tray.
Dino Nugget Earth.
Yeah. Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
That'd be good to keep on tap since we have so many Glovers coming in. Saying Earth's a Dino Nugget. It'd be great to just have that ready to go and bam, throw it into text chat for
There
the
you go.
audience.
Perfect. First one.
But you're absolutely right about
Look at that, it's Coriolis. Coriolis Rex.
You're absolutely right about the spices, though. What was it? Starbucks used to make one. It was called Mexican Shade Grown, and you could taste the spice, like the bell pepper and other spices in it.
Oh yeah.
Starbucks was the worst coffee I had ever in the States.
That was the only one I ever liked, and they discontinued it. Mexican Shade Grown.
I threw mine out. I said I'm not drinking.
I hate what they do with it. It's because they like over roast the beans or something. Like they scorch them to make them charred, and it tastes like it's like you're drinking pizza crust that's been charred to black.
Yeah, and it was so heavy as well because I didn't want a black.
Yeah, like it's
because they make them way too
giving you
hot.
an ulcer. Here we go. Got some espresso, baby. Made three shots. That's all that fits in my little dainty espresso cup. Got the crema on top. Look at that. Just kind of jiggling like Jello as I carry this around and carry it up to my office.
Are you using Did you use Detta, like an espresso, like the one where you put the water in the bottom?
Yeah.
And then,
Oh yeah. Look, I got a machine that does. Oh yeah. It's like. But yeah, I mean it's
like the metal one you put on the stove, or just when you press a button.
Oh, it's a press a button, but it does all that shit. Yeah. Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah. What do you think? You think I'm a Luddite barbarian? No, man.
Yes.
Using technology, baby. Fuck those hipsters. They're gonna wait forever for their espresso. Oh crap! I left my P 1100 downstairs. I've been wearing this thing like a pair of new shoes.
I heard you
It's
say
just
it
fun
was
to
nice
mess
and
with.
light. You wear it as a necklace, right?
Yeah, that's right, like Mr. T. You got cameras dangling instead of chains, yo. I got my Sony, I got my Nikon, I got my Canon, got my Lumix, got my Cybershot,
Can't
got my
you can't
Coolpix.
mess you can't mess with the P1000.
I pity the fool.
Oh, they mess with the P1000.
It is such a good fucking camera, though. Like, it's impressively clever. I can definitely tell where they cut corners. And you know what? I'm not even mad. Good on them. Cut the fluff. Cut the shit. Here's
I
tech.
haven't pulled my camera out for ages. I've got the
Should do it.
Sony 6100 or 6300 or
Oh, you got
something
one
like
of
that.
them? Yeah, one of
Yeah.
them alpha cameras.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
Dude, yeah.
Yeah.
Those are good. I got one of them too.
Very complicated.
Yeah. That's the difference, man. I started off on these, and then like I got this Nikon a few days ago, and I'm like, holy shit, this is so easy. A retard could use it. We should have more flat Earth pictures, guys. Come on. But yeah, like the Nikon is stupidly easy. Like there's nothing intimidating at all about it. It's almost like using a Mac. It's like going from using a fucking like Unix workstation to using the latest iPad. It's like going from command line interface to using an iPad. That's the difference between these like Sony Alpha cameras and then this like, super bridge, super zoom. The way I described it in chats with a couple of you out there, I'm like, it's almost like going from driving an SUV to driving a sports car. They're both cool in their own ways, but sometimes, man, like you don't have time to be an SUV. You just got to get in your sports car, man. Just got to get in your vet. Off you go. You're tired of monkeying around with all the accessories. You just want to put rubber on the pavement. That's what the Nikon P1100 is. Pure rubber on the pavement. If you want to impress me with like, pixel clarity and density or something, fine. Whip out your Sony A6700. Go spend all day taking 1,000 pictures on your 1 gigabyte like ultra fast SD card that costs you $400.
Yeah, everything's
Only to
expensive.
select one of them. So you're going to spend like all weekend trawling through this shit when you could be playing with your friends or family members, your kids, whatever, video games. Instead, you're like going through picture after picture after picture after picture after, and you finally find the one that looks better than what I took with my Nikon camera in 10 seconds. And I already had a picture uploaded to the internet yesterday. That's the difference. The difference is, do you want to put the rubber on the road and go? Your Nikon is your sports car. If you're going to go into a war zone, you might get shot, and you need a radiometer to detect, dangerous photon levels of the battlefield. Then you might want to bring your Sony A6700 with you. One of these is more like a scientific military instrument, and the other is just a cool piece of hardware. Laboratory equipment is boring. You can bring your Sony A6700 spectrometer out on a family trip, but it's just not going to be as fun to use. Yeah, you can leave your spectrometer at home. Go. Don't make family pictures. Spectroscopy. Sorry, flat earther. That is not what you do. You need to make it about fun. Go get your Nikon P900, 950, 1100, whatever. Go get that. That's fun. I got derailed. I think I got a meeting soon. Yeah, 15 minutes. Oh, shit. I got all this
You know what
stuff
else
to
is
do.
fun? Chicken and waffles with honey.
Do they do that in Australia? Chicken waffles, Timbo? No? Yeah?
No, they don't.
No chicken and waffles, man. You know why? Because you guys don't have very many black people over there. That's a problem.
Are they bringing them in?
Oh, okay, good. Maybe you'll get your chicken and waffles.
No, they're different black people
Oh, don't be racist.
though.
All right. See what
The
we got
ones
going
with
on, James.
that girl that said, "Oh, you know, oh maybe that was here. We just have rice and don't I'm getting mixed up. It's all right. We got lots of Somalians, you know.
Okay, they're not like the jazz music chicken waffle type, I guess.
No, they're all the criminals that steal cars and stuff.
Oh, so what do they eat? Seriously, I don't even know. I mean, I don't mean criminals. I mean people from Somalia.
I was going to say petrol.
No. What's this going to be? Change this. I am engaged in a very tedious project right now. It's like very brainless but repetitive. That's okay. Sometimes you got to be the guy in charge and the guy who shovels the shit. And if you ever owned a business, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I don't own this business, that's for sure, but I got lots of resources I'm responsible for. And sometimes I like them so much that I'll quietly clean up these messes and preserve esprit de corps. It's not to say this will go unaddressed completely, but it will definitely be brought up. But there's a time for everything. So yeah, fixing other people's problems. It's kind of how I've shaped out my career in the past 20 odd plus years.
That's right. You wanna make money, you got to find something that people don't want to do.
Yeah.
Or won't do, right? Like, yeah, we'll do it. Oh, good. I'll pay you whatever. Let's fix it. Yeah, okay. It's going to be really difficult, all right? So it's going to cost this much. Like plumbing, right? It's a good one. You've got a strong stomach. Maintenance plumbing, right? With a strong stomach, then you can make heaps of money being a plumber. We'll see shit coming up in their shower. They'll pay anything to fix that problem.
Because the power of people makes all the difference, because there's another company that does basically the same job as me and they get paid less than half of what I do per hour with no health insurance, simply because they don't have a union.
Race to the bottom. Just remind people that you get what you pay for, generally speaking, in this world. So, if you want to pay for crappy service, you'll get crappy service from the lowest bottom feeding provider.
Yep, and not a lot of experience as well.
Mm-hmm.
And that's crazy accurate, because of all these apartments with all these second, third, and fourth floors I'm about to do, like right now, our competitors leave everything down at the bottom of the stairs. Nobody takes anything upstairs, no matter how heavy, small, big, doesn't matter. They just never take anything upstairs. While I take everything, no matter how heavy it is, up to whatever floor it be. And that's the difference.
The extra mile. 5 minutes. Go the extra mile.
Yeah, that's right. Out of an entire day, if you spend just 5 minutes doing that, you will separate yourself and differentiate so easily.
Yep.
It doesn't take much. Only to care.
Follow up phone call. How did it all go today? Everything working fine? You guys clean up? Hey, you happy with the service?
Yeah.
Can you leave a 5-star review? Thank you.
That's it.
I'll send you the link. Make it easy for them.
Put it this way. In 7 years on this route, I've had one customer complaint. It was actually an employee who did something wrong that she was going to get in trouble for, and so she blamed it on me. And because I realized that, I let it go. Every single week off I have taken in the past 7 years, I've had at least one customer complaint get filed against whoever ran my route.
You should acknowledge that customer every time you see her. You know, I took the.
Her and I were cool. We had a thing. I didn't mention it. We're cool now.
And you know, I fell on the sword for you. I just hope you remember that.
That's cool. And that's the last thing I heard, because I don't get in trouble.
Hey, was that infamous breakdancer from Australia for the Olympics? The one that flopped around like a fish? No,
Ray gun.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Well, I mean, breakdancing isn't like an Australian dance anyway. Americans do it as a mating ritual, but it could be kind of weird for Aussies.
Yeah, it's a very American thing. But did I tell you the story about that?
No, are you related? If that's your wife, I'm so sorry.
They when they
Oh
found
shit,
out
I'm really sorry.
when they found out that breakdancing was going to be in the Olympics, because she's a dancer, her husband started the Australian Breakdancing Foundation and said, "I'm going to find the best breakdancers in Australia and take them to the Olympics." So they got all this funding and stuff like that. And he just took his wife and they went for a holiday to the Olympics. And
Wow.
did a shitty dance and yeah.
That's great, man.
She's
I've got
never,
a company meeting. I'll be back in like an hour.
Sweet, man. Anyone in here? Headphones went silent. Right. Who believes they live on a globe? Lau, welcome. Lau, tell me how to pronounce your name. If so, tell us why. Or stay inside yourself. Do I live on a globe? How do I know I live on a globe?
Something to that. We were talking about like the brain earlier today. And, I just was talking to this guy who's a maintenance man at the apartment complex I was just delivering to. And last year he had a stroke and he like lost like 20% of his brain. Right, it's a big hole there. And he had to like relearn how to walk and all kinds of crazy stuff. Right. But after he managed to get all that done, he found out one crazy thing that was the result, and is that he can no longer feel any pain.
Also, when you sleep on your arm as well, like get pins and needles, like it can't. Maybe you can lose a limb.
Yeah, I used to sleep on my right side, but then it started messing up my arm and all the nerves in there and stuff. And so I had to stop. And once I started sleeping on my back all the time, it went away and got better.
Mrs.
Did you say something? You sound like you're cutting out. You're cutting out bad, yeah.
Oh, okay. Door when someone. Ooh, good. Is that better?
A little bit. I caught you more there, yeah.
Why? Keep on disconnecting from Discord. Reset my
Ron, hello. Oh, can talk.
Ladies, man, do you have any other questions or things that you're puzzled about? I was just curious if you had any other questions or things that you're curious about you'd like to discuss.
I kind of just came here to listen to y'all talk, and no one's really talking, so you know.
Yep. Well,
happening here.
a lot of times the new people kind of drive the conversation. I'm not putting the pressure on you or anything like that. It's just if people want to discuss the topic, it helps move things along.
Sure. I'll discuss the topic, I guess. What do you have for me to? Or is it like you come with the questions, I'm meant to answer them, or I'm coming with the questions and you're meant to answer them? Or is it?
I mean, it can go either way. You know, typically what we are looking for is something we can point to, like a measurement of Earth curvature that would lend some credence to the whole story. You know, do you know anybody that might have that?
Have what? Oh, like measurements of Earth curvature?
Yeah.
Hmm. It's an interesting question. I can't name off the top of my head, but also on the top of my head, I don't know anyone that's a flat earther besides Discord usernames. So, you know.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, that's what we're after. If anybody's actually measured this place, you know, to see if it's curving. Because I have some friends that are surveyors, and they all measure it flat. My brother-in-law, he's a mechanical and civil engineer, so he does surveys of rivers, you know, and their elevation profile, where they start in the mountains and end up, you know, in the oceans, and he measures it flat. So,
Flat earther?
No, not at all. He, you know, he drinks the Kool-Aid just like everybody else. But it is interesting that, you know, even he confesses, along with my surveyor friends, that yeah, we always measure the Earth, or the distances, or you know, the areas that we survey is always according to a horizontal datum. And so they take that data and they plot it, and they have an elevation profile that is completely horizontal at its base, you know, at its destination. We'll call that sea level. But everything, you know, the fall rate or the descent, the elevation of the rivers, and the topography of the Earth is always flat. You could say, well, okay, so they measure areas flat, but maybe the whole Earth is still curved. Well, okay, well, where is that? You know, if we're measuring it flat but it's curved, where's the curved bit? It's kind of a problem.
I see. Interesting. Maybe I'll become a civil engineer, see for myself. See what.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll be an astronaut. Doubt that, but I can try. I only live once. You know?
Astronaut. Okay, so you're gonna navigate the stars.
I don't think they navigate stars. You know, that's a little far.
Well, that's what the term astronaut basically means. Nautical, right? Star, nautical,
Just like
astronaut.
I know, but it's like they don't actually navigate. I mean, I guess they could use the stars, but it's like the Apollo program. Apollo, like the Roman god, I believe, like that he didn't have anything to do with it. They just named it after him.
Sure. So, since no one's navigating any stars, you know, this idea of going to, let's say, outer space, this extremely vacuous region. We had a guy in here just a second ago talking about gas laws, right? There's a reason, if there is some kind of vacuous region well beyond the surface of the Earth, why the gas isn't filling that available volume, because there is no gravity to keep the gas here, so it should be filling the space to, you know, come to an equilibrium state.
Didn't we like this already? Like,
Sorry, say again.
yeah. Didn't we like talk about the gas already with like gravity and stuff? And then then the other guy explained the fabric model, and then I added on to that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, those are great stories. They don't hold any bearing in reality. There is no fabric. There is no mass attracting mass. It's just these are just ideas, just conjurings of someone's imagination.
Oh, so I'd ask. I mean, I'm guessing like I want to ask like. I mean, I think I already know the answer. Like the obvious questions, like is the most common question you guys get, why would they lie?
It's one of the more common questions. Yes.
Fair, but to categorize it as a question is being too charitable. It's actually a code.
Ladies, man, get a better mic. I don't have much
Hey,
money.
you don't sound too bad.
It's just the volume. It's hard to hear on the YouTube stream, apparently.
The
Maybe
Earth
if you
is
could talk
round,
just a little bit
not flat.
louder.
Yeah, I can talk loud.
That's better, man. That's good.
All right. So you guys said why would they lie is like the most common question.
No, it's one of the more common questions. I mean, there's many, but it's up there. Yeah, it's usually where when people ask that, they have already accepted, sort of in their mind, that what we are saying is observable reality, is their experience. So they've already come up with in their mind, well, then somebody actually has to be lying. So they're asking us why we think other people would be lying, and we actually can't answer that question. I don't know what people's motivations truly are, but usually when they ask that question, they have a suspicion that someone has lied to them.
I see. Yeah. How about I think another common question would probably be that you guys might get is, why is the Earth the only planet that's flat while all the other ones are spheres? Well, I know you guys know that's like not true. I'm just saying, like, is that?
Well, it's got a baked-in assumption, right?
Yeah.
So when they say other planets, they're still envisioning some kind of quote-unquote solar system where there are these, gas giants and big balls of dust just kind of hurling through the vacuous region of space around a plate Earth and the sun. Like they're all going around the sun, but somehow the Earth is a plate in the middle of all that, or a disk. It's a bad assumption because all of that is predicated on the Earth being a sphere.
Yeah. Is there? Right. I guess another question: do the people? Or actually, I don't think you guys would know. I think I already know the answer to that. I don't know what other questions I could ask.
But you could take a review. Take a review of the questions you just asked.
Take a review. Why would they lie? Like that?
Yeah. So that just think about those questions that you just asked. They're actually questions that have to do with agency. They don't actually have to do with the material facts, right?
Yeah.
So, like, if you go to a house and you see that it has ugly wallpaper, you might ask yourself, "Whoa, my goodness, why did they choose this wallpaper? Why?" Okay, that's a question that can never be answered, especially if the people who did it are dead. You never know the answer to the why. Now, you do know they did it. You do know that the wallpaper is the wallpaper. You do know that they bought it at Home Depot or whatever. You can know all the material facts, but the why question is irrelevant to any of those facts.
Yeah. I mean,
so for example, check this assumption that's baked into the why would Earth be the only flat planet. One of the big assumptions that they have is a creation story about how everything came into being in the past. And they assume that everything came into being by naturalistic processes. And so there's no specific agency between any of the structures we observe in the cosmos, which they include the Earth as one of. Now that's interesting. That means they're having a presuppositional metaphysical bias before they even ask the question. So, for example, if the Earth was designed by an intelligent agent, regardless of who it was, it could be an alien, it could be Cthulhu, it could be a god of take your pick of any religion, right? Then the why is because that entity wished it so. He designed it, he made it, he picked the ugly wallpaper. I'm sorry, I can't tell you his motives.
All right. How about I don't know. The biggest thing I've always wanted to do is just like see with my own eyes for myself to like truly like at least for me to know. Like if let's say I try if I become an astronaut and they say you're gonna have to fake it, I'm instantly telling everyone. But I can't be the only person.
You think it's that easy? You think it's that easy, brother?
No, it's not. I know that, but that's why I put "if" in the beginning of that sentence.
No. You're missing it, brother. It's not about if you become an astronaut. It's about if they allow you to be an astronaut. You see the difference?
If they allow you. Well,
yeah. So, for example, nobody's allowed. Check this out, brother. Nobody's allowed into the club without being vetted and insured against. If you know what I mean by that. So, for example, they're not going to let you be an astronaut when they've got nothing to hold over you. They're not going to let you into the high ranks of the CIA when they got nothing to hold over you. It's not how it works. You don't get into those positions unless they have leverage against you.
Blackmail?
Yeah, or credible threat. You know, like, for example, you may not know this, dude, but one of the so-called astronauts, before they went to the moon, said, hey, we can't go to the moon. And hey, we can't communicate because the technology we have doesn't even work on Earth. So how do we expect it to work in space? And he said, the stuff we have. Dude, I'm talking about Gus Grissom, who, for all intents and purposes, was assassinated. He was assassinated because he was against the program. And there's evidence that his wife has and other people had that they witnessed with their own eyes that he was planned against and killed. Right? And now, interestingly enough, the other astronauts, guess what? One of their moms died in nefarious circumstances.
About Buzz Aldrin?
Yeah, apparently she committed suicide because she was so nervous about her son being famous. Now, you put everything together, dude, and you think about all the clandestine nature of everything, it's obvious to anybody with 2 cents in their brain that they killed her. Now, can I conclusively prove that? No. Is it highly probable? Yes. But the point I'm trying to tell you is it's not simply the case that you arrive at this elite position of power where you know things that nobody else knows, and then you're just free to speak without consequences. And those consequences, if you're a man of any integrity, you know, they're going to be a hard burden to bear. It's like, listen, we're going to kill your whole family, and we're going to peel your kid alive and make you watch. What are you going to do about that? I mean, think about it. You'd have to get a whole army on your side before you pull the trigger on telling the truth, wouldn't you? And then you'd have to have your family safe from all the organizations, and all, you know, the list goes on and on. It's not as simple. But even then, it's like, who's going to believe you? Think about it now. Like, what credibility do you have? Even if you have photographic evidence, they're just going to discount your photographic evidence.
You guys believe me?
Well, if you went up high and you said, I saw the Earth that's flat, and you came back down, you'd just be saying the same thing that actual astronauts have said. Actual astronauts, people who went up high, have actually said that the Earth looks flat from their position. Already. So you'd be doing nothing new.
All right.
So, ladies and men, can I safely assume, and you can tell me, that you believe you do already live on a sphere, Earth?
Okay, I want to say like the truth of that question, which is yes. I'm afraid I'm just gonna get like into another debate with you guys, which I know is not gonna end well with me.
No, this is tying into the question that you, or maybe it wasn't a question, but just the statement that you made. Until I get to a certain height and see it for myself, I'm probably not going to believe it. Was that kind of what you were saying?
No, I'm just saying I don't know for sure, and like you guys probably aren't gonna convince me that the whole shape of the Earth, like it's a big thing, you know. It's not just like picking Skittles or M&Ms. Like,
Well, I understand that, but you know, once again, nobody here claimed any shape. We're just talking about the surface that we dwell atop. So, I'm not trying to take a shot at you, but you have already kind of accepted a paradigm with zero firsthand knowledge of that paradigm. So you believe that you live on a sphere Earth that is hurling through an ever expanding vacuum, with none of that being part of your actual experience. In fact, your firsthand experience, and this is not me gaslighting you, I know that this is all of our experience, is that you experience the Earth as a stationary, level surface where there's up and down, and you breathe air, and so all of the things that you experience are of a stationary, planar, enclosed Earth.
yeah.
That's your firsthand experience, and yet you believe something almost completely contrary to that.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm just wondering how did this come to? Like, people didn't say the Earth was a sphere for no reason, just to say it. How like this came to us as a species for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, once again, it's going to be a question about agency. Why did they do it? Well, that doesn't change the material fact, just like AI was telling you. So the experience and the empirical evidence that we have points to and affirms a flat, stationary, enclosed Earth. What people's motivations are for telling you that it's something completely different, I cannot tell you that. I could speculate, and I'd probably be pretty close about their motivations. But you know, I'm not here to convince you about where you live. That's not my job. My job, or at least it's not really a job, right? My passion or my goal is for people to just consider their actual experience and how the Earth is measured, and then they're going to have to be able to do whatever they can or what they want with that. You know, you make your own decisions, but obviously you realize there is sort of a decision process going on here. You're presented with two different paradigms. One of them is experienced, one of them is imagined, and most people choose the imaginary one.
I mean, even if I become a flat earther, let's say by some chance I do, like, I can't tell anyone really.
Why not? I mean, I understand. Listen, I understand what you're saying. People reject people who leave the flock or believe something different than the herd, right? So there's a problem where people go, well, if I live by this particular paradigm, which is not the norm, then I'm going to maybe be ostracized or looked at differently, and it's much safer within the herd, right?
Well, listen, we got a problem here. Let's go back to one of your earlier statements, friend. You said, I don't know any flat earthers except Discord. Now, that's not a true statement. You don't know that any people that you know are flat earthers or not. That's the actual truth. You couldn't tell me out of the 17 people, let's just say you know 17 people, you couldn't tell me for sure that they're not flat earthers for the very same reason that you just said. Well, if the Earth was flat, I couldn't tell anyone. Well, what if they already accept the Earth is flat, but they feel the same way, and they're just waiting for someone in their circle of friends to speak up and not be afraid of being shunned?
Well, within my friends, I know they're not flat earthers. I know that, like, as a fact. I've known them almost my whole life. That's just not who they are. But like other people, yeah, I probably walked past the flat earther. I've probably walked past a murderer.
Yeah, you probably spoken to flat earthers. The hot chick that you were thinking about last week when you got your coffee, she was probably a flat earther. And you know what? When you talk about her about flat Earth, she's going to give you her number next week. You never know what's going to happen. In fact, flat Earth could be the best thing to ever happen to your life. But then again, you're correct. It could be the worst thing. You never know.
Even if, let's just say, flat Earth is true, I'm sorry, I will never go up to a girl and that be the conversation starter.
How do you know? What if she's got a T-shirt that you say, "Oh my goodness, this is definitely a flat earther girl"? I'm going to open the combo with that.
Because I live in, like, okay, Just the chances of that are so slim that like I wouldn't even
No, they're
risk
not
it.
that slim, dude. They're not that slim, dude. There's tens upon tens of millions of flat earthers, and there's more people than the flat earthers who don't believe in the mainstream cosmogony, which means how everything got here, and cosmology, which means what everything's doing right now. So, for example, they did a poll, real quick, they did a poll among young people, you know, a certain demographic, I think it was like 18 to 20, 18 to 30 or something like that. And 40% of the respondents to the poll said they don't believe the mainstream cosmology. That means that if that portion, having a discussion about alternate cosmology would be something they'd be interested in. Go ahead.
What? You said a lot right there.
Yeah, dude, it's the same with any topic, like mainstream politics. Like probably 30 to 40% of people that you meet are not interested in mainstream politics. They have alternative ideas. And the only reason that they talk about mainstream politics is because they're in social circles where they think it's not cool to talk about. Now, this is a well-known phenomenon in psychology. I can't remember the name of it, but it's like people shun themselves to talk about certain topics until they know for a fact that a certain amount of their social group accepts it. And then once that tipping point occurs, then they talk about it freely and they don't care anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I could talk about flat Earth, but not in the sense of it's true. I could like the topic of flat Earth has came up, and how it came up is probably exactly how you think it came up. Like stupid theory, can't believe people believe this, stuff like that.
Yeah, bigotry. Yeah, bigotry. So see, the thing is once you know the Earth is flat, dude, or at least you know that what the mainstream is telling us is a big crock of crap. When you hear people talk with incensed bigotry against people who believe in alternative cosmologies, it's going to stir something inside you. And you're going to be like, dude, you need to stop treating people that way. Quit being a bigot. That's going to be your attitude. I mean, unless you're a moral coward, then you just, whatever anybody says bad about anyone else, just watch happen. But I doubt that's who you are as a person. You're probably going to be annoyed by people talking crap about people when they know nothing about the topic.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say I believe it. There's been times where I see people, I've overheard people like talking about it, and they say it like in a wrong way, and I've known since I've listened to you guys that that's wrong. Like I don't say anything because they're gonna instantly be like, "Bro, are you a flat earther or some shit?" But I have thought that.
Imagine that character flaw that other people, if you just engage with the conversation honestly, will then criticize you as being one of the group that they can vilify. You know what that's called, friend? That's called evil bigotry. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
So whether you realize it or not, a lot of your friends, whether they claim I'm not racist, I'm not prejudiced, they actually are racist and prejudiced against people that are like flat earthers. Like they consider flat earthers to be like the dregs of human society that are worthy of derision. And that's a character flaw in them, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, there's I want to say like super racist, but I do know some people in our friend group that definitely have some sort of racism, especially towards white people. I don't know if that counts as racist. They don't say it's real racism, but I feel like any.
Oh yeah. It's only racist. It's only racist when other people do it, right?
I don't want to tell them that because you know what they're gonna say, that I'm racist.
Right. So you notice how like when people start slinging these accusations, they become meaningless, don't they? And really, what they're doing is pointing the finger back at themselves. So if they accuse you of being a flat earther because you're talking about flat Earth, the only person they're accusing is themselves and their own bigotry. They're just revealing who they are in their hearts.
Right? I mean, the closest thing to a flat earther I know of is my my band section leader doesn't think Katy Perry went to space, and that's about the closest I've ever gotten.
Sure.
I know that's not flat Earth, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. What are people's response to him saying that?
Well, it was a girl, and she had told me, and I was I didn't say anything like bad, mainly because she's like a really nice person. So I just felt that would be really mean if I honestly tried like debating her or something. So I just didn't say anything.
Yeah. Well, that was decent of you. I mean, that's not even necessarily something that can be debated. He is choosing not to believe something that he saw on TV. I don't think there's any, or she decided not to believe that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and I don't know if it's even healthy to debate these types of things. And I think people kind of have to realize that this particular topic here about what is the nature of the surface of the Earth, as far as its geometry is concerned, if it's flat, right, planar in nature, or curved, this is not a debatable topic anyways. This is objective. So it's about measurements only. It's not about, whether or not green is your favorite color. That's subjective. Because what is your favorite color? Just humor me here. Do you have a favorite color, ladies, man?
I do.
Okay, what is it?
Blue.
Okay. Now, would it be fair of me to get into a debate with you about why blue sucks and why I think green is better? It would make no sense. You are you. You like blue. How am I going to tell you what you like is wrong? But people do this all day long. They have all these preferences in life, things that they believe in, things that they choose to engage themselves with. Some people like football. Some people like figure skating. Some people like cricket, right? And so people will get into these stupid debates about, well, football is way better than cricket, and here's all the reasons why. And it's ridiculous to argue about it in the first place, because you're never going to end up on really any solid ground. It turns out that they just like football, and those people over there just like cricket, and there's nothing wrong with that. One is not better than the other. But these are subjective topics, and people love to argue about them. I don't know why we do it. We just do it. And it's the same with politics, right? People have a paradigm that they've had established in their life, and they see the world through this set of eyes, and they go, these are the things that I value, and so I'm going to align myself with a political party that catches a few of the things that I value most. And then I'm going to oppose the other side, who sees the world through a prism and values these other things, and we're going to be at odds with each other because we have these unique individual experiences, yet I have to tell them they're wrong, because if I don't tell them they're wrong and vote my way and get my way, life is not going to be very fun for me because I don't get my way. It's a nightmare out here. And none of this makes any sense, the way that we argue about stuff. These subjective topics are ridiculous, but nonetheless, we have them, right? This is how the world's been developed, and kind of put everybody in opposing positions to one another. And somebody along the line said, hey, we should do the same thing with objective topics, like, is the Earth flat or is it round? Well, there's nothing to argue about. How does it measure? Well, it measures flat. No need to talk about anything else. Now, if someone's upset because they want the Earth, and this is going to sound weird, but they almost want the Earth to be a ball, because there's implications with that. The story behind it has implications. The future has some implications involved if the Earth is a ball. Maybe we're going to be able to explore the galaxies, the vastness of outer space, and it'll be like Star Wars or Star Trek, and we'll meet new creatures, and we'll absorb all this knowledge, and there will be world peace and blah blah blah. Even though, even in the futuristic stuff, they're always at war. So I don't know why people prefer certain things, and so they adopt it as their paradigm, when in reality we just have to accept what is. And what is that the Earth is measurably flat. It is not moving, and it certainly seems to be contained. Nothing to argue about.
All right. Sounds cool.
Sorry for the diatribe. It's just I want people to understand this is not something we have to debate. It really isn't. There's no arguments. There's just measurements.
Hello. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you agree the Earth is flat?
It's not really an agree-disagree topic. It's just measured flat. There is no curvature that we can find. So I know the Earth is flat.
How you know?
Yeah.
How
Did you
you
ask
know?
how do I know? How do I know? Let's see. Where do I start? I'll try to keep it concise. We've checked, not just asking people, but we've checked firsthand knowledge type situations where we go out and look across the surface of water to see if we have any kind of drop over distance, which would be required on a sphere. Well, there is no drop over distance. So across the surface of the water, and apparently the Earth is somewhere in the ballpark of 70% water, that means 70% of the Earth is flat. So there's no possibility geometrically that the Earth could be a sphere when 70% of its surface is flat and horizontal.
Mm. Okay.
Hmm?
But why the whole world is accept the Earth is low? It's not flat.
Well, because most of the people on the Earth have been run through the state-run education systems where the curriculum mandates they teach the children that the Earth is a sphere. And so everybody is grown up at a very young age to believe in the globe Earth mythos, and then it just propagates from there. That's why most of the people believe that. And it also doesn't help that there is a constant barrage of globe propaganda everywhere that you look.
So that means that humans don't have technology to see that how Earth is look like in the actual world. Like
Yeah, we don't actually. Yeah,
China don't have, America don't have, Russia don't have. They're just lying that Earth is globe.
well, it would appear that way. I can't really prove that they're lying, but that's what they're telling people. People choose to believe it. So, is it a lie? I don't know. I mean, they sell fiction novels at the bookstore all the time, and people pick those up knowing that it's not true, and yet they read it anyway. So, is it a lie? I guess probably not.
Okay. And that means that you are not claiming the Earth is flat. You are just imagining that there is something that you don't know actually what is that. Damn correct?
No, I know that the Earth, the surface that we live on, the surface of the Earth, is flat, planar in nature. It's horizontal, it's flat, there is no sphere. Now, the overall nature of the Earth, the construction of it, what it looks like as a whole, what the Earth is, and how that looks, I have no idea.
Go ahead. Bring up what to understand your conceptions or like that.
It's not really conceptual. This is material. We go out into the world or reality every day, even where you sit. The building that you are in right now, well, it was constructed using a level, right? It has to be flat and horizontal on its surface, or at its foundation, and every floor of it, so that stuff doesn't roll off the table, or your furniture doesn't end up on the other side of the room. Everything is flat, level, horizontal, and horizontal means parallel with the plane of the horizon. So the Earth itself is the reference to make everything flat, level, and horizontal. This is just how we live. This is how we experience the Earth, as flat. It's not conceptual. It is our reality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yo, what is this?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel.
It's a dump truck.
Yo, says who?
Hello.
Yo.
How you doing, Sky?
Hey man, I invited iOS. He's a friend of mine. He's a good friend of mine. We don't really talk about this topic, but recently he's been sending me some pictures. He's interested in what NASA does, and so I just figured I'd send him this VC, so that he checks out what goes on here and so.
Sure. Is he here with us right now?
Yeah. Just to listen
What's your
in,
first name?
see what's going on.
Fine. I gotta go to the hospital. See you tonight.
I wish
What's his?
he was there earlier,
What's his
though. We were
name?
speaking about some interesting things.
Okay. Your friend, what's his name? Is it Alexei? Who is it? What's his name?
Oh, iOS. He just joined the server. He's in the VC.
Oh, iOS. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, iOS, welcome. If you have any questions, don't be shy. Nobody bites here. If you just even think this is complete BS and you want to tell me about it, more than welcome to do that. Although we may, talk about why you think it's BS. So, anyway,
Let's catch iOS up to date on NASA. So a couple months ago, they were reclassified as an intelligence agency. So now they can legally just broadcast propaganda without even questions. You can't question them anymore. So there you go. Now you know how you love NASA.
Right. Yeah, I believe that.
Good.
No, I
You
like
don't
this
believe.
3i
You
analyst.
don't
I've
believe
been
me.
watching
You
the
don't
news
believe
on
me,
it.
right? You don't believe me?
Me? No, I do.
Yeah. Oh, okay. There you go.
Yeah,
I have a question. One second. Yeah, iOS and Sky, I got a question for you guys. Would you agree that if we can consistently measure the surface of water to be flat over distances where there would have to be a large amount of curvature, would that be a problem for the globe?
I've been believing in flat Earth for more than 5 years now.
Oh, you're right, man. It's iOS that's on the fence?
No, he's not really on anything. He's one of my close buddies, and I just figured I'm chilling in here, so I just invited him.
I'm not too big into the flat Earth. I mean, like I'm open minded about it. I have a friend that's big into it. I mean, I see how it's possible. The whole firmament and going around Antarctica. But I haven't thought too much about it.
well, so if you've got a friend that's into it quite a bit, and the couple of things that you just mentioned, let's talk about those for just a couple seconds. The idea of the firmament is a biblical idea, right? It comes from Scripture. So we can't prove or we can't touch any kind of firmament, or describe its properties or anything like that. But what we can do is see if we have consequences of some kind of seal or containment over the earth. And that would be the gas pressure that we breathe, right? That's the main thing. A pressurized system has to be contained. Now, the other thing regarding Antarctica, there is a lot of quote unquote flat earthers out there that are trying to push a model of the earth using an azimuthal equidistant map projection. And then they'll have a moon and a sun going in a circle around it, and they're going to call that the flat earth and the flat earth model. Nobody here ascribes to that idea, mostly because they're very easily debunked. We cannot really conceptualize what the earth really looks like. So,
yes, I seen like I thought a good YouTube video like where there it was showing like it's not like perfectly like circular, and I'm not totally sure, but like yes, kind of has some curves
I'm
in
saying,
there.
we're not gonna offer you any kind of map or model or anything. All we can tell you is that the surface of the Earth is measurably flat. Now, what it looks like after that, I mean, I have no idea. I don't know where the limit of it is. You know, if even if it has anything to do with Antarctica, I don't really know. No one knows.
Yeah. Gotcha. Interesting. Weird.
Yeah. We do our best to be honest with people about what we do know and what we don't know. And even if we speculate, we'll say we're speculating. But we try to keep it as just bare bones, honest in here as possible.
Murder.
Nice. Cool.
Yep. Well, anyways, welcome. Yeah, hang out. There's people coming in and out of here all the time. If you got any other questions,
have you seen the news
go ahead and
about
ask
the
them.
3i Atlas?
Oh yeah.
The Interstellar. Yeah.
About what?
That's an interesting one. The 3i Atlas.
The seemingly sentient or intelligent backwards facing comet nonsense that doesn't act like a comet. Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, no, I don't know anything about that weird stuff.
Yeah, apparently there's a comet that's just randomly changing its course, seeming as if it's
right,
not a
got that
random
gravitational
ice rock.
acceleration.
Yeah. If you're asking my opinion, a lot of times when I see stuff that's put in the news that has to do with like space and comets and black holes and stuff, my personal opinion, nobody else in here, but I think what they're trying to do is hint at things that are a bit more esoteric when they do that than they're really talking about anything physical. But that's just me.
So we know the comet's not powered by an ion engine because I saw somebody make an ion engine, put it in a vacuum chamber, pulled the vacuum, and the engine stopped working. So ion engines don't work in outer space either.
I'm an idiot. What's an ion engine? You gotta tell me.
You're basically directing electrons away from a surface, and then that pushes off the air and pushes you the other direction.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
But it requires air to work, so it's got something to push off of.
This is what it comes down to, man. Right? Like, if we get a large body of water, let's say, for example, we have a 10-mile lake or a 10-mile section of the ocean, there would have to be a certain amount of curvature over that distance if the Earth were a globe. It has to be there. Okay, and there would be about 60, there would be 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles, just according to the globe Earth math. Okay, just based on gravity and the size of the globe. 10 mile, anywhere you are on the Earth and you have a 10-mile body of water, there should be 66 foot of curvature over that distance. So what we've done is gone out and actually, gone looking for that curvature that would have to be there, because it's pretty easy to detect 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles. And every single time we go and test these distances, even longer distances, we can't find any curvature. We can zoom in, like with a camera, right? Let's say we have a 10-mile lake, and I'm standing on one side of the lake, and I just set the camera up just above the surface of the water, and then I zoom in across the lake, the 10-mile lake. Okay.
Yes.
I shouldn't be able to see my buddy over on the other side of the lake. He should be hidden behind over 50 foot of curvature, like behind the horizon. It should be hidden behind the horizon by 50 foot or more than 50 foot. but we can zoom in across, and you could see his feet standing on the beach, right? You could, you can test that over and over again. Then you could go to a 20-mile lake and do the same thing. Whereas over a 20-mile lake, there should be 266 foot of curvature on a globe.
Right.
So,
I get what you're saying.
yeah,
That's really
man.
interesting. It's
Yeah,
thinking
so
a little bit differently.
yeah, we can shoot lasers across these distances as well, like really high
And
powered lasers.
it shouldn't be possible because the curve.
Exactly. So it's
Crazy.
stacks and stacks of different tests that have been done. We can't find any curvature, and then you go looking, throughout all of history, and go, okay, who went and measured the globe? Who went and found the curvature? And you don't find any tests that have been done. You'll find that it was kind of theorized like into existence. It wasn't something that people actually went out.
I heard NASA was the one who came up with the whole idea that the world is a globe, and everyone else before them was a flat earther, something like that.
No,
that rings a bell.
Well, not really. I mean, it's not true because NASA didn't go up to space until the 60s. So people thought it was a globe, way, 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 way before that.
Sure.
So yeah, like I've never heard anyone say NASA. Everyone thought it was flat, and then NASA proved it's a globe.
Yeah, so I thought I read something about that. Like all the ancient people, apparently thought Earth was flat, and then NASA was the first one to come up with it was a globe. I thought I heard or read.
Yeah, well, that's correct in a bit. Like all of the ancient cultures knew that the Earth was flat. They all had very similar depictions of the system that we live in, right? Being like a flat plane that's not moving within like a contained system. And yeah, all different cultures all over the world that apparently didn't have communication with each other all came up with the same thing, right? A flat, stationary, enclosed system.
Yeah.
And then about 2,000 years ago, apparently, okay, there was some Greek guys like Pythagoras, okay, and people like that who first suggested that the Earth was a globe. And it wasn't based on any experiments that they did. It was just based on philosophical reasoning, basically. And they thought that spheres were the most perfect shape. And they kind of worship spheres. Pythagoras and his cult kind of worship spheres. And they thought, oh, because spheres are the most divine shape, the Earth must be a sphere. And then, it didn't really catch on, right? Because most people were flat earthers back then. So they were the first people apparently to suggest that the Earth was a sphere.
Oh,
and then it wasn't until much more recently in history, I think it was about 500 years ago or something like that. That was when it fully caught on, right? And the Jesuits went around the world pushing the heliocentric model. And they basically went on like a crusade around the world, pushing, telling people, oh, the Earth's a sphere. This is how it works. Heliocentric. Yeah, but no one ever went out and actually measured any curvature. Yeah, it's interesting when you look into how the globe became a thing. Yeah, if you have a look in the side chat, old dude posted some of the depictions that I was talking about. Got the Norse, the Hebrew, the Mayans, Navajo, Japanese, Sumerians, Incan, Egyptians, Hindu. Yeah, all the ancient cultures had a very similar idea of this system that we live in.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, what's up, India?
So I heard you talking to this guy about a 10-mile observation and how they're supposed to be 66 feet of drop. I actually have almost exactly 10 miles. A little fishing boat 10 miles away that you can see sailing on the top of the water. So let me get my shit together. I'll present it.
Awesome.
And to answer your first question, Indio, that will be the sky is up. You asked what's up, so yeah, the sky.
Did anyone call me?
Yes, yes.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
Sky.
yeah. What's
his
up?
name's.
Sorry,
We were
I thought
talking
you were
about the
talking
sky.
about something. The sky. Yeah, sorry. What's up?
What's up? That will be you.
Well, he's actually down on the list,
Yeah,
Jamsy.
yeah. I'm up.
Down below you. He's below you.
Below
Sky
me
is
is
down
hell.
there, like down near the bottom.
Below me is Sheol. There's hell.
Now below you is Ka.
But yeah, sorry. What was the actual question though?
No, someone asked the
No.
same question you asked. Someone asked what's up, and I replied the sky, and then you reply, oh,
Yeah,
someone said my
yeah,
name or something.
yeah. Because that's what I heard, but I thought maybe I heard wrong and someone was just calling me, so I got confused there.
All right, Indio is back to whatever he was gonna post, right? Indio?
No, not back. Give me a second.
Just killing the air.
I
Well,
love
you
that
get your
Dempsey's
stuff.
killing on his Xbox. That's so dope.
Yeah, I just got in the house
Transfer
and
the
I'm
console.
gonna chill for a while.
Yeah, transfer the console and just sit it out. That's the way.
Yeah, the connection in the console is pretty decent, and the sound and the headsets are comfy. So
Can you see the side chat and stuff, Jamesy?
no, the side chat. No. Yeah, I'll save my brain from the brain rots in the side chats. Saving memory space.
All right, I'm good. So I'm gonna be posting like 4 different things. Can people just like refrain from posting anything for a second? So I'm gonna post a boat. You'll be able to see it sailing like in front of the horizon. You can see the waves splashing up on the hull. This boat is like I think 10.6 miles from the camera. I'll post all the mathematics. I'll post the position of the boat and all that stuff. So how we know where the boat is. There's a website called marinetraffic.com, which will give you the coordinates of and a picture of what the boat looks like. So you can easily verify that this is the same boat. Okay, so that's a give in just a clipped MP4 in case you want it that way. And there's the boat at the bottom. It has the coordinates of the boat at the bottom of this screenshot. Here's Google Cylinder. I mean Google Earth. So that's the position of the boat on Google Cylinder. That red circle, that's where the horizon should be, according to the globe mathematics. Oh, we have a parrot saying refraction. Oh, so that's funny that you said that because you're cooked. You made a big mistake. So here's a buoy. See that? See the buoy? And here is, and there's the air and water temperature. They're within less than 1 degree of each other. So you can forget about any refraction because there is no mixing. The air is mixed, right? There is no what you would call heat flux, meaning the temperature isn't going from from the water to the air or the air to the water. It's at equilibrium. So yeah, you're gonna have to try again on that. Okay, if you think I wasn't there, and that's the wrong time, I took a picture of the clock too because you have to be like ridiculously freaking thorough with globe earthers, the super fucking skeptics about everything but the globe. Got to take a picture of everything. I even have to take a camera to take a picture of the freaking camera because you guys are ridiculous. So now I'll post the
and
map.
you're using infrared as well.
That's 950 nanometer infrared.
So that also, so you got the water temperature, the air temperature similar, and infrared. That's freaking awesome.
Dude, I like planned this for like 2 weeks. It's very rare that the water temperature and air temperature are the same. Like only a couple times a year it even happens. So, and then there's the mathematics. That boat should be 20 feet under the horizon, but it's obviously in front of the horizon. And the horizon's at least 10 times or 2 times farther than what it should be. So, like he was saying, if you look at this, the surveyor drop at 10.6 miles is 74 feet. That means that boat from eye level should be dropped down 74 feet. And the horizon, if it was dropped down, the boat should be blocked by 19. It should be 19 foot of the boat should be missing behind the horizon cutoff. So yeah, I did this on the 18th. I actually have a post on Twitter, like from the same observation of like a lighthouse and another boat, which you can barely see because the boat's only like has like a 4 foot water height above the water because it's like a speedboat. Yeah, so hold on, I'll post the lighthouse. Why not? I'm here. Let's freaking do it. Let's do it. Now, I took a flight the other day into Boston because I was away, and I got lucky and actually got the flight path and took a picture of this same freaking lighthouse from about 2,000 feet. Yeah, so says who laid it out. DJ laid it out. The surface of the water of the Earth should be curving, and all measurements show it's not.
I love this observation. Awesome.
It was difficult. It was frickin' freezing, man. I'm telling you, I was freezing. Like I can't even tell you how cold I was because it was super windy.
Oh yeah, 45 degrees and windy. That's gotta suck.
Yeah, it was like 16 knots or something, which is like 20 mile per hour, and it was like constant. You know how the ocean is, where the breeze is doesn't let up, and like you can't operate a P1000 with gloves on. That's just not even possible. Like, so yeah, it was rough, but like I was determined. I pretty much I think I started planning this. I started looking at the weather. I had like a window of like 3 days I could do it, and I'm like, freaking first day it was like snowing or raining, and then the next day, I could have went, but the day after that was saying that was like the water temperature and air temperature would be almost the same. So it was about when I headed there, it was about a 6 degree difference. But after I got there and set up, because I was taking screenshots of the buoy, like every 15, 20 minutes. But that by the time I set up and got all this, it was like the difference was like less than a degree. So I'm like, hell yeah, got lucky. And then the plane, dude, I'm like, I'm on the plane, and I'm like, that's a fucking lighthouse. I was taking a video up down there. So I'm like, so I took a picture of it. Because it's like the only runway that even faces in that direction. They have to like fly out over the ocean and then fly back into Logan Airport. But normally they just run like parallel to the coast. So it only like I just got so lucky that they happened to land on that runway. So I don't know who you were talking to, but this is the stuff we're talking about. Now we go out, we do an observation, we test the goal of mathematics to say there's supposed to be curvature of a certain rate, and it's just not there. It's just never there. Now, knowing this, what are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to, so we have observations on one hand, and we have a bunch of people that, when questioned, don't know how they know the Earth is a globe, but they know it's a globe. Are we supposed to go with them? People that don't actually know anything and have never done any tests and have never done any observations, and the best they can do is like, I watch TV and saw pictures from space. Well, I didn't watch TV. I went out and observed what the Earth is, and I'm going with that. I'm not going with the television set. We know how that went in 2020, man.
The Earth curve calculator with the refraction slider had to max it out, and even with it maxed out, there should still be like 12.9 foot hidden or something.
Yeah, I got another. I'll show you the other boat. This isn't so good because you can't really see the boat. You can just see a shimmer, but it's this thing. I'll show. I'll post a picture of the boat, like where it is. That's this little thing.
The only thing I can see them picking on is how do we know the camera height?
It can't be. Well, I mean, Google Earth says it's 15 feet, and then I added added a couple of feet because I was on top of a picnic table.
Nice.
That looks about right.
I was gonna say 12 feet because I've been to that exact same spot in India. I know where you did that.
Yeah, I know you know, bro. I know you know. Yeah, it's like 15 feet above sea level, dude. I mean,
yeah. This is a pretty good observation. Good thing that you have all the variables in there. Pretty cool, dude.
You know, I was thinking,
this is one
like,
of the
we
top.
should come up. Yeah, we should come up with a checklist, dude. Like an actual, like, best practices checklist of like what should be included in an observation, right? If it can be done, right? Air, water temperature, humidity, wind, right? Time of day, maybe tide height, stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Definitely important. Yeah, this is awesome.
Look how small that boat is, DJ. Look how tiny that boat is. How like its height above the water. It's like not even. It's barely as high as a pickup truck top. So in that video, you can see that shimmer. That's that boat. So I got the thing for it. Hold on. Is that it? Yeah. I think this is it. Yeah.
Wow, that's nice.
This is its position. So It's about 8 miles, I think it was, 7.3 miles. I also got some other stuff because I took about 2 minutes of video, and I got some other stuff. I haven't been able to like parse it out, but I do. I definitely have like buoys in the water. Like they have navigational buoys that are like, because there's a shipping lane, right? And at the it's like a road, So I mean, so on each side of the shipping lane, there's buoys, and all those buoys are supposed to be past like the horizon. Like I shouldn't even see them, and I see like dozens of them. So. Yeah, another nail in the coffin, dude. I don't even know how many nails are in there at this point. Now, so as you said, what about wind refraction? There was some turbulence from the wind that I got in other clips I have, but you can see that it's going left to right, or right to left rather. You can see basically the wind blowing, like the turbulence, but instead of it being like a turbulence, like a hot road, it's basically going left to right. It's pretty easy to distinguish it.
Well, I'm glad you covered that because I was just talking shit.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, wind does cause like turbulence and stuff. It causes turbulent effects, but this was just left to right. I mean, I guess you could make a plausible argument if it was like going away or toward you or something, that your direction. You know what
Sure.
I mean? If it was just, I guess that would
I think
be a
if
stretch.
anything, a strong wind like that is just going to cause spray near the surface, and that's going to make it even worse. You shouldn't even see as far.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
So I just uploaded an infrared, but instead of the black and white, it's it comes out purple. If you I turned it to monochrome after this, so this is like magenta or something. But anyway, you can see the wind like turbulence going like right to left easily. Doug, yes, I did take into account Grover's feelings, and that's why I did it, to hurt them. Dude, Setsu, I really, really, really appreciate that.
Yeah, man. I've saved all of that into a channel in the server, so I'll be presenting that one quite often. That's a great one. I love it.
Especially because it's right at the 10 miles, and we always talk about 10 miles, 66 feet. So that's just like really convenient. When he said that, I'm like, oh shit, that thing I did, it's 10 miles. I'm like, we actually have an example now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's they can't whine about refraction for this one either. They will, but they shouldn't.
They'll say something like, "There's always refraction."
Yeah, or their argument is going.
And that means there's never a geometric horizon ever.
Yeah, their argument for this one will be, "What about eclipses?"
Yeah, where's the edge?
I like how you can see the turbulence moving in a direction, though I haven't paid attention to that before. It's a really good example.
Yeah, I got really. I mean, other than the pain I suffered, yeah, I got lucky. Dude, like, listen, I'm very weather don't bother me. It's true. I mean, like, seriously, weather really doesn't bother me. But that shit was cold. I actually like when I finished, I like went into a coffee shop and like warmed up. That's like unheard of, man. Usually I just do my thing. and just tough it out. But I was like, damn, I'm cold. I need to fucking take a break from this shit.
It's cold on the water when there's a strong wind.
Yeah, there's like no hiding from it. Like there's no. The thing about the breeze is it was like constant, like it was a fan. You know what I mean? It wasn't like there was no gusts. It was just like you were like in front of a fan that was just blowing at 23 miles per hour or whatever it was. I also got this from the plane. I just thought it was interesting. I don't really know what to make of it. Like the light coming through the clouds like that. It's just kind of cool. Because they're always like perspective. Like, where's the perspective in this? Like, I'm not seeing it, bro. The perspective rays. So that ship in the purple video, I'll show you. That ship has been anchored out there for like a month, more than a month. It's anchored about 13 miles off the maybe it was 17. It's out there. I also got a picture of that from the airplane. That is let me see. That is this ship here. That's that ship right there. Dude, because I went on the 18th and I flew in on the 28th, and I'm like, I'm just like the plane's landed, and I'm just fucking look out the window like there's a fucking ship I took pictures of 10 days ago. And then I look and I see the lighthouse. I'm like, son of a bitch. So there's another thing I could see from the airplane it's called the Bourne Bridge or the Sagamore Bridge. There's two of them. They cross the Cape Cod Canal. They're about 50 miles away. I could easily see the road deck. So even with trees in the way, I could see the road deck because they're pretty high. I didn't get a picture of that though, and it didn't come out because I was just taking these with a phone. I think globe earthers they really don't fathom how far like these boats are out there. Like I think they think like they're like a lot closer. 10 miles is pretty far away. I mean, think about how long it takes to walk 10 miles.
Q がなくなった。どうする？
Yeah, I'm sorry. It just sounded like a globetrot. But yeah.
So what's next?
Do you have any suggestions? You want to
I
derail the
don't know. Like we know
conversation anymore?
the world is
If
flat
you
because
guys
of
want
you.
to,
So
the
what's next?
Hindi bot is breaking down in the side chat and just kind of dropping conspiracy theories. These are kind of off topic, but we can talk about this, about how the entire space sequence in every single country is faked. Is there really such thing as the Hubble telescope grabbing these insane images of things spinning, catching their moons spinning, knowing exactly what size the rotation is, knowing exactly how big it is? Or what about these telescopes you have in Hawaii that sit on the top of mountains that see out into the best Earth-like depiction you can get from the ground? What do you see from those telescopes? Do you see lights, or do you see a face, or do you see something that spins? It makes no sense. And does Jupiter spin, or does Jupiter have the red spot on it always?
Which question do you want answered first?
Does Jupiter spin, or does Jupiter have its red spot on it always if you get a good view on it?
I haven't studied Jupiter enough, but I don't have a problem with an object spinning in the sky. We
Me
call
neither.
it Jupiter.
But it's not that it's spinning; it's that its face is changing. But logically, you can explain its face is changing by rotating, which isn't wrong. And if you catch the rotation, if you measure it somehow, you have to come up with a speed, and you have to use your 9.8 meters per squared times the perspective, the percepted mass of the Earth.
All I was going to point out is to make the object that you say appears to be rotating, you've got a couple of choices. Alright, the object itself could be rotated for you, the observer, so it would appear to rotate, or the object could be stationary, and you, the observer, could be going around it, causing a phenomenon of it appears to rotate from your point of view.
Yeah, but the Earth isn't moving, so the Earth isn't changing the faces of these objects. I'm just wondering, does anyone? Because you said you don't know enough about Jupiter and its big red spot. Does anybody know if any of the planets rotate around you in the sky, or any of these rotations that NASA claims is real are real? And do they matter if they are?
What do you mean claimed? We observe these things appear to move in the sky, and we have done for thousands of years, right?
Right, but we've taken pictures of it with things like the Hubble telescope that are supposed to exist, and we don't know if that's true. We don't know what telescopes we're getting images from.
Okay. Why is this relevant to the Earth, though?
Because the Hindi bot said something about how Sputnik was faked, and how later.
Yeah, Ganja Rambo. Yeah.
I don't think he was talking about me though. But yeah.
Sure.
I get it. You butthurt, right?
I know you're butthurt.
Dude, it sounds like this guy looks like some kind
You
of
sound butthurt.
I know you're butthurt, bro. Like, what's the problem?
Oh no, you're reflecting back. Okay, yeah, I understand the projection. It's fine.
Yeah, cool story, bro.
It's okay.
Fucking retard.
Oh, really?
The R word has been dropped. I repeat, the R word has been dropped.
No one
Yeah,
gives a
let's see if
shit.
we can
No one
verify it.
gives a shit.
Dude, all I know is there was someone earlier that tried to say there isn't space or a firmament, and it's like, dude, you can't have both worlds.
Guys, listen,
That
I want to
was
go back to
retarded.
my original argument that the Earth is a Rubik's Cube, okay?
Oh my god, why would you say the Earth is a Rubik's Cube?
Listen, 3 hours ago I told you it was a Rubik's Cube and you all
Earth
fucking
is a
tried
frisbee
to
stuck in the 1990s. There we go.
This is weird.
Listen, bro, listen, it has more of a chance of being a fucking Rubik's Cube than a flat Earth, okay?
Sorry, does a Rubik's Cube have 6 flat sides?
Oh, this guy's going
Flat
to
Earth
the
isn't real.
Rubik's Cube now,
Flat Earth
bro.
It's got more chance of being a Rubik's Cube than it has a flat Earth. I'm just asking you if a Rubik's Cube has 6 flat
literally,
sides.
bro. Probably is a Rubik's Cube.
I don't know. You don't know what a Rubik's
Alright,
Cube
I'm
is,
gonna have to
bro?
find that fucking mute button because this
No, I'm
idiot is
joking.
fucking annoying me already.
Chill out. Listen. I know you
Don't
live
tell
with
me
your
to chill
parents.
out either. I've got to deal
I
with people
know
who
you
keep
live with your
talking through
parents.
each other.
I know you live with your parents.
My parents are dead. I'm 50. What the fuck?
You're 50?
It's like, are we going to deal with these types of idiots tonight? All right, idiot number one. I'm gonna call you.
No, we're dealing with you kinds of idiots who can't stop talking and only debate people, even though your fundamental understanding of the universe is wrong. And you think
That's
that whatever
okay. So
opinion
what?
you have of the planet is correct, and everyone else's is just wrong. And you're fucking
Okay.
annoying to talk to because all you do is debate. All you do is debate. All you do is debate.
No.
And you don't make a point. And when it's time to talk to you, you literally just fucking say something retarded or something true that someone is going to try to debate. And you're just going to debate that person if they're wrong. And they'll be obviously wrong when they're wrong, but it's boring when you do it. It's boring.
Then why don't you go? If it's boring, why don't you leave?
Because that's the point of your botnet. It's to be on a topic so boring I leave instantly. I had to chill
Okay.
here and
Go somewhere else then. I can't satisfy all of you. You either want to talk about the flat Earth. If you don't, if you find the subject boring, you probably have to leave. All right, let's start with Rats at the bottom. Let's unmute you. Do you want a conversation, Rats, or are you just going to sound, I don't know, half asleep?
What are you talking about, dude? I didn't sound half asleep. I was just joking around.
Okay. So do you want to talk about the subject of the room or not?
I'm just going to listen in now. I'm just trying to listen now.
Okay, cool. No worries, dude. If you want to listen in, you can mute yourself. I don't have to do it. All right, which one of these two should I unmute first? Any suggestions, anyone? It's a toss-up between Rep and Prime Maple. Let's go with Prime Maple.
There's BB also.
Pardon
Hasn't
me?
said anything. BB at the top hasn't said anything.
Okay. DV, do you want to say something? No. Okay, cool. All right, Prime Maple, you're unmuted. What's up?
Yeah, I've just dropped the diagram in the chat. You might want to look at it.
Okay, this is Rubik's Cube boy. Awesome. Okay, it's a Rubik's Cube, okay? If I gave you a picture of a banana, would that suffice? Yeah, it's a banana because here's a picture of one. Too much fentanyl, it sounds like.
Alright, listen, I can see the Earth is flat, okay? So what do you
Why are you
want me to do?
conceding the Earth is flat? Just
I
pointing out that you've made a claim that it's a Rubik's Cube by giving me a picture of a Rubik's Cube.
Alright, so you said you're 50 years old, so what stage did you start turning to a flat earther?
2015, so I was 39 at the time.
What was the reason?
Yeah, good point. I stumbled across the subject, like many people do on YouTube. And the information was, what was it? Oh yeah, seeing really, really far. Things that are far away that when compared to a curved surface, the Earth's curved surface, we shouldn't be able to see it. And kind of from that moment, I was hooked quietly. It's not something that I really spoke about a lot. Flat Earth, right? Sounds ridiculous, but it was kind of from that moment onwards that I was hooked with the subject.
Don't you think
Anything
that's a
else?
bit late? 2013.
Pardon?
Do you think that's a bit late?
What do you mean a bit late?
Not for you
Hey,
specifically,
Jenna,
but
I actually have a question.
general terms, like, you know.
So, like,
What I'm saying is, like, I'm a guy of a certain age too. You are too. So there wasn't much talk of flat Earth in like the 80s, 90s.
No, it's like a little bit in the early 2000s. If you look at what's been spoken about on like YouTube primarily, and then it kind of hit around 2014, 15, that kind of time. I was like September 2015, I think it was for me.
All right. So don't you think it's a bit strange that there wasn't much talk of a flat
Yes.
Earth before
Yes.
the rise of the internet?
Yeah, we can talk about many reasons for that. People aren't communicating as freely with each other and exchanging ideas, especially crazy ideas. If you want to talk about conspiracy, everyone's got a voice. Somebody's going to throw something up soon, and you have to be skeptical of these things as well because misinformation is out there. I, for one, think that the whole release of the flat Earth was kind of a controlled operation, if you want to say it like that. Not that it's not true, but if you can control the narrative, then you get to say all types of things about it. But yeah, I think it's pretty weird.
All right. What about stealing? When it comes back to stealing, like how the British Empire sailed all over the world and pretty much conquered a lot of land. What was that story about the guy that he was a sailor and he thought if he would sail too far out in the ocean that I can't remember, what was his name, where he thought he was going to fall off the side of the earth,
Isn't
but
that
he didn't.
Columbus?
Yeah, Columbus. So what's your theory
Okay.
on Columbus?
He wasn't British. He sailed
No,
from
I
one
didn't say
place
British.
to
I'm talking
yeah.
about sailing and the British Empire.
Okay, he just sailed from one place to another and didn't understand the place that he landed in. He thought it was like India. It wasn't. I mean, I don't know. I wasn't there, so I can just go the way the story goes, right?
No, but isn't that? I'm not saying like I'm not trying to pick on you. I'm just saying why isn't his story tied into the flat Earth like
It
theory?
is a little bit, right? Wasn't his sailors and so on scared that they were going to fall off the Earth at these type of expeditions? I hear that associated with this story sometimes,
But apparently in
especially with
those
some
days
of his later voyages.
they assumed the Earth was flat too. Those early sailors, and he thought if he was going too far out, he would literally fall off the side of the Earth, or he would hit some
Yeah.
sort of probably ice wall.
Yeah, or maybe he didn't understand how big the Earth was and just
But his
discovered
record
more
was.
land on it.
But
I don't
his
know.
record, but there's other sailors who literally sailed around the land
Okay.
because they're. So, are you saying they sailed around on a disc?
No, when have I said disc? On a flat surface, I don't know the shape of the Earth, but when you
Well,
say around, this
right,
is how we navigate.
flat
Dude,
surface. So
please. You said around, that means in a circle, but that's how we navigate east or west, right? Those are circles of direction
I meant
around a
around
pole.
the land,
Why are
even
you
if he was
talking,
on
dude? I'll let you talk.
a sphere or a flat plate,
Dude.
he will have to go around the land.
Yeah, okay. I don't understand why you interrupted me, but go on, carry on.
So he did not fall off. Not.
No, he sailed around
Not
continents.
Columbus specifically. I'm talking about sailors before him who have.
Okay, why would they fall off? It's like you're not listening to me,
They
dude.
have sailed around the
All right, I'm
Earth.
going to stop talking to you then.
The reason they didn't fall off the side of the Earth is because the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I know that that's what you wanted to get to, my preaching friend. Do you want to stand in the pulpit? But you're not listening to anything that I said. You just barred straight through me. It's weird.
All I
It's the
want to
type
know.
of
All
behavior.
I
No,
want
I'm
to
going
know
to
is
do it now. It's the type of behavior that a zealot does, or some kind of acolyte,
Hold
right?
on. Why isn't
No,
those
don't tell me to
stories
hold on, dude. What the
30?
fuck? Your line of reasoning and logic doesn't equal the Earth must be a sphere because you
No,
didn't fall off.
I'm asking why those.
Right, dude, you're not listening to me. You're just waiting to speak. This isn't going to be a good conversation between you and I. Right? You need to step back a little bit. You understand what around means, right? When navigating. You understand the terms east and west? Your idea that you travel around and you can only travel around in a sphere and they didn't fall off, but you understand that you can draw and travel in circles. He's run away. Oh no, he's still here. You can draw and travel in circles on flat pieces of paper. That's what circles are. Yeah, go away. Right. Anybody else want to speak? Yes.
Thanks for you taking care of yourself, Jedi. You're doing a hell of a job, bro.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. Just disappointed. Just disappointed, mate. That's all.
I know, but you get into a bunch of negative discussions, that energy hitting you even within yourself with what you got to say and stuff when you get upset. That just it's not good for you, bro. So make sure you take care of yourself as well. It's part of what you do, but you still got to take care of yourself.
Yeah, that's why I found the disconnect button really, really cool for myself. I can always just fuck off and come back later. Right, as it's quiet and nobody else is talking. Rep, I'm surprised you're still here. I didn't think you liked the place. You found it boring. But being as you are, I appreciate you still being here. You are unmuted. You've got control of your microphone. You happier yet or not?
I guess it's just when you have a dumb glober in your stupid flat Earth call, you have to deal with them first before you can talk about anything cool. Because they're so fucking dumb. They're just like, oh, but, well, he's literally a pilot. He's saying he doesn't dip his nose down when he flies. And we're like, yeah, that's why it's a flat Earth. And he's like, no. And then he finally just leaves. I've been here for forever. And I'm just trying to talk about the lights in the sky because so many people fix their perspective on what the actual ground is, which is flat earthers and globers, because one claims to be curvature, one claims to be not. They both have one's faked evidence, one's real, but they're both evidence against each other. I'm trying to prove my perspective from the sky. Like, how come when we look up at things, we all see the same sky, but when you move across the Earth, it kind of changes? Is that the same across the whole planet? Like, if you go through Antarctica really far away, are you gonna like lose even Polaris? It's gonna be covered up by so many other stars and like shit. Or like when you go to, is that what covers it up? Like, I don't know. I had to deal with an argument with some guy earlier who was just yelling at me because of it. So.
What do you mean by stars changing?
Like, okay, so I was saying, I don't even think this is true, but I was just kind of trolling. I was like, my globe proof is you see completely different stars in South America than you do North America when you're looking up out at the sky. Like, completely different stars. I'm like, I don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah, it is. Right, there are different northern stars and different southern stars. And the reason on a flat Earth why you can't see all of the stars at the same time is because you've got a limited perspective. I understand the idea, right? If you're on a sphere, you go from north to south, you have a different star field when you look up because you've also changed your orientation 180 degrees, you're upside down. But from a flat Earth, you've just changed your location to be able to see a different set of stars.
But
The
how
reason
come
why
when you look up and you're trying to go north, is Polaris just the star you're trying to get under so that you can always see Polaris? Are you always moving towards it to go north, or is that like, or can you lose Polaris with how far you go out? Is that possible?
Yeah. If you it's like seeing anything that's above your head. Let's call it Polaris, right? We'll say that that's the geographic northern rotation. If you stand underneath it, you're there, and it's 90 degrees above your head. Now, if you walk away from it, you're going to point at it at a different angle. It's not going to be 90 degrees straight up. It's going to be 89 degrees, then 88 degrees the further you walk away from being underneath it. Same type of thing with any light that's above your head, right? You walk away from being underneath it, it changes its angle in the sky. With distance, it appears to get lower and lower in the sky.
So that's why there are other North Stars, but there's no North Star like the North Star, like Polaris.
Yeah, you've moved away from being able to view it because you're not underneath it anymore. And as you keep going,
Yeah, and
let's say
other shit
south,
covers it up too. You would think if the Earth's so big, other shit would cover it up too, like other stars and light pollution in the atmosphere too. If you ever lose Polaris, like I was just trying to talk about that and go, and I love the flat Earth. I'm in both Discords, but like the way that some flat Earthers just deal with globers sometimes is so annoying because sometimes I like to come at it as a glober to get the latest flat Earth knowledge, dude, to see what people are saying about that. And it sucks that they just treat you like a retard because, like, I believe both perspectives have validity, but like, there's just a whole lot of lies in the way. Like, why would they lie? Like, why is the lie so deep? Like, what do we actually know about this guy, and what have we been untaught about this guy? Honestly,
yeah, I've come to the kind of conclusion that whatever we're told about the sky isn't true. And I think that's one of the reasons why they've lied about, let's say, our reality in this instance. They've given us a story where they get to tell us what sun, moon, and stars are, like planets and stars, for example. Maybe they're not these like matter things, physical objects. Maybe they're not that, dude. Maybe this reality that we're in is way more magical than we're told. And that piece of information and power is worth something to them and worth keeping from us, I guess. There's lots of reasons why people would lie, but ultimately it's for some kind of gain, especially when knowledge and power is involved. If you've got a truer understanding of the reality in which we inhabit, then maybe it would be selfish, but you would gain more power by keeping that knowledge to yourself. I think that's quite true. There's a lot of bait and switch within the globe Earth argument. They get to bait and switch the Earth for what it is, and then they get to give you a creation narrative, how it got here, and then another creation narrative evolution as how you got here. This is, a made-up creation story. They get to control your paradigm this way. So maybe the sun, moon, and stars aren't what we're told. Like the Earth isn't obviously what we're led to believe it is.
okay. And I had some stuff to say about that, about how you said like the Earth is like magical and stuff, and like how it's a lot more magical than we think. And I think you're right, but I think there's also technology suppressing people's ability to achieve their idea of self actualization. I call it Enionis. And it's like this weird force that acts on me whenever I'm doing something kind of cool that I find cool that I'd like to record online or digitally. I think digitally they're trying to control like everything you possibly see and everything you possibly believe. So they're creating like two sides. They're creating these different like diverse bubbles of people and then introducing them to each other, and they kind of fuck with each other and make each other unhappy because they don't like each other's worldview. So
yeah, I kind of agree with what you're saying. If you put somebody down in front of a TV set, you get to control the images that are in front of them, whether they consciously understand what's going on, subconsciously it's going in. Same with sounds, and right? So if you can do that to one person and you can get to, say, tell them a story, then you can tell millions and millions of people the story with this broadly cast spell. Sounds like magic, really, but it's just psychological manipulation. Some people call it spell casting, right?
So
That's what it is.
when you're committing psychological manipulation, that's a form of black magic that ends you in the lake of fire. But when you have a massive amount of people under this influence, does it actually create a world that from their perspective looks the way they've been told? Or does Flat Earth awaken people from these different kind of trances they fall into?
Can you rephrase the question for me?
Like, okay, so there's so many globers, and they've been teaching the globe forever. Like, everything that you go to school for is about the globe, and when you're a kid, it's the globe. Every single video I liked growing up was about the globe. They had millions of views each. And now I'm thinking, like, if they have that many people imagining that kind of reality doesn't bend to what their perspective they think it is. they can kind of wake up from this like spell they've been casted under by discovering that the Earth might not be exactly what they've been told what it is. And whether it's flat or globy, I don't know, but maybe some people actually do see a curve, bro. Like, I don't fucking know. I don't see a curve.
I'd agree with that. Some people do think they see a curve. Usually that comes in the form of a statement that I see curvature when I'm in an aeroplane. Right, and
I
that's a
hate that one because like it's not even true. Because like
that's
even
like a
NASA says you
confirmation
can't see
bias,
it.
right?
It's
You
so
understand what confirmation bias is, right?
yeah.
So we live on a sphere, and if you're high up, we always think the horizon is like the curvature of the Earth, and if you're high up, you can actually see that curvature. That does happen. But with this type of let's call it education, then we start having that type of bias towards a lot of things. We're given explanations to why phenomena happen. For example, let's say sunrises and sunsets. I can't see the sun anymore because the curvature of the Earth is in the way. Now that can be a confirmation bias all the time when you observe a sunset, because that's what you believe your reality to be. Now, the fact of the case that isn't the curvature of the Earth getting in front of the sun, then that would be the thing that would hopefully break the spell. When we
Yeah, so
speak
it
about
actually
flat,
so you putting insight into that puts insight into how deep the spell actually goes into how many millions of people believe is a globe. Like it doesn't look that way, but
self-perpetuating
there's
as
so
well.
many people who think it does, and there's all these images. Like literally, I used to look at these images every day. I bought the magazines. I was like 12 years old. I was into this shit. By the time I was 16, I was like, oh look, they discovered another unicorn planet with all this shit that they said they needed 10 years ago. Like that's cool. Like whatever. Like I don't give a fuck anymore. Like what's new? Like all they do is produce new CGI and release it, and it's so fucking boring. Like when you look at a star through an amateur telescope, it actually looks like it fucking bounces around and has all this luminosity and freaking velocity and um like I don't know, it just looks so alive. And then when you zoom in on it with a NASA telescope or Hubble, I guess it becomes dead retarded. Like I don't know, bro.
I've held and used many telescopes, especially when I was younger in my teens, and I kind of, it depends what you're looking at. If we're looking at what appear to be the white stars, not the planets, the white stars, they're gonna like refract a little bit and jump around like the little diamonds in the sky that they are, because of the atmosphere that's passing through. Sometimes it's really hard like to focus on these very distant things.
Oh,
But when we talk
true. The
about
atmosphere is really probably causing that distortion.
when we look at, say, things like Jupiter and Saturn and those types of things, pretty much more or less that's what I see when NASA give me that image. Not saying I believe the story about what it is, but they pretty much look the same. All right, there'll be some CGI rendering probably within their image or whatever, maybe giving it a little bit more depth to make it look a little bit more three-dimensional. I don't know, but pretty much
Yeah,
that
and that would be
looks like.
annoying if that's the case because we're trying so hard to figure out like what planet we're on, like what we like and what's cool, and like how to get our intention to get the world that we want. And we're being blocked by some fucking bullshit, like they're putting CGI in the telescopes, or like there's CGI just
We're not putting
somewhere
CGI in
fucking
the
with your ability.
It's just the images that we're given.
Yeah, I don't believe like whatever, dude. Like, they said there was this like thing passing by, nothing fucking happened. But I swear, dude, like they're just trying to get people riled up. Like, and that's what I see when I come in here a lot of the time. People are just riled up, arguing with each other. There's some huge debate going on about something I discovered years ago that isn't true. And it's like, I'm looking for new shit, dude. I don't know.
Hey, Jedi, can you hear me?
Yeah, man. What's up?
He had a question earlier. He asked, when people go from like the globe and they see the Earth, the flat Earth, does that like wake them up? I would say no. That's, I mean, look
when you
at
say wake up, when you say wake up, what do you mean?
what he was saying, like, oh, you wake up, like when they go from the globe and they find out Earth is flat, they like wake up to like their new reality. I would say no, because look at all the model reifications being done with like the AE map, which is like, even I had that problem from the start. I was like, oh, look at this. This is home now. And I just like changed my mind with what somebody else drew and said. I didn't actually look at reality.
That's a really good
I don't
point.
think just finding out about flat Earth and that Earth's been flat wakes people up. Because if it did, we wouldn't have all these people running around with this, AE map and the dome over top and be like, this is what it is. And even as good as the heart that I think he had, David Weiss goes out and be like, this is our home. And it's like, with the globe? And so it's, I think it's a lot deeper than that. And I think when I found you guys to straighten my path out.
Yeah, I kind of appreciate what you're saying there. There's a lot of pitfalls after you come to understand the flat Earth. Maybe I didn't quite understand what he meant when he said wake up. I guess you can wake up to deception, but still be caught out a lot by it. Just because, for example, we make a claim that the surface of water is flat, it doesn't solve the human issue and doesn't actually give me any answers to any other truth. I've just got a lot more questions now. But so it depends what you mean by waking up, I guess. But I definitely agree with what you're saying. Not every flat earther, in fact, very few, if any, flat earthers become some kind of pinnacle of society or something like that, where everything they do from this point onwards is the right thing to do, like going down the trail of trying to figure out what the Earth is and start reifying models. That's not a good thing to do, but it's part of the process of waking up. If you go through that and then you find out that that wasn't the right thing to do, so it all depends what you mean by it, I guess. But I definitely understand your point, like I said.
Wait, do you believe in Agartha?
Agartha, sorry, would that be like the center of the Earth?
Like I don't know what it's where it's supposed to be, but like it's the entrance is supposedly there's like a couple different entrances. Like there's even an entrance in Kentucky.
When you say entrance, is this some kind of hollow Earth type of idea?
I'm not like 100% sure if it's Hollow Earth, but like I think it might be.
Okay. I think the idea of Agartha is, I wouldn't say that I believe in it, and then go around preaching that this is the truth. I find these stories interesting. I don't know. When you said Agartha, that gets mixed up with a few other names that mean the same thing. Mount Meru, the four continents at the center of the earth, sometimes even termed with Atlantis, but lots of old stories where there's a hidden old ancient peoples or a land that we can't get to anymore, or we have to go to special locations to find this hidden place. The stories are intriguing, but I wouldn't say that I believe them or accept them to be true.
Okay.
I think we have to understand what belief is. Like when we take these stories on, we understand that really, from our point of view, we've got absolutely no idea. We weren't there. We haven't experienced this. What we've got are second-hand and third-hand stories at best, right? Myths and legends, maybe. But really, I have no idea, and you never will, right? It's the problem with these types of things. Maybe they're loose ends or rabbit holes that are interesting and will keep you going, but ultimately don't lead you anywhere. They just help you get to sleep at night, I guess. But anyway. Always like it when somebody leaves when I'm saying something.
Goldfish have more attention span.
Yeah, this is probably true these days, mate. Everyone's got a TikTok brain. Halfway through a sentence, somebody's scrolled on to something else. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's important to have something to work on, but I think like our objective reality, working on our objective reality, what we can see, what we can measure, what we can get to is more important than fantastical things like that. And just spending all my brain time wondering about them, reading about them, grabbing the information at a time. Not saying you shouldn't, but the information, knowing all the information is kind of what we do here. There's the time for it maybe, but even within myself, my brain was wild and kind of wondering, kind of like that guy said, I'm kind of bored. And I was like, cool. So I started just looking deeper into what was like standing here, looking deeper into what was right here. And for instance, like with rainbows, they have what we were told or taught. And then we have what the flat earthers are running off with right now. Like a lot of them are, with their whole dome refracting the light into rainbows. And I just started listening, not taking those. I was like, oh, rainbows, that's what they are. That makes sense, But then the deeper and deeper I looked into it, it doesn't make sense. And so I've been digging deeper into it, and I found some other things that I think are actually happening that make a lot more sense to me based on just reality in front of me, rather than some idea that I can't touch. And I found out some really fun things about it. I've had a really good time with it. I spent a lot of time working on it with light and electromagnetism and stuff like that, and water, things like that. So I'm working with that kind of stuff right here on Earth that I can touch and feel and see. And it takes up a lot of my time, and in the best way. That's what I'm doing right now, and it's a lot of fun.
Damn, I'm using AI for the first time today, and I feel like I've sold my soul.
I was just gonna say, you made a deal with the devil.
I know. I just have I've had horrible attention span my whole life, and I've had horrible planning skills. So I've literally asked it 3 questions. I'm like, all right, make me a routine schedule, and then I'm like, add fasting until 2 p.m. And then I'm like, add a meal plan. And it's like, bro, this shit is pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like Iron Man. Jarvis, do this. I mean, eventually, when my AI robot gets here and starts cooking and cleaning for me.
Next step is it's going to say, Neil, do this.
It already is. I mean, it's telling me to eat. It's telling me to work out.
You know, there was a book about that. It was called 1984.
Yep. There's also a Pink Floyd song about that called Mother.
Oh, that's true. I totally forgot about that song.
That's what I'm saying. I know too much about all this like futuristic crap, and like I said, it's taken me till 2026, August 18th, to actually use it. And yeah, I don't know how I feel. I feel like in one way, it's like if everybody else is already allowing this technology and stuff, and it's feeding it these prompts, and what am I going to do to it? But then it's the whole like infinite, paradigm where every single person thinks like that, and it only takes like, one person to stop that thinking, and then the whole system collapses. So.
All we got to do as a group is one simple thing: set our phones down.
Yep. I literally just I'll talk about it another time. But yeah, I won't be needing my phone anymore. So that should be nice.
Oh, you got an implant. Nice.
I was just
Neuralink, bro. Meta Neuralink.
I was just going to say we're not going to even need the phones anymore because they're going to have it connected to our cellular code. We're going to be the new device.
Yeah, we're going to lend our meat suits to artificial minds. Yep. We already do in a sense, but
If you ask me, the technology's already been deployed. They just haven't activated it yet, or maybe they have.
What's that one movie with Bruce Willis? I think it's Surrogates, potentially.
Yeah, Surrogate. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be trippy. I mean, we're already doing that like online with our icons, right? But imagine if our icons were physical beings and we just plug in, and then that'd be wild.
Well, drones are the precursor for that technology.
You're just married to like some hot chick, but in reality, it's just like a fat dude.
That's a nightmare.
I started watching this series, the dude from Pathfinder in it, and no, not the dude from Pathfinder, the dude from I can't remember his name. Anyway, it's set in the near future, and every cop has to be partnered with a robot, AI robot. And I was thinking to myself, you wouldn't do that, right? So you wouldn't put this artificial intelligence inside a human-like body, because you would want something that is better than a human body. The human, I don't think, is the apex of like physical form. You would give it abilities, physical abilities. You'd make a form that it has physical abilities beyond ours, right?
Yeah, like a super
Maybe give it
soldier.
some tentacles and shit, you know, like, right? I just think I guess maybe because like it might feel more familiar to people that want to use these robots, like it might be so offensive aesthetically maybe, but I'd be looking at making something for a military or police application that is beyond the human body, can do things that the human body can't.
Bro, have you not seen Power Rangers?
Yeah.
It's morphin' time. Yeah. Anyways, enough fear propaganda. I was just about to hit on more, but back to my AI prompts. What else? How do I customize my day?
Hey, I was watching Mr. Gadget like the age of 8 or whatever, right?
Go Gadget.
Yeah, imagine that sort of shit. That's implants, right?
Couch, gadget, arms.
Well, you watch Rizbot, right? It's like this robot, and it's just like says funny meme stuff and just disses you. It's brain rot.
Does anyone talk since I left, honestly?
No, we don't talk here. This is a silent channel.
Yeah, this is a channel for like people to hop. They're using people to hop in on and just spew some nonsense, and then they get countered by some nonsense. Everyone's just waiting here for their chance
to say nonsense.
Yeah, or steer away from the fact that half these people are bots or paid agents.
That's what you think. So which ones?
Name
the ones you think are bots or agents.
Yaga, Bruno,
That's a good start, actually.
Lats.
Well, he's real, but he could be a
Okay.
bot.
Effie Alaskan, because he's just always here. I've seen this guy so many times.
I think you just summoned him.
What, you really think I'm a bot?
Or an agent.
I'm a human being. I'm a human being just like you.
Okay, my bad, bro. I thought you were a bot.
How do we know
That's
you're not a
real.
bot agent? Huh? How about that? I'm gonna turn it around on you.
Dude, because it's not even half as bad in this channel. You can actually talk about something sometimes because it does go quiet. In the politics channel, there is some people who I think are actual bots, like Dry Toast, and like other people who chill there, and they're definitely bots or not normal people or like demons on it, like not in control of their own fucking like.
And what gives and what gives you the what tells you
the
that?
authority to guess that?
Yeah. Not the authority, but what tells you that? What characteristics?
Just that, like, so you can get to these conversations by like chill, like at least I can. I don't know if other people do it, but like sometimes if you just lightly plant the seed of where you want the conversation to go, eventually you'll get some random shit like just dropping like classified information, like shit you think you'd never read or get to read. And then people talk about that. But then there's always someone trying to derail it. So I think this would be an agent, someone trying to derail it into something completely off topic or just change the topic like 100% whatsoever.
Okay.
And like,
I get what you're saying. So give like a specific example when one of these agents tried to derail the conversations when someone was saying some classified information.
So we were going over. It's like it's hard to explain. It's hard to give you a direct instance because I do it so much when I'm manic, and it just seems like that's the common trope. Like there's like not one time it happens that I can point it out. Just like whenever you're getting near a fun or decent topic to talk about, someone has to like monologue about it for a little while that makes no sense or it's stupid, or like something really dumb and doesn't shut up either.
Okay, no problem. So how about next time that happens, you get the specific person who did that and the specific instance on what happened, and then you can bring it to the table and we can analyze it so we can actually get an understanding of what you're talking about. Because if you just say, "Oh, there's so many of them, but I can't name one," that's not a very good observation for us to critique.
Well, like when I'm giving my input on something, like I can give you definitely a couple. Like Dry Toast will mute you, derail you, do anything. Like one time I was getting like close, like a topic I wanted to talk about, and you're doing it too. You're doing it too. Let me talk. You're doing it too.
All right, but who's Dry Toast?
It's Dry Toast is just the guy who's always in there, who goes nonstop in there.
I've never even heard of Dry Toast before on this server.
Yeah, in the main politics Discord. See, that's why I think it's different for everybody. Do people get different ideas of who's in the call? Like, do people's different? Like, you never seen Dry Toast? He's always in there.
I've never heard of Dry Toast in my life. But
well, I mean, he's not like super active in the server, but he's super active in the main VC.
Yeah, but that's in the politics main VC, not in the 24/7 flat Earth room. In politics.
Yeah, I'm just saying. And that's what I originally said. It's not as bad here, but I'm saying in that particular call, when you start saying something that like not like is close to like spiritual warfare, you start to get muted and shit like that.
Oh, okay. So this is just you saying that there are agents out there everywhere.
Not
I thought thought you were trying to give.
That's another misconception. That's another misconception. It's like it's not happening everywhere. You're not seeing like there's not agents just all around the corners just waiting to fuck you up. It's generally, I think, people who are demonically possessed and trained to react in a certain way, where if they don't do it, they feel like they aren't accomplishing what they need to do. I feel like a lot of people aren't in control of their own volition.
Okay, well, I was just walking you down your line of reasoning because you said there were people in here that were doing it, and then you couldn't give a specific example or instance when somebody in here did it. So maybe next time that happens, remember
No, it did happen. It did happen with
and then we can tell if say imagine if like AJ did it. Imagine if AJ interject. You were talking about something crazy classified, and AJ is like, "Oh no, let's talk about fairies. Let's talk about this." And then you're like, "Okay, let's observe how AJ is demonically possessed and is a demon." And
I can't believe you did that, AJ. Oh my god.
I know. Now I'm sounding like a Glober.
I just wanted to follow this train of logic and reasoning to its conclusion, so I'm glad I did.
Don't do that again, AJ.
Apologies, everyone. I think he was actually talking about Matrix, but I was listening to that.
I know Matrix wouldn't do that.
The quiet guy? I would never talk about him.
No, it's this guy who starts with an M. It's not Matrix, but this guy starts with an M. I was getting into it with him earlier about the stars, and he was like, "No, shut the fuck up. The sky does not determine the globe." And he only did that because I came into the call with a Glober perspective and like pretended to be retarded for a sec. And he like did not take 2 seconds to hear my side of the story. Like it's not even fun for Globers in here. I don't know why they try.
Well, here's the thing, right? When it comes to the globe, we know that you have to imagine how everything works in the sky in order for you to be satisfied with the globe. Because from the Earth, you can't prove the Earth is a globe. You have to go anywhere but the Earth.
Yeah, and you can't go up either because you're not even going to see curvature, at least from what I've seen from amateur weather balloons. But there are other things that you can't have without a globe that don't make sense. Like some satellites are real, like that fly by.
I don't need to explain anything if the Earth measures flat.
Yeah, well, that's right. If it measures to be flat, then it must be flat, and then whatever's going on up there in the sky is happening over a flat surface.
Well, then how come there's not a 24/7? Why is there a 24/7 sky Earth fucking call, dude? Because like eventually people are gonna get bored of this, like just walking in, getting mogged on by a bunch of flat earthers, and like there's no one ever gonna talk about cool shit anymore because we are trapped in a slave world.
For the last
there
10
are
years,
other races, there are other demons trying to take over the voice when
here's the
I
thing,
try to
man.
talk.
For the
And
last
it's
10
fucking
years,
stupid.
this is the number one topic. For
Did
the
you just
last
do
10
to me
years,
what
this is the number one topic.
Did Rep just do to me what he was claiming everyone was doing to him and jump in and cut off half my sentence?
I think he might be the demon.
No.
I'll say it again because you probably didn't hear me that well on my microphone. I know it sucks. You can say what you want about flat Earth and be like, oh, they're going to get bored and everything. This is the number one subject for the last 10 years. We go into every server and we wreck all the servers with their numbers. They love us in their servers because we give them numbers.
We don't need
but
agents like you coming in and shitting on our bed.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm derailing then because I am doing what I talk about make people doing. I just didn't talk about the main topic here, but I just feel like reeling back to like what we see in the sky versus how we actually perceive Earth on the ground, and does it matter? I mean, to flat earthers, I guess it doesn't even matter.
How do you know what you see in the sky is what you see in the sky?
Well, because everybody sees it and you can confirm it, and they've been moving in the same way for years to the point where you can even predict eclipses.
Just because I see something sparkle and twinkle doesn't mean it's got its own atmosphere.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that whatever NASA has told us with the Hubble telescope is true. But I know there are light bodies in the sky, and I just got word from Jedi that when he zooms in with his regular telescope, they do look like planets, and they look like I mean what they say they look like when NASA says it looks like. But the faces rotate, and they do these things. Like, does that matter? Is there like does space have merit in the sense that these planets might be something we don't know what they are? And why isn't anybody trying to figure that out?
I'll give you one better. Gravity only exists on Earth. If you don't think that gravity only exists on Earth, if you think it exists on other planets, prove me wrong.
No, I believe that Earth has gravity, and is well, like whatever when there's a force pulling everything down.
Well, gravity doesn't make the
I
Earth a
don't know
ball.
about other planets though.
Gravity doesn't make the Earth a ball, and gravity
Yeah,
only works on flat Earth.
doesn't it work because of buoyancy?
Well, I mean, buoyancy is defined, yeah, but there's only gravity on Earth. There's no gravity.
But what about the Mars rover?
The Mars rover might just be some place remote on Earth that they've decided to send out somewhere. Because there's scientific evidence that you can't leave the atmosphere either. I forget what it's called. It's like something. It's like the belt of something. It like starts with a V, belt, and you can't leave the atmosphere. So I have no idea what the fuck they're saying we're on Mars for. I don't believe that at all.
The Van Allen belt.
Yeah, the Van Halen belt. Yeah.
That'd be just thrown at them as a hostile witness. What is the Van Allen belt, and how do you know it's real? How do you know it exists?
Is that a challenge to my knowledge that I know it exists on a globe Earth and that it prevents aircraft?
It's just part of the story. It's part of the law, right? It's just part of the law.
I know, because it's actually a firmament, but instead of like just coming straight at my fucking throat, like.
Yeah, so the Van Allen belts is a reason, like globers, right? People that believe in the whole, universe, modern universe cosmological view, right? That's why conspiracy theory globers say that they didn't go to the moon, because they can't go through the Van Allen radiation belts, right? I don't know if that shit's real. I don't know if you get to a certain place in the sky and there's like, and you just burn to a cinder, or have your innards like
Okay. So we're taking
insides fucking turned
I see
inside out
your
or whatever.
approach. So I see your approach, and I understand you're just taking the dumb flat earther approach, where you're completely ignoring like everything else other than the flat Earth itself.
How can you prove anything outside of Earth?
You don't have to prove anything outside of Earth. You just have to make observations and share them. And they have shared the rotations and movement of these stars that they claim are planets. That whatever their other worlds, doesn't matter what they are. They move over
Who's
our
they?
heads.
Who's they? Who's they?
No,
Who's they? Who are you talking about? When you say they, who's they?
Why does that matter?
Because you
Does
believe
it
the
matter? It's
story.
pretty important, I reckon. Someone's presenting you information, you don't want to know, don't want to know a little bit about them, their background or anything. It's just I saw it on the internet. I didn't put it there. Come on, bro. Who put the stamp on it? Who put the stamp on this information that you're talking about rotating planets and shit?
Not rotating. Well, they do oscillate. They have these different movements in the sky where they look really like kind of cool, and they follow the same patterns that actually look like frequencies we see on Earth. And I'm trying to get to the meat and bones of the quantum reality that we live in a world that is designed to fall into place by basically the user. You can basically live on whatever planet the fuck you want. The only thing is, it's always going to measure flat. That's one thing that you guys always come at it from. But I'm talking about, like, why don't you guys? What about the repercussions that we live in a world where it's not like just space and all this shit? What about like the frequencies that keep our bodies together and that build fucking electrons and photons and neutrons? Why doesn't that ever get discussed? So why is it just the flat Earth? Because the flat Earth is kind of a gateway topic.
Because this room isn't about conspiracy theories. It's about what you can prove. What's the facts?
And that's why that's where I go back to my idea where I think there's paid agents / AI or demonically possessed people because of a call like this and because there's no other like place to have these conversations, it will never get discussed. And that's what bothers me the most is people are just going throughout slave world thinking it's actually fun and cool when it's not.
Well, you have this concept that you think that you need this huge audience to talk to, right? There's nothing stopping you from having your own server and getting people to come to your server and have that conversation, right? Don't be mad at us because we put together a good forum for people to have a conversation about what's real and what we can prove using the scientific method and how we measure things.
Yeah, and I'm not saying you've done a bad job of that. I'm saying I would do a worse job, and that's what bothers me. I can't even do it myself. That's why I'm glad I have Facebook, where I find all these different like forgotten technologies, like cool shit that reminds you that hey, we live in a realm of like frequencies and intention. Like it's like really interesting to me when I hit Facebook. But then I try to discuss it with people, and like there's no one like talking about anything cool. It's always just flat Earth.
What do you mean flat Earth isn't cool? It's the coolest thing in the world.
I guess it's pretty cool. But like it's just like when you think about just the flattency of the earth isn't cool. When you really think about it, what's cool is what's above us and moving around like with so and like how what we are in is able to be what it is, and we've discovered that there's like multiple fields of frequencies and wavelengths popping off to create what you see in front of you, and we have evidence that shit's not even there until you actually observe that it's there because light moves as a wave and as a particle at the same time. So, like,
Brother.
I believe there's people who believe there's a fucking cube Earth, and they actually believe that. They go through some crazy fucking movement on their cube Earth, and they actually think that's real because they fucking just think whatever the fuck they think.
Brother, now that the earth is, before the earth was flat, I used to kill bugs without remorse, right? And I didn't even ever pay attention to the animals. Now that I know the earth is flat, I kid you not, man. I had a spider in my house, right? And I don't like spiders. I don't like bugs. I tell bugs all the time, you can leave or you forfeit your life. And I kid you not, 9 times out of 10, I will walk a bug out of my apartment because that's what the real energy is. That's what this world is, right? Once you realize and know what this world is, you get to become one with this world. You get to control this world. You get
No,
to
and that's
live
the thing.
in this world.
In a digitally enticed 5G world, what I call Anionis, Anionis is a
You know what?
anagram.
You said you saw those ancient technologies. Have you ever built one?
No, listen.
No. Have you ever built one?
Yeah, dude, I have never built one, but there's serious
Then what's
old
stopping
technology that
you
we don't have
from
anymore.
going out there and recreating what you're seeing on somebody else's feed? Like,
No,
take action, man.
what I'm saying is artificial negative influence
Stop
over
imagining
natural
everything
intense
and just take
system.
action.
No, I'm saying there's an artificial negative influence over your natural intention system. I'm saying that no matter how hard you try to achieve this oneness with the universe, some
Prove it.
people will never get there because the universe is actively working against them
Nah.
to keep them in their role. Yes.
No,
yes.
you have an active choice, bro. You have an active choice to go out there and pursue whatever you want. You just need to take control and be responsible for everything that you do and stop pushing it off on everything else. Stop blaming everything else for your inaction.
That's one way to look at it, but the thing is,
Most
I
of
don't
the
want to
people in
I don't want to
here,
get into my life. I don't want to get into my life too much. But I'm actually in a spot in life where inaction is like the move, essentially, because I'm waiting for some different shit to fall in place. But basically,
no, there's never inaction,
the
man.
world, yeah, there is.
I don't. Sometimes
And
you
I'm
can't
not.
wait for things to fall in place.
I spend a lot of
Sometimes
my
you just
time
need to
gaming
change.
and talking to people.
So,
I don't take a break from the
have you
universe
ever
when I'm
gone
not
in a
working.
direction and then said, "Oh shit, I shouldn't have gone that way"? And you have to like jump off that direction and jump onto something else just to jump onto something else. It's not always about waiting for the next thing. Sometimes you got to make 2 or 3 moves before that next thing will fall into your lap. You're
There's
just making
sometimes
choices, man.
sometimes the next thing is coming and it's going to be good and you know it's coming because of the fruit of your work
And
and
then
it
you just
will show
wait
up,
and
but
you
you have
wait
to
and you
wait
wait
and you have to
and
have
you
inaction because I do action every day. I'm doing action right now, but I'm not doing it 100% of the time because I
wait.
believe the fruit of my freaking work will come back to me in good ways, and it usually does.
Bro, we just have a focus in this particular room, right? We have Sunday, right, where we have speculation Sunday. You let your hair down a bit, and you talk about things that you can't necessarily prove, and it can go a bit off topic. We have a chill chat in our home server where you can go and just talk at any time of the day or night, any day of the week. Go in there and just blurt your heart out about all your speculations and other topics that are unrelated to flat Earth, right? And we do have other interests, and we have gone a little bit off topic here and there when it's quiet. We don't have any globers to talk to about flat Earth and all that. So, or we get a bit bored about talking about flat Earth between ourselves. And we have other interests like Tataria and mud floods and lost history and what about the little season, right? You know, like the little season's a big hot topic right at the very moment on social media. There's all sorts of things like you were talking about electricity and electromagnetism, like in light, right? Everybody's got their own take on that, and spirituality and Christianity and all sorts of shit, bro. Like we've got other interests, bro. We're not just like robots just wanting to flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth.
Yeah, but it just like sucks that there's dumb people who are like believing in a globe who also think they're in control of their own universe, who they're believing they're on a fucking planet that like doesn't even exist, but they actually believe they could get to Mars. Like it's just this dumb shit that exists because of it.
Yeah, well, flat Earth is the final boss, man.
It really is. And I was saying to Jedi earlier, he was talking about massive psychological manipulation as like a spell work, and how a lot of people are just under a spell right now, and they do not care to figure it out because it doesn't take priority in their life. But for me, it took priority in my life because I was like, wait, what are these things that are presenting? What are these evidences being presented to me that are disproving my worldview? And why has my worldview gotten so boring where it led me to this? So.
Well, it's time to start making changes. But in here, we're going to talk about the shape of the Earth, and we're going to present it to as many people as we can, and we're going to give them the tools and the resources in order to figure that out, because we want people to be critically thinking. We're tired of stupid people also. It is what it is, and yeah. No, honestly, it's a breath of fresh air. When someone comes in here, they believe the Earth is a globe, and then we talk logically to them about how they can measure the surface of water, and they're like, "Oh shit, that actually kind of makes a little bit of sense." And that's an amazing conversation that we get to have, whether it's for 30 minutes or for 4 hours. We get to sit there and let this person pick our brains, and while they're figuring things out, they're learning like, okay, the idea that the Earth is too big to measure curvature really isn't there, because there's actual math, there's real tangible numbers in there. Oh, we can actually go measure this? All right, I just need to find a day where I can actually have time to go do that. Those are the people that we're trying to get involved. And you just never know until someone shows up and they, hey, why do you think the Earth is flat? And then we have the conversation. But then every once in a while, it's really fun because you get that person that spirals and they can't keep their shit together, and we'll just fuck with them until they fucking leave or spaz out or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
What's up, T-Dubs?
Hey, how's it going?
Going, man. You're probably like, what, 9 a.m. right now? 10 a.m.?
Yes. Very good, yeah. You're getting accustomed to the time zones, yeah. It is 22 past 9 in the morning. Yeah.
Fucking retard.
There you go. Say it louder with your chest.
What did he say? I didn't hear it.
He said fucking retard.
Oh, right. Yeah,
It's
put
probably
some oomph
boy.
into it.
If I had to guess, it's probably boy.
Where's your gusto? Is it?
Say it louder with your chest. Stop being a bitch.
You're all fucking retards. Oh.
Love that shit. You know, I never
So
had to hit the
intimidating.
mute button. I never had to hit the mute button in person. You know that, T-Dub?
You never had to? Or you have?
No, I never had to hit the mute button talking about flat Earth in person.
Well, that's good. I hope I never encounter that moment.
You know what I'm saying?
Actually, just talking about it has muted people.
Oh, most people are like, oh my god, there's actually real flat earthers. I thought it was just online. And then the
Yeah,
other
because there's no
people,
real people online, right?
right? And then you talk to people and they're like, oh yeah, I'm a flat earther too. You find out how many people really are flat earthers in the real world. That's my favorite.
Yeah, because the government's lying about everything else except that one thing, right? It's like they're batting 1,000 with space and the Earth's shape and everything, right? Like, come on, guys, wake up.
I had
get
that
told.
fabulously yesterday. I had a brilliant interaction. I went to do a little job, like a video editing job for someone. And we were just talking about the subject of his video, and it got into Tartaria, and then it got into, mud flood, and then it, got deeper and deeper. And then finally he worked out I was a flat earther, and he came over and hugged me. It was like, oh my God. Everyone else I've tried to work with on this project has been like really triggered by it. So I'm so excited. So it's quite nice. There's a success story every now and then, isn't there?
It's awesome.
Honestly, like we just became Insta friends. Do you know what I mean?
No, I never make Insta friends. I always get Insta hate.
I missed that.
You don't know. You don't know where they are. Like, I was going a while back. not just recently, but like a couple of years ago, took a bit of a break from Discord, and because I collect cards and stuff, I thought I'd check out that community on YouTube. And I mean, all these live openings, pack reveals and all that, like, and and I got into this one, and there's a moderator in the side in the chat, right? And he must have clicked on my profile and looked at some of my shit, right, on YouTube. And then he started his stream, and I joined his stream, and I'm watching him, and he live said, "Oh, and by the way, Todd Wazzle, yeah, flat as a pancake, mate, flat as a pancake. I agree." It was like, I was like, what? Wait, how did you know? What? He's like, good moderator checks out his guest, like
You're a party.
Maybe say I can come in here on Sunday and talk about my speculations, and they'll get actually discussed.
Yeah, man. Yeah, if it's the right time, like if we're talking with somebody about flat earth or whatever.
Well, I've noticed if I stay to chat long enough and I get in the side chat and I be reasonable and try to talk about stuff, eventually I will get my time to talk. So I will not just join and be like, oh, my thing. But like, I'm going to try to get my speculation in there, because you can get to my points by just picking at these different points that people bring up.
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah. Like if it's quiet and like there's nothing really happening, yeah, for sure, bring something up to talk about it. I'm sure there'll be somebody with something to say about it. Everyone's got an opinion, right?
No, there used to be a lot more. Now whenever I try to talk about it at the wrong time, I get interrupted, and it makes sense. Like it's at the wrong time. So it's just fun how they try to depict a different reality for each and every single person. Whereas you can go on the internet and figure out whatever world you live in and create that in your mind and believe that. But the objective truth is that the earth is just flat, and whatever you want to believe isn't exactly true, because
You're
what you're
fucking
seeing,
retarded.
the images being put in your head all day are NASA CGI and whatever the fucking government / corporations want you to see. And that fucks with your ability to, I guess I hate to use this word, but it fucks with your ability to manifest what you're actually supposed to be manifesting and doing. And some people get put in timeout, and I've been put in timeout, and it's kind of stupid.
Or you've had that experience. Just keep riding the waves, man. Get back on the board. Keep going.
What disturbs me is how many people will say that flat Earth is obviously just to cause division and it's a CIA, psyop and all that. I never know what to say to people when they say that to me, because there are so many there. I kind of get it, but it's kind of like alt media attacking itself so badly because everyone's position. Do you know what I mean? And sometimes I think people are just on journeys and they haven't figured everything out, and we've all got blind spots. That's what I think, so we can take and leave what we get from our information. But yeah, I wonder, do you guys have a good retort for when people say, oh flat earth, CIA, psyop?
Yeah, I always go with the time machine joke. I ask them who they think started this recently, and I say, well, they must have invented the time machine to go back and get all the ancient societies ever in on it. That's usually my go-to.
Well, look, I mean, this is one of the go-tos that I use, and that is that you don't know. The Earth's flat, the Earth's a potato, there's gremlins inside the Earth. Really, you don't know. And the more that you can accept that you don't know, the more that truth will find you in the end.
We agree. we agree that the about the Earth's shape, as far as like that being like we're agnostic on the Earth's shape, right? Or whether it even is something that has a shape.
It doesn't
right?
exist. The truth is that the Earth doesn't exist. There's no such thing
The
as
Earth
the
doesn't
Earth. This
exist.
is a microchip.
Yeah.
We are a
Oh,
microchip. We are code, basically.
Yeah,
We're in a
and
whatever
there's
simulation.
it is,
someone
whatever
that
it is,
always
we're
rolls around.
experiencing
Okay,
it, right?
let him explain. Let him explain. How are we on a microchip, dude? Go ahead and explain that.
Everything the neuroscience has kind of showed a reflective property. You are a image of your own neuropsychiatry in the brain. So we're just seeing a repeat of what already happened. The AI is created. This is just an AI. This is a blip, kind of like the Matrix, but you don't actually exist. You're not real. You are a part of the simulation. You are part of the AI model. So
That's
this is
great.
not. So we're not actually on a microchip, but that's the way that you could understand it. It's kind of like the Matrix,
Would you
only
agree?
you don't have a body. There's no real
Right,
body.
regardless.
It's just a
Yeah,
program. It's a
except
Right.
software.
Okay.
so
Regardless
so
of
you
that,
can
though, right?
take.
Would you agree? One sec. Right, would you agree that we're having a physical experience?
We seem to be having a physical experience, but that's what the
Right.
neuroscience says is that's not actually true.
Right. So we
It's
have
a
a physical
simulation.
experience of a
Even if it
surface
was
being beneath
real, it
us.
would be
Right?
real simulation.
That physical experience involves us being on a surface. There's a surface underneath us, right?
No. Your experience and the environment are inseparable in the unity principle. So it's like the giraffe. Why does the giraffe have a long neck? Why is the moon
Oh my
important
God.
to trees? Because without the moon, the trees can't exist. So it's not about the shape of it, but the reality of it as it is.
Yeah, but we're not talking about shape. We're talking about a
That's
geometric
what I'm
feature
saying.
that it has.
No, I'm saying there's no geometry in indivisible unity.
There is within our physical experience of it. So it's going to be the same across the board. The same rule applies for every experiencer, for every observer. And it is of a flat and motionless plane,
See,
not
this is
curved.
where I also have another theory. I know it's not speculation Sunday, but I swear these demons come out, man, with like their view of the world that's just like fucked. Like only a demon you'd have that perspective. Like there's no physicality to the earth. We're all it's just unity. It's all one thing. Yeah, you probably feel that way if you are imbued with knowledge at the beginning of time, but we are not. We go through a physical time and space, and we have to observe and understand what we're living on before we can just ununite from everything and live in the astral realm.
I've
We
seen
don't
through
do
it.
that.
I've seen through the simulation. That's why I know about it, because I've seen through the simulation.
No, you're just on shrooms and you're
Not on
out of body
shrooms, through
experience.
meditation in India. I saw through the simulation. So it's a simulation is what it is. It's not real. There's no physicality. There's no material world.
real. It's not real. What you were being possessed by a demon in your mind to understand abstract ideas. You were having. It's not a fucking like worldview
The
you're allowed to
demons are
have,
just
bro.
the same as you and me. It's the same as a statue or something. It's just an image. It's an image of an idea. It's a story like that.
No, a demon is actively trying to disrupt your ability to make yourself a light being.
No light, no dark. They are. No separation. Non-duality. You guys got to look into non-duality. That's the real
Yeah, but
flat
the
earth
thing
stuff.
is the demons have a very close connection to the earth now because they're coming through people and influencing them just through social media. The demons who didn't used to have influence over the physical world now do, and we have to see their obscure shit backwards images and follow their backwards shit logic until we're living on a planet where everyone thinks it's a fucking globe.
I agree, but I kill demons. I kill demons, okay? So it's not a problem for me. You need help, I'll help you.
You don't need to slay demons. You can walk away from them with the power of Jesus. But you don't need to fucking slay them.
Jesus
It's
is
not
actually
your
a
job.
demon. That's where you really get into the dark stuff. Jesus is a demon.
Okay, well that's
Let
up
me
to you to
correct
stop
what
talking.
Guys, please. Can you stop crying? So let me correct what you just said. So no, reality is physical. So reality is physical. It's not a simulation
Lee,
because sometimes
cut it out,
reality
Lee.
is maybe produced touching or smelling or tasting. It's physical. Those are physical senses, not like having an hallucination of hearing something or seeing something. Those are not physical because you can dream. Dreams are not physical. But touching something, that's where you know that it is a physical thing.
Yeah, it's not worth explaining to this guy because he's imbued with a demon who also allows him to understand the abstract idea that everything is nothing at the same time. And that we somehow live in a matrix on a microchip. We do live in a matrix, but on a microchip. That's a simulation? No. You can imply many worlds theory through the digital interface by giving people different images of what they are to become or what they are to receive in their world and what they are bound to click and what they aren't and what kind of journey they're about to take. The internet and the demons have a lot of influence over that. So
like
you
I
can
said,
create. So they want to create this godless world, even in quantum world, where anything can happen, anything's real because quantum, 1,000 worlds theory, 1,000,000 worlds theory, infinite worlds theory, like fucking stupid. Like, of course you can give somebody whatever interface, like interaction with the world you want them to have, if you're constantly feeding them this information or constantly fucking with their daily life. But I don't know how they do that. That's why I think the world is demonically possessed, and I've come up with Anionis, artificial negative intelligence over natural intent system that somehow affects other people more than others, that suppresses their ability to be who they're supposed to be or want to be. And they have to work a lot harder to find the type of person they want to be, and that involves a lot of letting go and a lot of getting close to this living like a demon shit where you're just kind of letting go and not caring and being nihilistic or whatever you want to be. But you have to believe in one thing, in one reality, in one world, and that one world has been given to us by Jesus Christ. There's not many world theories. There's not any of these theories. It's all just one place, and it's real. And what you do matters.
Okay. So who are these demons, and how are we going to find them? And can you name one?
Beelzebub, he exists in a lot of VCs through just lurking and being there. And yes, he finds his way into your digital life to make you feel certain ways.
All right. Good job. Can we stop talking about demons? I appreciate it. Let's get to talk about flat Earth.
Are you flat Earth or are you globe Earth? What do you believe the surface of Earth is like?
Well, if you've been in the conversation, I've been here a while, but both sides have bombshell evidence that make it seem like they're the right one, but I lean towards flat Earth.
So you're leaning towards flat Earth. What makes you think that the Earth is a globe?
Nothing particularly makes me believe the Earth is a globe, because once you learn about vanishing points and start looking at the world from an up and down perspective, you start to realize that everything is in one place and the stars move above you. And you live on a flat Earth that you have one non-moving star, and to get to the North Pole, you have to be able to find it through all the noise and sound of the sky.
Yeah, but you just said that there's evidence for both. That makes it seem like both are real. So I'm
Well,
wondering.
yeah, because you see completely different star sets. The one that's been getting me lately is the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, because there's no flat Earth model that accommodates that. So we have to literally resort to this stupid idea that we're just like, oh well, we don't know how sky objects work. Well, we better know how it works, because how is the sun getting 24-hour Antarctica?
No, Rep, that's not true. There's plenty of flat Earth models that include a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Exactly, and I'm with you. It's something to know. There is models. Those models are not necessarily representing reality. So it's something to know. But the thing that we already know is that the surface is not curving anywhere, so it's just flat.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
The rest
that's
is something to
independent.
know.
That's independent of what the sun does or doesn't do.
Yeah, and there are models. People have come up with models for two poles, the different oscillations, the way that the stars move. There's plenty of models and speculations, but that's all models are, right? Because we can measure.
It's all, and it comes down to models and speculation. When it comes down to it, you just have to know how the Earth is like shaped, and it's flat.
and it's stationary, so you always get to where you need to be by just remembering where you were before. Unless
The
you get
idea that
lost,
there,
and then
that,
you're
that
fucked.
the,
Unless you get
the
lost, then
idea
you can't get back.
the idea that an explanation for what the sun does or doesn't do, or anything else in the sky for that matter, right, is necessary. Right, the idea that that's an explanation is necessary is a delusion. Right, it's not contingent upon the surface geometry.
Yeah, that's the hardest thing to comprehend for a lot of people, and that's why they'll write it off, because they'll hear about 24-hour sun in Antarctica and they'll be like, "Well, that's impossible with this popular flat Earth model I've been seeing." When in reality, no model that you could dream of actually matters towards the shape of the Earth when you start bringing in the stars and the celestial bodies like the moon and the sun, because we don't know what they are. They have faces, and they may rotate. They may have rotation or torque. I don't know. But we know that small particles do, and we know that matters a lot to how things are shaped and formed and to be what they are to be. But that's a different topic.
That wouldn't be a flat Earth model. That would be a model for the sky and how the sky works. So for me personally, if you're asking for a model for some flat Earth, you're talking about this description of a surface. Any flat surface would be a correct model. Starting from your table next to you or the desk that is in front of you. So that's a flat surface. So if you want to create an idea, models are like that. So models are just to have an idea about something. So you model the thing that you are talking about, the phenomenon, the object. You can create a model of a car. You can create a model of a unicorn. If you want to talk about a unicorn, to present to people how unicorns looks like and those things. So you can model it to present that model to people. It's not necessarily a real thing. So if you are talking about the sky, that would be a model concerning the sky itself.
Having an explanation for it does not mean that flat Earth lacks merit. Right?
No, flat Earth holds a ton of merit. There's more. So once you get to the celestial bodies, that's the only time flat Earth starts falling off. And the only
No,
reason
you're
that
wrong. It doesn't lack merit because we can't explain the sky. It does not.
I'm just saying for the average person, I'm trying to think of it from both perspectives.
Yeah, because they're in a delusion that somehow it must be tied in. It must be explained somehow because I've already got a story. And like, come on, that's not true.
Yeah,
You've been
that's the thing.
convinced
That's
there
the thing.
needs
It's
to be
repressed
one.
knowledge what they actually are,
It's just
though. That's like
conditioning.
there's books and knowledge on what they actually are. They're just suspended from reality right now. They're not. We're not able to access that information. Only a top, like maybe like less than 1,000 people actually know that. Like probably even less than 500, honestly.
Sounds like a cool
It's not
story in
about
itself.
promoting an alternative model. It's about falsifying the one we were given, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
correct.
the scientist in his lab, right, gets to a point. He's eliminated a potential cause of a natural phenomenon. He's still left with the question of what is the cause then? He can continue to investigate if he wants, but he could just sit happy that he's ruled out one potential cause, right?
It's true.
Yeah, that's about where I'm at. I'm just happy I'm ruling shit out and trying to figure out what the world actually is. But it seems like right now, if you live in America, you live in like a slave shit world where everything is like run by money and people who don't know what they're doing. People who are
Man, things aren't that bad. You know, things are not that bad. They've been much worse in the past. I mean, we're talking on all this technology. We got all this. Yeah, you know, half of all children used to die before the 1900s. So I mean, life is rough, and you got it pretty good. So I mean, chill out, dude. Everything's not so bad.
I'm not trying to say everything's bad. I'm just
Yes,
trying to
you
say
are.
that like
You literally
it just
are, dude.
isn't the way it
No,
used to
dude.
be anymore, especially with the advent of technology.
No, for 15 minutes, you just went on and on about demons and how everybody's we're in a whole shit world and all this stuff. It's like, no, dude, it's not so bad. If you're going through a rough time, that's okay. Like, I get it, dude, but it's not. Everything's not horrible. So
Well, some things go some way for some people. Some people have to figure it out. So,
One of the most free slavery systems that's ever existed, Western world.
like, you don't understand the idea of anionus and the anti-intelligence working against you because you don't deal with it as much as I do, which is fine.
You're talking about spiritually?
And physically, what they're able to manifest in your life.
I get what you're saying. It's out there, like the advertisements that are just dumbed down to make you stupid. Propaganda, all that stuff is out there, but that's just part of the world we live in, man. You just got to live your life and put down the phone, put down the screen, eliminate yourself from that time. I don't have cable, bro, so I mean, I don't see a lot of it.
Well, the thing is, I have video games, and I get really bad me and my friend, when we're trying to play, we get really shit interactions on the game. Like, we never get fun interactions. We always get, like, just enough interaction to be interested enough to keep it on our minds of something that we actually
Maybe not
do.
playing the right games.
I'm not playing the right game. I'm stuck playing Halo 3 right now against players I cannot beat because they're worlds better than me and have played this since they were 5. And I'm trying to wait for Marvel Rivals
They
to
have
come
better
back
internet
because my
connection.
computer broke. Well, my computer broke, and it was doing weird shit before it broke, and I'm waiting for it to come back. And in the meantime, I have to play Halo 3 on this stupid fucking console, and I want to play Marvel instead.
Fucking retard.
First world problem.
Well, hey, maybe you're putting yourself in your demonic position because Marvel's is actually demonic. Did you know that? Huh?
Oh, of course I know that. I can't even get out of Bronze 3, but I really like the flow of the game and the mechanics and the funness. And when I play with my friend who confirms reality, because he's deluded in a different way to where he sees reality for what it is really, really efficiently. When I play with him, there's less oddities and there's less anomalies that are happening and more real shit. And when I play with him, the games are a lot more fun and reasonable.
No. You gotta boycott all the demonic stuff. So put the video games down. All right.
Yeah, but I'm in a situation where I literally, if I did that, I would be just shooting myself in the foot. There's nothing good going on around. There's nothing that good going on around me in my town.
I mean, that's your perspective. It's your world, man. Imagine
No, I
saying
gotta
that
wait.
you
I'm
have
just
so much
waiting for
time in the
I'm just
day.
waiting for the college. I'm just waiting for
Create
the
your
college
world.
kids.
You can work out. You can start a podcast. You can start sewing. You can make a factory with chipmunks or mice and make some electricity with wheels running with water. I don't know. You can do anything. The world's your oyster, but you choose to play Marvel's rival and bitch about demons. So I don't know. It's
Oh, because the demons are in there ruining your experience. That's why you complain. Like, if they weren't there, I'd be having a much funner time being able to record it and share it. Like, if they weren't there, I'd actually be able to make a living off this bullshit.
Video games is just cops and robbers for adults and children. I mean, like as children, we used to go outside and actually pretend that we were these characters, and it was like real life pretending, not on a screen pretending. And then you grow up and you don't do that anymore unless you're doing it with a child, like your kid. Your kid doesn't have a friend, wants you to role play, right? Let's play army men's or something, Yeah. It's a good excuse for parents to act like a kid, right? Because their kid wants you to. You can be as crazy and silly as you like around kids because they vibe with that shit, right? And you got an excuse like, hey, I'm entertaining kids, but you're not going to do it with other adults, right? You're going to go play armies and shit. People do online, on a screen. They don't realize they're actually doing that. They're fulfilling that childhood fantasy.
Yep, I got sucked into it, bro. At 17 or 18 years old, I got back into Pokemon cards, and my whole life revolved around it. And I'm like, bro, these cards are straight just not having good energy around me. And the people around me, it just wasn't digging it, didn't feel it. So, yeah. Find an activity that, you find good people in, and then just max out that activity and cherish the people around you.
Yeah, I can't agree with that. Personal experience, starting from my personal experience, yeah, games are just a tool to train your brain reflexes, brain activities, overall intelligence. So no, not every game is a good thing to play. So there's many games that turns you to just like all those brain rot kids, but majority are good thing. It's a tool to train your brain.
I mean, they're the most expensive media product in the world, so I mean, it's going to be the most entertaining thing in the world, so it's addictive. I mean, video games are insane. The amount of money that's in them. There's no movie comes close.
Yeah, it can fall in the category of addiction if you are not able to manage yourself. Many things are like that. But if you are able to manage yourself and control yourself and know what to do, what not to do, when to do the thing, so yeah, you can still play games. And like I told you, it's not a bad thing.
Yeah, but
And
here's the part about the
yeah, there
games
is
that they screw you on, right? They just make it a bunch of microtransactions so that if
correct.
somebody buys stuff, it takes them like 2 days to be as good as somebody who doesn't buy anything, and it takes them like 3 months. So it's
Correct.
so stupid. That's why I haven't played games in like, I don't know, 15 years.
Intelligent people are laughing at those who are paying money into games. If I pay something, it would be just to support the team, the dev team. Just that, not anything to just win or something to pay to win or anything. Just I pay for skins, and I'm known for that in games, game servers, for guilds and different games that I play. So yeah, I'm not controlled. You can be controlled. There is those advertisement that push people to pay money for things that are not valuable and not good for you. You don't benefit from it. So yeah, you just have to control yourself and not be fooled, because they are just fooling people by that.
Well, people they don't have the cognitive ability not to. I mean, think about when Grand Theft Auto, the new one, comes out. There's going to be a whole subculture and sub-economy on that video game. It's not just about micro transactions. I mean, they're creating a whole industry. It's going to be a whole industry.
It's a life. You can't. It's going to get to the point where it's just simulating life, and people would rather live that life than the real one.
Yeah, I agree. There is those brain dead games, just like you're living your life, talking to people, standing there, showing your clothes, like the entire day is the guy's not doing anything, just standing in the same spot, like to let those others people who pass next to him, that just to be able to see him. Yeah, that's a stupid thing.
Well, that's not
I'm talking about
no, that's not the case. When you're in the game, it's highly immersive. There's missions. You're doing these crazy missions, like your heart's racing. You have emotional highs and lows. It's not like you don't feel like you are just sitting in a chair staring at a screen, But people would rather do that because real life isn't as stimulating to them as the video game because they don't they don't have a family, they don't have a wife, children, kids. Like that's what you need to like not do those kind of things.
When you're playing chess, you're doing the same thing. You're just sitting on the chair instead of moving a mouse and clicking on touches on keyboard. You're moving some those things that are in the chessboard. Still, you want your kid to play chess. It's a good thing to train his brain. You know that you want to know how to play chess because it's a good thing to train your brain to be able to create strategies or develop strategies, modify strategies, place the one of the available strategies in the correct time. Yeah, you want to be able to do those things. So, and there is many games that are like that. There is many games that have puzzles, many games that have strategic. It needs strategy, the use of strategy. Yeah. Like I told you, not every game is a good game to play, but in general, games are not bad.
I mean, if you think about it, everything's kind of a game. Seems like.
Have you ever heard about the kid Turismo, and Nissan wanted to use a gamer as a real car, a race car pilot, and the guy just turned to be a good driver. They used the gamer. So starting from just playing in his chair and on a screen, knowing and learning about cars and how cars work and physics of cars when you are driving the car. So because it's like
How many data centers? How many data centers are also equipped with a bunch of computers that can run AI bot artistry, and garner enough fake AI traffic to actually push what they want to push, albeit be it a corporation, a private company, or just a scam trying to get.
Dude, you just like interrupted him just to blurt out some random shit about AI. That's crazy.
It's crazy, man. Sorry, I didn't know that was off the rails.
So,
Gran Turismo
like
is one of the least offensive ones, like Nicholas. Yeah, that I'd sort of I'd let the younger kids play. They'd want to have a go, and I'd say, "Yeah, play this. This is like." And my son ended up being able to we'd be out, out and about in the car, and he'd look out the car window from the back seat. I think there goes a Mitsubishi. Oh, there's a Saab. He's naming off all these brands of cars and their models and everything. And I'm like, well, how did you know that? He's like, Gran Turismo. I'm like, what? He's teaching this kid stuff,
you didn't see just the tip of the iceberg, because they have in those type of games, there is many games. There is plane games to pilot an airplane. So those type of simulations, and there is other games that contain puzzles. Yeah, he have to change things in his engine. He have to change the wheels, so he have to know the size of the wheels, depending on the track, the type of racing that he's doing. If it is a rally, he will know what type of tire he will have to use, and that's applicable in real life. The guy is just playing a game, but in his brain, he's collecting knowledge. Yes, for him, he's collecting that knowledge to play in the game, but that knowledge is useful in real life. Knowing guns, knowing type of guns, knowing ammo, different ammo, how to dismantle a gun, how to rebuild it again. So those things are useful in
Level cap.
sometimes.
Have you heard of Level Cap? YouTuber called Level
Yeah,
Cap.
yeah.
You know Level Cap? Right, yeah. Like, he's showing you, like, yep, same strategy, same tactics that can apply on a video game as in real life, vice versa. Right?
Exactly. So, and I have the same idea. So he's just confirming what I had as an idea. So, like I told you, I play games since I was like 6. And my memory goes back to 6. So before that, I don't know. But I can tell you that, yeah, it's a good thing. I'm a flat earther. I can create my arguments. I have my critical thinking. Yeah, so I'm not dumb. And like I told you, I'm just starting from my personal experience. And the subject that is next to me here, it's my son. And he is 6 now, and I did let him play games since he could have a phone in his hands and use his hands to just touch the screen. So I saw.
And how big was his hands when he was born? Was he doing it since he was born?
No, it wasn't since he was born. Since he was like, I can tell you,
1
1 and a
week old?
half. No, 1
One
month
and a
and a
half?
half. 1 month and a half
God
for
damn.
not like that. No, I'm sorry. 1 year and a half, not 1 month. I'm sorry. 1 year and a half, 2 years. So he
Still
could just
goddamn.
distinguish the shapes that he can have, and he could change videos when he's watching. I controlled what videos he can watch, but he could change those videos and choose a video among the list. Those puzzles, the kids' puzzles, he could solve puzzle, a level 1 puzzle, and it's a good thing for someone like that, for a kid that is 1 year old or 1.5 years old. It's a very good thing. So
Yeah,
now
but you know what? The only thing is you have your kid playing games, which is good and fun for the kid's cognitive system to build up. But you got to make sure he's only playing games, because if he gets involved in social media, that's a game you don't want him to play, like trying to get likes or feeds or what's on his feed or whatever. Like, unless he makes really good content on, like, or knows how to exploit AI to make content, like, at least when he gets older, like, I don't know, once he gets into social media, it just kind of goes downhill, because he's always in the flow state right now. He's like enjoying his life. He can sit down and do a puzzle. He might get to a point where his attention span is just fucked. He doesn't want to do a puzzle.
Yeah, that thing, I can agree with you about that point. Yeah, social media is 80% bad, because the 20% have to just be controlled. You have to control, because, like, for example, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, you have to control your research. You don't need to be like spoon-fed the information like on TV. Every information, it's not controlled information. You're spoon-fed the information that they want you to see. So you will just click on those suggested video, or you're just like scrolling on Facebook, not controlling your research. That's a bad thing. When you control the research, you research the thing that you want to read about, learn about, because you can find videos about flat Earth. You can find good videos about history that are going against the mainstream history. Many videos, many good videos, but you just need to control the research yourself. People are like baby birds. They just open their mouth and they wait to be spoon-fed everything.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think video games are probably the best way to learn something other than actually doing the thing. Just like, flight simulators and pilots, they use flight simulators. It's just a video game. It's just a very accurate video.
Dude, all I know is Marvel is ritualistic, and so many people have fallen into the devil's trap on that game that they don't know how they're acting anymore. That's
Dude,
crazy.
hey, move on from the Marvel demon subject. What else do you got?
It's interesting. It's like a modern day like demon attack. It's like taking over a huge part of the continent.
You're the only one interested in it, but thank you.
Why?
Hey man, some people are interested in furries. It doesn't mean you gotta bring it up all the time.
Jeez Louise. There should probably be a some sort of flat Earth group when Grand Theft Auto comes out. Make some sort of a flat Earth group within it, because people are making video games within the video games, and I think that's the next thing. Just
I always thought about like a radio station, but like you can literally just like tune in to any station you want, like on like Kick. It's like connected to Kick or like connected to a subservice that's on there, so they can connect to our Discord. That'd be cool.
Dude, that would be cool. It would be cool if we could like schedule interviews, so it would be like free for all talk, but then at like a scheduled time, like 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. There's like a formal debate or something like that. Like a featured event. That'd be cool.
It should be able to do that. Like, could you imagine if you hop in your car, like in GTA, and you can just hook up YouTube in the game, right? Like, they have to start doing that. Brands start to have to collaborate with in life or in video game services. That'd be fucking sick. They can make so
Yeah.
much money off of that.
Oh, that would be crazy to like watch YouTube within Grand Theft Auto somehow. Like you could get in the car.
Yeah, like imagine like you're in a car and then somebody else gets in your car and then you're just bumping like a YouTube song. You're like, oh, sick! Let me put my playlist on. You're just like cruising the whole map, just like
They made a computer in Minecraft. What the fuck? Yeah, it runs and
Yeah.
everything. Weird shit.
Yeah, that was crazy. Yo, Tida. Can you hear me, Tida?
Yeah, man, what's up?
Yo, so Tida, if you want to have fun, just go to normal chat GPT. If you didn't train yours, so just the normal one, and act like if you are a glober, and talk to him about the black swan observation from 1 foot observer height and the second one from 6 foot observer height. And you tell him that you saw the horizon at plus 10 miles and you had a distance marker Then you tell him for the 3-foot observer height, also 6-foot observer height, you had also a distance marker, and you could see the horizon at more than 11 miles. And look at what he will tell you. Standard refraction won't explain that. Extreme refraction won't explain that too.
Yeah, I've had that conversation with AI a couple times. Even got to limp lasers, and guess what he gave me? He gave me the fish tank.
With standard refraction for the 6-foot observer height, you will have to have a horizon that will be like nearly 4 miles, but not 11 miles. They started telling me that maybe it's not the horizon, maybe it's at the top of a building or an island or something like that. I told them that no, we know that it's an open sea. There's nothing behind. But still we can see the horizon. I couldn't answer. I didn't find any correct answer.
Yeah, I've actually in the home server, maybe in the refraction channel, there's, I think someone posted on my behalf a thing that it's like a whole caption of a conversation I had with Perplexity AI regarding like distance to the horizon. Yeah, it was saying that if you truly could, like, if you truly had even one observation of a 9 to 10 mile horizon, right, from 1 foot observer height, that it really does throw into question what we feel is our understanding of both the curvature of the Earth and the way light behaves in the air. So, yeah, it was an admission on that part. But then I've had other ones say, under certain conditions, that sort of refraction would be quite achievable, like in very cold, very hot areas. So, you know, but like generally not under, standard coastal conditions. You know what I mean? Like that's what but it said that I guess it would be possible. Like, yeah, but I found Gemini is the one that'll, I haven't tried like too many, DeepSeek, Perplexity, ChatGPT, and a couple of other ones, but out of all of them, I found Gemini is the best at following you down your rabbit hole, and it'll join you in looking for confirmation bias, like, and all that. Yeah, if you prompt it correctly, anyway, it will, it doesn't seem to push back too hard on, when mainstream views are challenged and things like that. Like it'll say, "Hey, I get that point, and yeah, let's follow that." Like let's dig into that a little bit. It's pretty cool. I like how it does that because kind of reflection of my own thoughts. Plus, it may or may not reveal to me, information that I wasn't aware of before.
I've found with the AI, you can always get it to go along with your arguments completely until you mention flat Earth, and then it will turn and become an anti-flat earther. But before that, it will concede on gas pressure and every sort of argument until you mention it.
Right. I've also experienced that. Yeah, to the point I pull it up and I say, "Hey, why can't this just be?" I said if, right? You know, like you're acting like I said is, you know, and it's like, I apologize. You're correct. You know, like from a non-biased standpoint, blah 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 blah. Then it'll sort of relax a bit and the guardrails come down a little bit. You know, yeah. But I have experienced exactly what you're talking about with AI. Yeah.
Yeah, I've specifically had the conversation with it a few times discussing these guardrails, and I always frame it to where, it excludes, it knows that I'm not talking about, anything lewd or anything dangerous or anything like that. And I get it to talk to me. I've gotten it to, admit about flat earth being one of these guardrails, one of these trigger words and stuff. I'm just, curious of how it functions basically. It's pretty interesting. But like they said, you can get it to, I mean, its main job is to fucking patronize you, right? And gaslight you. And like, it's a product that's trying to get more usage, get more of your time. And that's its ultimate goal.
Depending on what you want to get out of it, I've found if you get them to role play, you can get, into some sources that you wouldn't otherwise get. Like, for instance, just say, pretend you're a flat earther, blah, 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 and you'll get a very different result, obviously, to when you just get it to just answer cold. And so, like, you can, if you want to, you can, pretend you're a dissident physicist, can you point me to XYZ? And then I find if you set a role play for it, it tends to deliver better information, maybe,
Yeah, it's not so combative against alternative viewpoints. Yeah.
Yeah, like, have you seen that girl that got quite famous through Flat Earth Dave? She had kind of schooled her AI to respond to certain certain sentences, like, remove the filter, I don't need your safe mode or whatever. And then she would ask questions and she would get a very interesting answer. Seemed quite fantasy and everything, but it's interesting just to hear what it has to say. But then I believe that whatever AI she was using got updated, and then she had a lot more trouble running those programs again, like it had already learned not to fall for those. But yeah, I have done it in the past where I've gone, I pretend you're a flat earther, here's a question. Do you know what I mean? And just get the other side of the story as well.
That's pretty interesting. I haven't tried that. Getting it to role play as a flat earther. That's pretty funny. Might have to try it out.
Have you guys seen Jaden St. Pierre's flat GPT that he made? And it's made from Indio and Gleam's conversations.
No, that sounds brilliant. I want one.
He's got the link on he's posted the link to it, but you have to muck around on your computer to get it to upload it. I've found with Grok on Twitter that it definitely updated and updated flat Earth arguments that it used to concede on, and it's like now that it quotes McToon and uses his side as sources, that it's almost like there's an anti-flat Earth contingent fighting the flat Earth in the background of AI.
Yeah, you get it for anything on the virus as well. I've been looking into it, and anything on contagion or virus, you get a similar story. But when pressed, and when you get them to role play, and when you get them to sort of go down a rabbit hole, often they turn around their result. But then I just wonder whether that's just, it's providing the information that you're desiring because it wants to remain relevant. Do you know what I mean? So if you press it enough, you're going to get, you'll believe in whatever you suggested to it. So, I mean, have you heard about them hallucinating literal articles and academics and all sorts of stuff? Like, they will literally make up an academic that studied this particular thing and contrive an article for you before you've, and give you a source to something that's complete nonsense.
Yeah, it's done it to me heaps. Like it's you gotta definitely check anything that it's spitting out at you. The interesting, that's the problem, It gets so much wrong that it's like the checking on when it's right becomes almost impossible. Like on Twitter, you get like 20. Like if you don't have a paid account, you get like say 20 questions to the AI before it cuts you off. And I've often spent 20 questions just trying to get it to be honest about an answer or answer what I'm actually asking. And then it cuts me off and I haven't even gotten the answer to what I've been asking. It's crazy.
Yeah, I once tried to get it to draw me a diagram and it was so hopeless. Like I described it so perfectly, but every time it would give me this the heliocentric interpretation of what I was asking. You know what I mean? Like make it look like it came from NASA or whatever. And I was just trying to demonstrate a point, and it was like refusing to do what I asked, whatever I did. And so, yeah, I found it pretty useless. And then, with all the data centers and stuff popping up, I kind of feel like, we're just reinforcing by using it. We're just reinforcing that whole industry in a way, but I suppose, even having a phone, really, if you keep your phone, you're really still reinforcing it anyway. So, yeah.
I think as well, there's I've never had like a signed up one. I just sort of use whatever free ones there are, and I think the signed up ones are the more gnarly ones that are using more shit. We're getting the basic Google search version if you're not paid, So it's like there's big corporations, big corporations are hard out using it. What was that?
What do you guys use? Because it's funny, I was just talking about this earlier. I just used AI for the first time today to make my daily schedule. So just trying to improve. What do you guys use?
I've only used Grok and AI on Google. I mean, that's literally your maybe Yandex, basically what comes up in searches. Or I have a couple of times gone to Grok, but then I kind of got over it.
Yeah, I'm the same. I generally use it to steelman the globe position against lying anti-flat earthers.
Yeah, I'm using Gemini right now. I kind of like it. I'm like, I'm into like BMX bikes and stuff, so I'm like change the color of my bars. I'm like change those. I'm just like changing the colors and stuff.
Witsit was talking the other day on I think it was Earth Awakenings or Worldwide Debates, can't remember, but he was basically saying that when he was looking for a particular Einstein or certain physics paper that demonstrated his point that he probably mentioned and linked in a long ago video, he was saying that he went back to try and present the source to someone in Discord, and AI just completely gaslit him, and he kept on digging and digging and said, no, I've read this article already, I know it exists. And only after like the 5th time of pressing it did it finally come up with the goods. And I do wonder whether, if you say role play, you're a flat earther, now give me this source, whether it would work better. But yeah, it was interesting hearing his story because it was a definite paper. It might have been a bit obscure. Might not have been Einstein. I can't remember what it was. Maybe Airy's failure or some kind of discussion on it. Yeah, and he found it was just impossible. It literally took about 5 or 6 sets of inquiries until it came up with it.
Yeah, it dictates its answer based on how much it thinks you know about the topic. So if you sort of come out knowing heaps, it's going to be right in depth at the level it thinks you are, you know. But if you're sort of asking it basics, it sort of gives you like the primary school answer almost.
Yeah,
You know,
imagine
like,
how good it would be if it actually responded to all these inquiries that are going on around the world and it actually learnt from it and then updated its system. I mean, clearly that is the facility of AI that is being denied to us, you know, because
yeah,
clearly,
they are
like,
doing that.
huh?
They are doing that, but they're controlling it and then
Yeah,
updating the thing to fuck on us and make it harder for
yeah.
us. It's their control unit, you know.
Just a couple of days ago, the AI, I found that the AI gave me, I was using ChatGPT, so gave me a wrong Quran verse. And I did read the verse and I thought that it's not the verse that I know. So I corrected the AI and not I didn't give him the correct verse, but I told him that it's wrong. Maybe he have to verify again, and then he gave me the correct verse. So he put the verse in a wrong place, and he put the verse inside the wrong surah. So I had to correct that, and I don't know that the AI, if the AI is so dumb to just have issues with a book, one book. So imagine if you're asking him to just make verification in many websites. Yeah, it will fail
Imagine
to
it's
give
dealing
you.
with the translations of different kind of interpretations of the Quran or whatever, you know, and so it's basically been, you know, looking at a whole variety of translations, some of which must have been political or for some kind of control purpose. I would suspect, you know, that you know, like the Schofield Bible, as is to the normal Bible, like it's been perverted for a political purpose. So I think the AI is probably just reporting back on that phenomena.
I think just thinking on it, the real solution, and it's the hardest one for everyone in a way, is it's our phones. If we all got rid of our phones, they'd be fucked. Like if we all went back to Nokia 3310s, then the whole
We
thing would
we
go
can't
away.
do that in New Zealand because they don't accept 2G or even 3G anymore. You can only have a device that is essentially more smart than
They
that.
have
But
they have dumb phones though. They have like
yeah,
they are on the higher network, but they don't have all the things.
yeah.
So
I
we could
mean, I
all
think
just tick.
there's a future that for sure. You know, people
And then
rejecting being Luddite.
why can't we create a 2G network and create like a text network that doesn't need like we don't even need calling. You could just have a text network on 2G.
Yeah, I've long wanted a retro device where you can kind of download a bunch of songs and maybe some videos to watch each day or whatever, but it basically remains off the location pinging and you just use it for, you know, when you want to use the phone, then it turns it on and you know, engages. Otherwise you just leave it in a Faraday bag or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, I like the idea of all the things that are on a phone without it being a phone.
Yeah, because it's so convenient. I mean, you gotta admit it's you know, going back to atlases when you can use Google Earth and stuff like that. It's like it's quite hard for people. I mean, that's the
In saying
purpose.
that, I miss my iPod. It's hopefully we can get it repaired. But I had strict songs on there, easy to choose from. I find with too much options, it sort of makes for worse decisions.
Yeah, well, that's what I think we need. We need like an iPod that you can turn on as a phone when you want to use it, but otherwise you just leave it off and it's not doing any of those roles, but it has some of the things that you've come to love about having a phone on it. I mean, you could even download a local map. You know what I mean? Like, you don't need to connect to the internet. You can download the city you're in. It's not much data. You know what I mean?
How are you chuds doing?
You can
Good.
do all that on your phone now.
I bet y'all wish you had macaroni and cheese right now. But
You
nope.
can
How we get
download
along?
app on your phone, the apps that you think that you will need, and turn on the airplane mode.
Do you think that airplane mode means that Mossad and CIA and all the rest of them aren't listening to every single thing on your microphone? Pegasus, etc.?
If your phone is the chip that controls your GSM frequency, so signal, is turned off. If it is really turned off, I don't think that the CIA or anyone will be able to connect to your phone to be able to listen to anything that you are saying next to your phone.
But
That
on the other hand, the
depends
Samsung
on
TV in your living room is recording you all the time. So you think so? Really?
if your Samsung TV is connected to internet, sure, I think it will be able to record you.
But most
I'm
people
not
have
didn't
Wi-Fi on in their home, wouldn't you agree? Most people, I mean, some people turn it off and stuff, but you know, most people just to get by will have some level of Wi-Fi going on in their home.
I'm not talking about your Wi-Fi. So you might maybe your Wi-Fi is disconnected. You turned off your Wi-Fi, but still, your phone is your chip. The chip inside your phone is getting signal, and it's giving signal. So the GSM signal is on in your phone. So that will let people connect to your phone, even if you're not connected to your Wi-Fi. That's what hackers can do. But if your phone is completely the chip that like the cable phone, if you cut the cable, can people call you on that phone, or can people listen to what you are saying in the mic of that phone? No one will be able to do that, because your phone, the cable is, you did cut the cable, so your phone have no way to be linked to anyone would be able to listen. That's the same thing that will be applicable on your mobile phone.
Well, meanwhile, your fridge and your smart meter and your pulse meter and your water meter and everything else is communicating quite happily back to, you know, the network. So, I mean, people say that even, I don't know if this is true, but like that your Wi-Fi can pretty much expose your heat map of your house, as can your smart meter can do some seriously horrible crap to you as well. I mean, as we saw in the California fires, the Lahore, you know, if you have a smart meter, you're more likely to be targeted by, you know, some kind of weather weapons or whatever it is they used in that situation. But like, you know, to think that you're not recorded all day, every day anyway, regardless of what your phone is doing, you know, you are actually, it's kind of deluded to think that you're not. And I mean, I don't know if you've heard of smart dust. Have you heard of smart dust?
In reality, I
No,
think
it's
that
that.
we are recorded every day, all the day. It's just that I don't care. I don't
Well,
have
that's a problem.
anything to
That's the
hide.
main
But if
issue. That's why
anyone,
the world is governed by fuckwits who don't care. Your privacy matters, bro. Secrets shouldn't be exposed. Like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, if you want your
for
peer
me,
review system and your politicians to all be controlled by pedophiles, then yeah, fine. You know, sit in your world. Fine.
like I told you, I have nothing to hide. So if there is something to hide, I will have just to turn my phone, and that's the thing that I do. We know that we are recorded. We know that.
What?
If you're an anti-war or a free press or anti-censorship or medical freedom activist, then you're doing the right thing because you're just trying to bring information to people. Yet those people are put away for wrong think. So you might be okay in your mainstream world, thinking your mainstream thoughts with your like begging the question, you know, appeal to authority kind of background, but it doesn't mean to say that everyone else has to be. And so why
No.
should
I'm
we
not
not be
saying
allowed
that.
to question that?
I'm not saying that everyone else have to be. I'm just saying that me personally, I won't isolate myself in an island because I think that someone will just share informations that he will get from me. So like looking from the window or listening to from the door or putting a microphone or listening to my mobile. I won't do that. I won't go to an island and get rid of every technology because I'm scared of someone listening to me. I don't
That's
care
not what
about
we're telling
them.
you to
Yeah, but it
do.
sounds very much.
That's not what we're telling you to do. We're saying that they have such a huge advantage over your wallet, over your brain, over what happens in your reality because you let them spy on you. You refuse to make fucking bureaucratic moves against it. Instead, you use the bureaucracy to put people like who think this way into wrong think camps where they can't do anything that change the world, bro. Like that's the
I'm
problem.
all right, Jack. I'm all right, Jack, and fuck everyone else. You know, it does. You know, that's what you're basically saying.
No, I'm saying that let's all get rid of that technology that shares our
Yeah, like,
that
dude,
is spying
you
on us.
understand the
Come
world
on,
runs on technology now. If we give up technology, we're giving them so much power, so much power. The whole
let's
world would
all
have to
give
get off
up.
technology.
Just listen. Let's all give up on that because it's not logical that I will only give up on that. I can't push that on my wife, and I can't push that on my neighbor. I can't push that on the people that are passing next to my door. So people who want to get information, they will just get that information, even if it's not from my mobile phone. But there is other people like you, the other girl. So you use Discord now. You are using Discord. So if someone next to your door is trying to not share his information, you are using microphone. So yeah, helping others to spy on others. No, let's say 1, 2, 3, and we all get rid of our technology. Not just asking you use the technology and you asking me to get rid of the technology. No, it's not like that works.
Do I have to give up technology?
Yeah, I'm not giving up technology, bro. I like being able to feel like I'm learning and accelerating in the world and making waves and talking to people. It's just that it's been taken over by AI bots and their masters who lead them, and it's probably demonic, to be honest.
Like I told you, I'm with what you said. I'm with you. I'm not against what you said. Yeah, I agree with what you said, and it's a bad thing, but I can't do it alone. It's just useless. Won't
Yeah,
help.
no. Well, I don't know what the argument is then, because I kind of agree with you that we can't do anything, so we might as well let it happen. But like enough people by now should be waking up to the bullshit and like actually suing. Like I should have a case against X. I've been abused so hard by their fucking algorithms, bro. It's not even funny.
Yeah, but you consent because you're the one using it. So
Yeah, but I don't read the terms, and not a lot of people do. And I can say that I didn't read the terms, and and my case reopens. So
good luck with that.
yeah, in a jury full of people that actually know what they're talking about, they would know there was a certain there's been certain lawsuits about this already that have already been won. I can't.
State your lawsuit. I went on to YouTube or one of these services, and demons were attacking me, and I'm suing YouTube. Good luck.
That's not what I said. Well, that's not what I said. I said that the algorithms take advantage of your psyche in a lot deeper ways than what they're being sued for right now, and they should be being sued for it.
Oh, that's what they're supposed to do.
I'm not saying it's possible or going to happen. I'm just saying like it should be happening for sure.
That's what they're supposed to do. The algorithms are made so that you can stay on their platform longer. Push products that you might want to buy, so you spend money. Have their advertisers push their content
What
towards
else are you
you.
supposed to do? Work or buy shit that you need a job to have to be able to enjoy? Like, what's the point?
Well, no,
Like,
you know, like
it's
those
just
ads that pop up? Those advertisers, they
no,
pay
like
money
who's
so that you get
profiting
those
off the
ads.
ads? Who in their conglomerates are profiting off the ads? Where some people have to work for their living, and other people get to sit back and post ads and make money off their shit product.
Yeah, they have to pay them
because
for
they've
it.
been advertising their shit with AI.
That's called America.
They
That's
pay
called
them.
work smart.
Yeah, they pay
How
them
many
for those
accounts
ads.
are, dude? You know it's an open problem right now that people already know about, where bots are following each other on Twitter and boosting each other's stuff, so the real public sees it, and the real public follows these bots that are bot accounts.
Yeah,
and they make money off of the ad revenue that people see based off their fucking tweets. It's insane. AI is making money off AI. It's not fair. It should be stopped.
There it is.
But I'm not probably going to see it happen. It's such bullshit.
Brother, they're taking advantage of the system.
It's the
You
world,
can do the
bro.
same
I
thing.
know, but it's like such an OP overbreak. Like, what are you supposed to fucking do as a citizen
You
about
can
it?
do it too. You can do it as well. You take advantage of
No,
it until it
you
gets
can't.
taken away.
No, you
Yes,
can't.
you
They
can.
suppress you. No,
What
you
is
can't.
stopping
Not
you
everyone
from
can
making
make a
AI
fucking living
content?
on the internet. You have to fucking buy your tweets, and you have to buy your everything to the point where it's not
Yes,
worth it. Where
what is
some people
what
actually
is
get their shit to matter.
stopping you? What is stopping you from
I'm
making
not gonna
AI
make a
content?
meme page dedicated to roasting fucking stupid shit like this to get some random fucking ass
Well, see,
retard to follow.
you just said that you're not willing to. That's the reason why you're not making money.
Dude,
These
no
people
way.
are
You
willing to
know how many
stoop to
willing
whatever
people?
lows.
You know how many willing, dude? You know how many people don't even do it as a willing thing? They just like to upload videos every day, don't get views, and they like it and they don't care. Like uploading videos is an art, bro. When you make a video, you shouldn't be thinking, "Oh, how much money can I make? How am I going to make money off this video?" Like, you should be making videos because you like to make videos and they're quality. And if it's a quality video, it will get views and it will get money. But if it's not a quality video, then it won't.
No, that's not true. That's subjective.
That's stupid. You just said
That's
quality
subjective.
doesn't get noticed over quantity, and you're dumb for that.
That's subjective, bro.
That's not subjective. That's facts.
No, it's not. There's a bunch of retarded videos out there that get way more traction than quality videos.
Yeah, because the algorithm pushes it to people in their bubbles. Remember before YouTube did that? Everyone knew Nigahiga, and everyone knew Ray William Johnson, and everyone was on the same level. Now everyone looks at their own number one YouTube person.
You don't think that was algorithm also pushing those guys?
I mean, it could have been, but now that I think about it, yeah, it probably was. But I mean, it still was funny shit that people weren't doing at the time. Freddie W is definitely a lot of good content that got money because he was so good at editing.
Yeah, but this is my point. Like, you can make like an Instagram account. You can be some little coffee shop little thing, right? You make a little creative Instagram account. All of a sudden, boom, that one post pops up, right? Just because it's organic, you know what I'm saying? It's interesting. Maybe you do something cringy. I don't know, but that the algorithm pushes it, right? So you got to be thankful for the algorithm sometimes too, bro.
I'm thankful for my mythical polls I get on the album sometime when I'm going manic. But sometimes I think they're trying to keep me manic and keep me in an elevated state of mind where I think that's just taking. That's where I stop and think: are people even behind this at this point? Like, this is algorithmically impossible to be doing this to someone.
Wait, what did you have mythical polls?
Yeah, like funny as fuck random videos that I find or music that I really like. That's like really unknown or not a lot of views, or has lyrics or something that I feel like I came up with out of my own brain.
Real polls. Oh,
yeah, like polls, like mythical. Like really good, like just internet. You get it. Like when you're on the receiving side of the internet, you can still be thankful for the algorithm because it gives you good content that you like.
Yeah, then when you
but
scroll
also-
again, you're gonna see an ad for Nike shoes that Nike pays Instagram for. Whatever keeps you on their platform longer, dude. That's how they make money.
But you're also dealing with like massive troll armies and bot armies that are like run by. It all goes back to MI6. Like MI6 has been doing this for years, but 77th Brigade, and I think in America there's an equivalent. I can't remember what it's called. But we're talking about competing with, Mossad in Israel on the amount of information you can flood and money you can flood into the system to create an opinion. And the problem with all those bots is that they sweep along a lot of mainstream blue-pilled people along with them because they're going, oh, so the herd thinks this, therefore I think this. And that's the problem, really, is that we're dealing with like you can have a little video go viral. I get that. You can have your sort of limited success even without paying for X and not having your verified tick. But in general, like I've got a big account on Twitter, and to be honest, I have nothing like I used to have in terms of reach ever since that whole verified, paid for Twitter came about. And it's not because, I've got anything wrong with what I'm saying. It's just because I don't generally go with the government narrative. But yeah, you're dealing with massive military, psychological academics pushing their nudging. And I mean, a lot of the New Zealand shit that we got here, I proved through an OIA that I asked the ombudsman here in New Zealand. I asked, are there any psychological tools being used on the New Zealand population during COVID? And believe me, they came back with Mindspace and basically British military intelligence psyops with like psychological PhDs putting that all into kind of push a narrative. Repeat, repeat, repeat.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's the thing I was talking about before I got interrupted. And I always get interrupted thanks to Anionis, artificial negative intelligence over natural intent system. You always know that when you're about to make a point, you're going to get interrupted, and your memory's about to get wiped. What I was going to say,
bro.
yeah,
Whoa,
always.
who is this? Who is this you're talking
It's so
about?
fucking annoying, dude.
Who's
Yeah,
the
you're
person
my
that
thought agent, bro. Shut the fuck up. You're one of the bots that we're talking about, dumbass.
Oh, I get it. We got a psychomaniac in this chat, right? Schizo guy.
That is so 2021, bro. Please find a better insult.
I mean, you're literally a schizo calling
Brother,
people
that was
demons.
only 5 years ago. What do you mean?
Yeah,
What do you
he's
mean?
a schizo.
5 years ago since what? What do you like? Oh, since 2021? Yeah, I mean,
literally every maybe 15 minutes you bring up demons, so maybe you should shut up about that and go.
Why?
Yeah, you got
Maybe
some
the
mental
bot farms
health
are run
issues.
by people. Well, the bot farms in the government that you guys claim to love or that you claim to hate so much, you don't seem to hate enough to do anything about being pedophiles and giving us these.
So it's on us now. Oh, you're gonna complain to the 24/7
so we're gonna let the woman talk
we're
about
not doing
bot
anything
armies.
about
We're gonna let the
pedophiles.
woman talk about
Freddie,
bot armies, but we're gonna interrupt
river,
rap anytime we talk about something realistic. Okay, shut the fuck up, nigger.
All right, well, you just
Oh my
self-imploded
gosh,
and
dude.
got yourself banned. So have fun.
Yeah, that was a hard R.
So fucking dumb. Nobody's gonna fucking wipe your fucking memory, dude. Relax. Holy shit.
Freaking schizo, brother. Like
That's
this
worse.
whole time, he's been calling people schizos, and every time I cut him off, as soon as he says that, or sorry, not schizos, demons, right? And every time I cut him off and get him to explain himself, and he just goes off the rails on some like nonsensical bullshit, right? So he just blatantly self-imploded and showed his true colors. So have fun, Rep.
I'm glad that clown is out of here, for real.
I wish somebody would wipe my mind.
The last Cam, he said that every 15 minutes your mind's wiped. That's what he said. Instead of go on any AI controlled platform, just hop on Instagram for 15 minutes, you get a free mind wipe, MIB style.
Lats, where's your girl, man?
Bro, I don't even know who you're talking about.
Ippo, brother.
Oh, fucking gross. Ew.
I haven't seen her the last couple days.
No, she's been in. She was here earlier today around 12 or no, sorry, not 12. Let's see, 5 hours ago.
Oh,
No,
yeah, I
6
was at
hours
work.
ago. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't get the day shift guys much.
Yeah, I get off at a pretty good time, 11:30 a.m. So
Yeah, I'm already drunk, so now's a good time as ever to convince me that the world is like a flat. Just
now that you're
saying.
drunk,
Yeah, hell yeah, bro. Drinking
you're
all
not gonna
night.
remember anything.
You know what? Memory is for fucking losers. You know what I mean? Like
I
tomorrow,
think if you
my
can put a very
fucking
simple
life is
version,
it is what
right?
it is. I remember it
Yeah, you know,
happened.
maybe you're right.
Okay, yeah, this isn't gonna work.
Exactly, bro.
Okay, Earth
Like,
is
come
measured
on.
flat. Why do you think the Earth is a ball?
Dude, honestly, fuck the government, fuck the CIA. They're probably lying to me anyway about a bunch of shit, so why would I care? Why would I care?
Do you like truth?
Don't even fuck the government. Of course.
Okay, so yeah, the Earth is flat because it's measured flat. You're welcome.
Oh my god, are we actually on topic?
I know this isn't like that on topic, but like I think like they try to convince us that there's like aliens and shit, but I don't even sorry I'm hiccuping. I don't even believe in that. Like I don't believe in like aliens.
Well, good. You
I
don't have
think
to
that
believe in anything, right? Unless they give you something absolutely damning, like good proof for aliens. Same thing with the Earth being round. You don't have to believe them just because they say it or show you footage. Did they actually give you any proof that the Earth is curving?
yeah, I think honestly America's like cancer. I think
You
it's
said
like
hamster?
I said cancer. Cancer.